Chapter 1. After one night of training, your Kanjiun knife technique has worked hard to reach 59% of the proficiency level. Your basic physical skills have reached the upper limit. Your observation haki will increase by 2% after one night of training. After a day of hard training, your armament haki broke through the incubation period and reached the next level of proficiency 2%. The sound of the system sounded in his mind, and Xiaotian got up from the bed with a cry. The Kanjiun sword technique learned 3 days ago turned out to be in excellent condition, and it improved a lot at once. This is Whitebeard Newgate's knife technique, and it will soon reach the Grandmaster stage. With haki's actual combat power, it will rise a lot. Xiaotian couldn't help smiling happily. 3 days ago, Xiaotian traveled to the one-piece dimensional world. Following the journey, what awakened in the body was a peculiar system. Allows him to cultivate his abilities and skills automatically. Whether it is haki, physical skills, or sword skills, as long as you learn them, they will practice by themselves. This cheat that allows Xiaotian to grow all the time. Open the system panel. In his mind, Xiaotian checked the system panel. Eternal Binder, Xiaotian. Observation haki, 10% in the proficiency stage. Armament haki, 2% at the proficiency level. Kanjiun knife method, 59% of the proficiency stage. Basic physique, the upper limit has been reached. The interface is very concise, which is also related to Xiaotian's journey to One Piece's world activation system just now. Xiaotian converged his mind and started to clean up and went out immediately. After walking out of the humble cabin, he took a deep breath. Xiaotian exudes the perception of seeing and hearing, holding a standard long knife, and walking behind, surrounded by messy houses, seems a little cautious. The growth of seeing and hearing color is faster than armament haki, and it is also related to the opening of perception every day. Here, one has to be cautious. Because this is Pirate Island, Hakinosu, the base camp of Rock's Pirate. Xiaotian did not travel to the era of great voyages, but the era when Rock's Pirate dominated the sea more than 40 years ago. Xiaotian came through. The identity of the system arrangement is Rock's Pirate's trainee crew. Rock's Pirate is a personality group, a group of big pirates that get together for a certain treasure. Later it became a terrorist organization led by Rock's. Xiaotian is in such a pirate group, and must quickly increase its strength. Because the boats often kill each other, Rock's never prohibits it, so there is no rule here, everyone follows the rule of the weak. With the ambition of Rock's to become the king of the world, and the growing fierce power of the world government and marine, Rock's Pirate is constantly injecting fresh blood. Rock's Pirate recently recruited a lot of trainee crews on the island, and collectively carried out various teaching, such as haki training and boxing and knife skills. Xiaotian traveled through the past 3 days to learn the sights, hearings, and armament haki, and the progress of their cultivation is also very fast. In the collective teaching 3 days ago, Edward Newgate, the captain of the Rock's Pirate squad, taught his own knife skills. I have to say that this is surprising. It is said to be the order of Captain Rock's. Xiaotian believes that there are other hidden transactions. Otherwise, it would be too abnormal for such an interest group to ask Whitebeard to teach his sword skills. Of course, this is the business of the core members of Rock's Pirate. For Xiaotian, the magic system is in the body, the more skills the better. While walking, on the road around the house, many pirates appeared, and like Xiaotian, they walked under the huge skeleton on the island. They are all newly joined trainee crew members. And under the skeleton rock is a spacious open space, where the cotters will convene for the usual banquets and gatherings. At this time, many people have gathered in the open space, most of them are trainee crew members. Some old crew members and official crew members were all around, standing or sitting in groups to watch the excitement. Xiaotian stood alone in a remote place of the crowd as soon as he arrived. When he first came here, he didn't trust others, so he didn't have any companions. Many people in the open space were still holding long knives and making gestures. "Hey, how are you learning? I have been practicing for 3 days, and I still don't know the essentials. This is Captain Whitebeard's knife technique. It's difficult, and it's impossible to learn it in a short time. It's too difficult, no matter whether it's a force or a move, I still can't grasp it. It may take more than half a year of hard work to become a master." On the spacious ground, there was a lot of discussion with the companions beside him. Many people shook their heads, lamenting the difficulty of learning. Some are still gesturing, frowning and thinking. And those who looked at the people around with fierce eyes. At this time, in front of the clearing, a tall and sturdy man dressed in a white coat and cut through the clouds with a big sharp knife came over. Long golden curly hair, white beard, and a unique smile on his face. As soon as he walked in front of the crowd, Kong Yun stubbornly squatted on the ground. The handle end smashed a hole in the ground, and an invisible aura spread like the wind. The audience suddenly became quiet. Even the old crew members around looked at this tall figure with respect. Edward Newgate. One of the most powerful people in Rock's Pirate. Also the squad leader of the old crew around, Whitebeard. This is the last teaching of the trainee crew. My knife skills are very difficult. Even I spent a lot of time forming it bit by bit. Whitebeard Newgate looked at the trainee crew members who were still thinking about knife skills and said. For him, the skill of the sword was created by innumerable efforts and battles. Now that he took it out, he would teach it well, and by the way, he could pick some good aptitudes to be included in the squad. Presumably you have studied everything you have learned, I will demonstrate it again, for the last time, take the opportunity to take a good look. At this time Whitebeard didn't think much, raised Kong Yunki and talked about the essentials of the sword technique while practicing. Whitebeard swung his broad knife aggressively, and his momentum spread directly like ripples. Many of them were sweating and gritted their teeth and watched. With a unique smile, Whitebeard is more serious today than yesterday. Even Conqueror's haki escaped. Those who feel the aura of Whitebeard's swordsmanship and watch them earnestly benefit a lot. This is the one-shot skill of the real strong. Behind the crowd, Xia Tian looked straighter, until Whitebeard stopped, talking about some key points. Your Kanjiun sword technique was personally practiced by the original creator. Your sword technique feels very comfortable, like an epiphany, directly breaking through to 1% of the Grandmaster stage. Congratulations, your own Conqueror's haki has reached the awakening condition. Asterisk. Chapter 2. Xia Tian couldn't help but smile a little bit. When Whitebeard used his sword technique, the escaped Conquerors actually made the system awaken its own Conquerors. Conqueror's haki is ready, and after Whitebeard Newgate's knife drill, it has reached the Grandmaster stage. Knife is difficult, you can try it. Whitebeard didn't leave immediately, instead sitting boldly on the big box beside him, talking with his chin in his arm. The purpose of Whitebeard's move is also to see if there are any qualified players among the trainee crew. After all, if you learned your own swordsmanship, you can absorb it into your own squad. The people in the clearing were all gesturing carefully, hearing Whitebeard Newgate's words, they started to try. Everyone in the middle of the open space stretched a distance and demonstrated each. Whitebeard Newgate supported his chin with his arm, and squinted quietly. The moves are not important, they are only used to proficiently exert force skills. Some people wield their swords properly, but in fact they used their strength to say goodbye to each other, without power. Whitebeard shook his head straight as he watched. A few people are okay, it seems that they have remembered the power technique of the essentials, and there is some power in it when they are waved. Xia Tian, who was at the back, looked at the trainee crew members in front of him and started to try, but his heart was pleasantly surprised. Your Kanjiun knife technique is rehearsing because everyone around you feels a comfortable atmosphere. The speed of cultivation has been accelerating continuously, and the progress has been upgraded to the Grandmaster stage 2%, 2.5%, 3%. Kong Yun's knife technique is a bit powerful. The muscle memory of the body is constantly deepened by the system, and more understanding of the sword technique emerges from the heart. Unfortunately, this acceleration did not last long and stopped at 19%. There is still no way to cut a slash, or it is a normal cut, which is not the destructive power of the sword at all. It's difficult. I watched the captain and practiced it again, but it was only a little bit clearer. Many people in the field shook their heads. After watching the drill, they were a little confident, and the results of their attempts were unsatisfactory. Gulala. You only practiced for 3 days. How much time and energy I spent at the beginning, you still have a long way to go. Whitebeard smiled and said to many trainee crew members, these guys really dare to think. There are a few who have learned well, and Whitebeard silently noted a few of them. At this time, there was an abrupt bang. Xia Tian swung a knife against a stone with high thighs. Everyone was immediately attracted to the past. They were stunned. This is the destructive power of the sword technique, right? Kong Yun, cut. Even Whitebeard Newgate couldn't help being taken aback and stood up abruptly. This is definitely the Kong Yun cut in the sword art. The stone was torn apart. Like shattered, the traces of this destruction. Obviously, he has learned and researched the powering skills from Shock Fruit's ability. Good guy, after 3 days of learning, you can slash Kong Yun. He actually learned it. The whole audience was silent, looking at Xia Tian, who still maintained the posture of finishing the knife. It was unbelievable. But if you look at Whitebeard Newgate's reaction again, you can see that this guy has really learned it. After being surprised, many people showed fearful expressions. The old crew members around were also surprised. The captain's knife skills were learned by this trainee crew member in 3 days. Isn't this a genius with one sword? Whitebeard Newgate looked at Xia Tian with a strange look, and said, have you learned? Yes, Captain, it's not difficult. Xia Tian nodded casually. The trainee crew on the side felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten flies. What is not difficult? Didn't you see that the people present couldn't even figure out the moves? You take the knife again and have a look. Whitebeard Newgate didn't mind Xia Tian's words. What happened just now was too fast, and he didn't see Xia Tian's knife. Xia Tian nodded, his eyes locked on another thigh-high stone, and walked over. Everyone looked at Xia Tian with dignified eyes, and once again made a knife. Xia Tian shot quickly. The memory of the muscles in the hands is like having been painstakingly cultivated thousands of times. Raise the long knife, a sword force is distributed. It slashed diagonally on the stone. Bang! There is no ordinary split, the blade stays on the stone, and the stone seems to be shattered. Torn to pieces. Really? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but yelled. Is this guy a kendo genius? Goo la 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 la, very good, talented, never seen before. What is your name? Whitebeard Newgate made no secret of appreciation in his eyes. This is a monster-level genius. Whitebeard knows how difficult his knife skills are. But in only 3 days, he was able to cut Kong Yun with such a cut. My name is Xia Tian, Captain Whitebeard. Xia Tian also answered with a smile. The people around me remembered the name. Learned the Kongyun knife technique so easily. If this guy does not die before the official crew selection, he is destined to become a master. After joining my team, you can directly become an official crew member. There are also many benefits in the team. Whitebeard Newgate grumbled and smiled and threw an olive branch to Xia Tian. Xia Tian has already thought about it. If you must join a team in Rock's Pirate, it is definitely the first choice under the banner of Whitebeard Newgate. It is not only Whitebeard's strong strength, but also his loyalty and longing for his family, and he also loves his subordinates lives more. It is an honor for me to be assigned to Captain Whitebeard's squad. Xia Tian didn't have much to hesitate, smiled and nodded. Gum la la la, the training of the trainee crew is over, and the division of the team is carried out quickly. Don't lose your life, if there is anything you can come to me. Whitebeard Newgate said something pointedly. It is enough to attract the genius of Xia Tian here. After confessing a few words, he turned and left. Before leaving, the old crew members of the surrounding subordinates also took a look at Xia Tian, still astonished at the bottom of my heart. The captain has never been so optimistic about a person. But this guy didn't refuse the captain's solicitation, and would become a partner after the end of the accident. After the trainee crew watched them leave, they looked at Xia Tian complicatedly. Jealous. Envious. Killing intent. Xia Tian turned a blind eye and walked straight away. I have to catch some fish, crabs, and so on. And the news that Xia Tian learned the Whitebeard knife technique in 3 days quickly spread from the many trainee crew members. A luxurious interior room. Crew Xia Tian? I learned the clouds of Newgate in 3 days. A man with a golden lion mane haircut bit his cigar, listening to the report under his hand, showing a strange color. He is also a kendo master, and naturally understands how powerful and difficult Whitebeard's sword is. I'm very curious, see where he is, I'll go and see for myself. Yes, Captain Shiki. Chapter 3. Among the huge skull rocks are rooms one after another. It's like a castle. In one of the halls, Akoko was looking through the window, looking at the direction of the port. Silver Axe sat in the chair. John just opened the door and walked in. He saw Akoko and Silver Axe and he laughed. Akoko, Silver Axe, you two are here. There was a magical thing circulating on the island just now. Something magical. Akoko turned his head, and Silver Axe looked up at John. It is said that there was a trainee named Xia Tian, who learned Newgate's knife skills in 3 days, and he was able to chop Kong Yun, and Whitebeard Newgate recruited that guy on the spot. Akoko and Silver Axe looked at each other and laughed. Kong Yun John? That is the slash created by Newgate's ability to comprehend the shock. Are you sure someone can learn it in 3 days? And it's still a bunch of trainee crew members. If Captain Rox learned it in 3 days, I would believe it, but we, including Shiki, can't do it. It's spreading among the trainee crew members, and the Newgate team members didn't refute it. Who knows? John shrugged, after all he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. That's interesting. Akoko squinted his eyes with a playful look on his face. What if it is true? Speaking of Akoko, how long we have stayed here, Captain Rox hasn't shown up for several days. John was uncomfortable and asked. I don't know, maybe Captain Rox is preparing something, soon. Akoko replied perfunctorily. At this time, I thought that the island was so big, the rumors would not be outrageous, maybe a genius has really emerged. The news spread quickly, and many people have heard of this person Xia Tian. Charlotte Linlin and long bread eating sweets. The tall man sipping alcohol, Kaido. A young and beautiful Shaky with short black hair. At this time, Xia Tian is on the other side of the coast. He was fishing with a homemade simple fishing rod in his hand, and there was a fire around him, and some prepared fish were grilled. Your observation Haki is calm and comfortable after fishing, and the progress has improved. Fishing can make observation Haki feel comfortable and speed up the progress, which Xia Tian discovered when fishing a few days ago. When carrying out certain specific activities or environments, it will make they feel comfortable, thus speeding up the progress. My ability has been upgraded through the system. Xia Tian picked up the baked food, added seasonings, and smiled secretly in her heart. Not much after eating and drinking. Xia Tian stood up and picked up his standard long knife. It's still not peaceful here, and becoming a full crew member of Rock's Pirate is the goal of those guys. Although he was optimistic about Whitebeard Newgate and threw an olive branch. But it is inevitable that some shady guys will attack themselves. Still need to practice hard and strive for the fastest progress. Xia Tian is holding a long knife, ready to practice by himself, plus the automatic cultivation of ability, to achieve the fastest progress. Just do it, Armament Haki covers, Xia Tian's set of cloud swordsmanship begins to play, observation Haki spreads far away, sensing whether there are people approaching around him. A set of knife skills was rehearsed. The system prompt really appeared. Your observation Haki is highly distributed, you exercise your full strength. And your progress is improved to 57% proficiency. Your armament Haki is dissatisfied with your active practice, feels insulted, and your practice speed is reduced by 50%. You don't feel comfortable with the Kanjiun knife technique, and a little disgusted with the garbage weapons in your hand. The progress has barely increased to 2% of the Grandmaster stage. When Xia Tian finished a set of swordsmanship, she was stunned when she heard the system prompt. What the hell is feeling insulting? Are you still taking the initiative to practice? Dissatisfied? There is also a knife technique. This is not to show dislike for this ordinary long knife that I don't know where I picked it up from. It's really upgraded and 2 bear kids came out. Xia Tian put away the heart of active cultivation in frustration, gritted his teeth a bit. Might as well speed up the progress of observation Haki by fishing. I'm not in the mood to fish anymore after such a trouble. Angrily put away the fishing rod, and walked back. For the time being, he couldn't take the initiative to speed up his cultivation, so he could only find a way to learn some new skills, both sword and physical skills. Or find a good knife. Just when Xia Tian was about to go back to the small room, and was about to think about the next step, multiple figures appeared in Xia Tian's perception of seeing and hearing colors. This is from Ben. Xia Tian looked at the road between the houses with piercing eyes. I saw 6 trainee crew members holding big swords in their hands, scattered in 3 directions and surrounded Xia Tian. Xia Tian, he, found you. The 6 trainee crew members were blatant and intent to kill. Xia Tian took a deep breath. 3 of them are guys who have mastered the sword skills to a very powerful level. The ones that should come are always coming. These guys are really unscrupulously competing, and they even directly join forces to kill people. But the current self is not something these people can provoke at will. Don't talk too much when fighting. Xia Tian didn't say a word. The long sword in his hand flashed cold, his body stepped on the ground, and he rushed to 2 of them extremely fast. In the process, armament Haki covered the blade. The entire blade was rendered black, and chopped it off with Kong Yun. The 2 pirates did not expect that Xia Tian's speed was so fast, and when they reacted, they had already arrived in front of them. Armament Haki. The 2 raised their weapons and prepared to block. They looked at the slashing black blade in horror, and exclaimed. Clang! The blocked weapon broke directly, and Kong Yun cut the 2 of them and threw them away, lying on the ground still with blood flowing, life and death unknown. The head of Xia Tian who had just finished beheading was slanted, and a knife slashed through within a short distance. See and hear color perception. Between the backhands, a long knife slashed across the neck of the attacker. The 3 people who were still about to rush up in the back were shocked, and tried to flee in panic. Xia Tian chased it up, and the long knife covered by Haki easily solved these things. Completely crushed. The weapons and some belongings of the 6 were left behind, and the corpses kicked off the coast. Xia Tian directly sat on the ground and gasped. It's not that it's too much consumption, but it's the first time to fight and kill with life. And I feel complicated and uncomfortable in my heart. Just when Xia Tian worked hard to adjust his mentality. Shiki, with yellow vertical stripes in the sky and golden mane hair, witnessed the whole process with a look of surprise on his face. Not only is he proficient in using the Kanjiun knife, but he is also very good at seeing and hearing. It looks like he killed for the first time, and he can adjust himself so calmly, and his mental quality is also very high. Golden Lion Shiki clenched his fists unexpectedly. This Xia Tian really learned Kong Yun, but also can use Haki. Asterisk. Chapter 4. This guy, you must grab your own camp. Golden Lion was surprised and excited, such a talented guy, can't let it go. For a long time, Xia Tian, who looked at the bottom, had calmed down, and then slowly fell. At this time, Xia Tian sensed the sudden appearance of Shiki after seeing and hearing the color. Shocked. Captain Shiki. Xia Tian looked at the golden lion Shiki, who was holding a cigar in front of him with a smile and holding both arms in surprise. It's the flying pirate. Very surprised I will find you. Shiki was half floating on the ground quietly, very peaceful. What's the matter with Captain Shiki? Xia Tian stepped back slowly, a little cautiously. The front foot just agreed to Whitebeard, and Shiki came to the door with the back foot. There is no chance of winning against Golden Lion now. Don't be nervous, Xia Tian, I have seen everything just now, but you don't need to worry. Golden Lion Shiki fell on the ground and smoked a cigar. I also appreciate your talent, and I'm here to invite you to join my squad. Invite me. Xia Tian was taken aback for a moment, and then he understood. Golden Lion Shiki has big ambitions, and also recruits masters to expand his own strength. Seeing the process of fighting, it is not surprising that I want to win over myself. I can give what Newgate can give, and my strength is also very strong. How about going to the top with me? Xia Tian. Golden Lion Shiki's words are not as simple as an invitation to join the squad. To the peak together. Which peak? The peak of the world? Captain Shiki, I don't know you well, even the first time I met, you said you are strong, can you show it? Xia Tian looked at Shiki with a erratic look, meaning it was unclear. I haven't seen your strength, so I don't believe it. Do you think I am not as strong as Newgate? Shiki immediately understood that he was a little upset, and it was true that Newgate was more prestigious in the rumors. Then show it and let this guy have a good experience. I didn't mean it, I just wanted to see the strength of Captain Shiki, after all. Xia Tian smiled softly and said to Golden Lion Shiki. Then I will show my strength. Shiki walked to the shore and pulled out the two famous knives from his waist. Sakura Ten and Deadwood. Didn't you learn Newgate's knife skills in 3 days? My knife skills are much harder than Newgate's knife. Golden Lion Shiki turned his head and looked at Xia Tian, with the deadwood of his right hand on his face, and continued to say. My sword technique is second sword style. When I first learned it, it took more than half a year to become a master. This is because of my extraordinary talent. Most people have to learn it, at least 2 or 3 years. Xia Tian nodded seriously, listening seriously. Seeing Xia Tian's serious look, Golden Lion Shiki thought he was attracted, and started talking more vigorously, fiddling with his moves slowly. The second sword style seems to have an extra knife, but in fact the difficulty has increased several times. My knife style, the lion/wave, is the most difficult one in the second sword style. Shiki, holding swords in both hands, put on a slashing posture, and continued. The strength skills used by both hands, Haki's coordination, and Devil Fruit ability can also use coordination. Golden Lion Shiki was talking, completely in the state of explaining the /wave technique. Xia Tian watched and listened carefully on the side. Lion. /wave. A huge slashing knife in Shiki's hand slashed towards the sea. The large-scale slashing directly separated the sea on both sides, like a canyon, and I don't know how far to reach the distance. When the sea closed, Shiki turned his head and said triumphantly. Well, my knife skills are much harder and stronger than Newgate's. Xia Tian looked at the giant sword light cut out by Golden Lion Shiki in surprise. It's really shocking and powerful. At this time, system hints emerged in my mind. Congratulations, you have learned the /wave, lion/wave, which was demonstrated by a unique user personally. It is currently 80% of the introductory stage. Seeing the prompt, Xia Tian nodded seriously. Captain Shiki's sword technique is indeed very powerful, I have learned it. Of course, it's difficult, I can teach you. What? The Golden Lion Shiki, who was talking about the rise, reacted and was taken aback. You fellow, don't be joking, although I explained it in detail, but if I understand it, I will know it. I really will. Xia Tian picked up one of the 6 knives left just now, a long knife. The use of slash wave has been learned by the body through the system. It's exactly like practicing by yourself. Put on a double sword slashing posture. Slash wave. A yellow sword gas slashed to the surface of the sea with haki. A cut was made on the sea, and it gradually went away. Although not as exaggerated as Golden Lion Shiki just now, it is indeed the skill of slash wave. Shiki looked at the surface of the sea, then looked at Xia Tian, and then looked at the surface of the sea. With a dull face, his fingers pointed at the sea. It's really slash wave. How could it be possible? After another delay, Golden Lion Shiki jumped back in shock and floated in the air with an unbelievable expression. I have studied it for more than half a year, and I still work hard. And Xia Tian learned his lion slash wave after seeing it again. What an enchanting monster is this! Seeing that Xia Tian finished cutting, he gestured a few times before Shiki's move. It's natural. Shiki couldn't help it anymore. Xia Tian, join me, let's join hands. How about? Shiki fell down quickly, grabbed Xia Tian's shoulder, and said excitedly and eagerly. This kind of talent is unprecedented. As long as you live, you will be able to become as powerful as yourself and Whitebeard Newgate. Maybe, you can surpass them, surpass rocks. Just when Golden Lion Shiki was showing slash wave, many people on Hakinosu Island felt the powerful aura on the other side of the island. In the hall in the huge skeleton rock, Akoku, Silver Axe, and John all felt the breath of the giant slash wave. This is the breath of that guy Shiki, what are you doing over there? Silver Axe is a little confused, is there an enemy ship coming on the far sea? But after a while, there was no alert. It shouldn't be, why don't we go over and take a look? Akoko looked out the window, and some crew members and trainees went there curiously. It's boring to stay here, then go and see what Shiki is doing. John had long wished to see something lively. The 3 of them didn't have any ink marks, and they got up and swiftly went to Shiki and Xia Tian's direction. And Whitebeard in the house under the skeleton rock watched Akoko and the others leave. I have no interest in watching the excitement. Until a message came from his subordinates. Whitebeard stood up abruptly, looking gloomy, and hurried towards the breath of slash wave. Asterisk. Chapter 5. It hurts. Xia Tian was taken aback by the excitement of Shiki, and her shoulder was even more painful when she was caught by Shiki. Shiki just reacted and let go of Xia Tian's shoulder embarrassedly. I am a little excited, I have no malice, you should understand, join. Xia Tian. At this time, a large group of people who were attracted to rushed over appeared one after another. Golden Lion Shiki glanced at the people who rushed over. It should have been using the sword technique just now, which caused too much movement. Official crew members and trainee crew members, as well as Akoku, Silver Axe, and other officers, all came. When Xia Tian turned his head, he also noticed that there was still a black-hair, tall and sturdy Kaido in the crowd, Charlotte Linlin, who was still very hot and attractive, and Longbread, a young and beautiful 20-year-old Xiachi. Shiki, what's the situation? Silver Axe and others have imagined many scenes, but when they walked over, they saw Shiki and a trainee crew member very close, and they didn't know what they were talking about. Shiki seemed to be excited. Akoku, it's you guys. Nothing. What are you doing here? Shiki dug his nose and asked indifferently. We came to take a look at the breath of a powerful attack launched here, in case an enemy invades. Akoku, who has always been strict, couldn't help frowning. Sorry, guys, I just tried a new move here, it's okay. Shiki waved his hand, not paying attention, and didn't seem to say much to everyone. Akoku was completely black. Shiki doesn't take them seriously. At this moment, there was a sudden roar. Shiki! The mighty Haki went directly to Shiki. The tall and mighty figure carried Kong Yunkai with a white halo, and fell directly towards the golden lion Shiki. New gate. Shiki reacted when the voice sounded, let go of Xia Tian, and greeted him with a knife in both hands. Boom! A corner of the coast collapsed directly. Kong Yunkai touched Sakura 10 dead trees, and Haki Uzumaki spread out. Shock fruit ability is entangled with lion fruit ability. The gravel on the ground that was shattered by the quake ability all floated up. A violent wind blows around, and the onlookers can't help but stretch their hands to block the wind. Golden Lion Shiki gritted his teeth and floated on the broken soil, taking the knife from Whitebeard Newgate. The two are separated at the touch of a button. Humph! What's coming at me, Shiki? What is trouble to find Xia Tian secretly? Newgate was so unreasonable, an angry expression on his face. Newgate, just come up and do it, what do you mean? Shiki was equally angry, holding knives in both hands. Xia Tian is a trainee crew member who is about to join my squad. Shiki, what do you secretly seek him for? Whitebeard Newgate stared, with an unhappy expression on his face, as he said he was going up to do it again. What, join your squad, my squad that Xia Tian is about to join? Shiki yelled back without showing weakness. At this time, Silver Axe and other team captains quickly stepped forward and separated the two. Two, if you have something to say, you don't have to fight like this here. Speaking of speaking, isn't it just for a newcomer? There are more trainee crew members here, so it's okay to choose a good qualification again. Silver Axe smiled and persuaded. This island of Hakinosu does not survive the battle between two strong men. Especially shock fruit ability and lion fruit ability. The crowd onlookers also looked at Xia Tian, who was standing aside. What is this trainee crew member worthy of Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki? Good aptitude? Silver Axe, what you said is light and handy. Xia Tian's talent is the best I have ever seen. You can learn my sword in 3 days. Show me this aptitude? And, Xia Tian, I have agreed to join my squad at the time of division. The Newgate hilt slid on the ground and said to Silver Axe. Really learned in 3 days? Akoko and John also looked at each other, which was different. This trainee is so talented. To know these trainees, many of them don't even have a master in Haki. Newgate has learned the knives for at least half a year, and even incorporated the skills of shock fruit. Even Captain Rocks praised Whitebeard Newgate for his talent. This guy actually learned it in 3 days. Everyone's eyes have changed. This talented newcomer is indeed worth fighting for the captains, because it doesn't take long to grow into a powerful assistant and a powerful team member. In this environment, a partner with strong combat effectiveness can bring too much. Xia Tian also stood there with a dazed expression. Was I so popular? Shiki, everyone has said that you want to join Newgate. Isn't it right for you to do this? Silver Axe squinted his eyes, seemingly fair. Shiki will definitely refute it, and everyone can draw in on the opportunity. If you don't try it, how can you know where this Xia Tian will join? Can't give it to Newgate so easily. Akoku, John has this mindset at this time. But it's just high talent. Golden Lion Shiki doesn't hesitate to fight Newgate, which seems abnormal. You know, Shiki has never been a straightforward character. Hey, isn't this yet to join? I sincerely welcome you, what's wrong? Newgate, I won't give in, I will fight if I want to fight. Shiki did not back down, insisting on the attitude of continuing to solicit, even fighting Whitebeard. That's just what I want. See if I don't beat you to pieces. Whitebeard became even more furious after hearing this, and wanted to beat Shiki. With a fist in his hand, the aperture was enveloped, and even the air was split. Akoku, Silver Axe, and John hurriedly stopped them, and then invariably glanced at each other. Newgate got angry, but Captain Rock's words didn't work well. A highly talented trainee, after all, he is not a strong one, Shiki. Humph! Xia Tian has not only learned the sword technique in 3 days, but can also use haki. Moreover, the lion/wave that I used just now, he learned it at a glance. Newgate still wants to secretly earn money. By now, Shiki had to say it. But these words stunned everyone. How can it be? Silver Axe, Akoku, and others are obviously not convinced. Whitebeard Newgate also looked surprised. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and others who were watching were even more surprised. After reading it again, I learned Shiki's sword too? Shiki, don't be kidding, even if you admire this apprentice guy, you won't be able to say this kind of fantasy. Akoko laughed, unbelievable. Do you think I am joking? Golden Lion Shiki's face was serious, even spitting a cigar on the ground, and clenched the long knife in his hand. Today, I will not regress easily anyway. Asterisk. Chapter 6. Shiki's attitude convinced everyone. If it's not true, Shiki, who is the commander of Rock's pirate, doesn't need to be so. The eyes that looked at Xia Tian couldn't help being more shocked. Does such a genius really exist in the world? Shocked is shocked. Silver Axe and others still retain a trace of suspicion. Shiki has a lot of tricks, who knows if it is a good show for what purpose? Xia Tian, can you really learn it once you read it? Supervisor Whitebeard Newgate glanced at Shiki, turned his head and said to Xia Tian. Well, teach it again about the basics. Xia Tian will understand that he is a sweet potato. Things like talent are not afraid to show up at this time. As long as your progress is fast enough, you are not afraid of future prestige. Anyway, you don't need to study hard by yourself, you just need to learn more. The more you learn, the faster you become stronger. Basic knowledge. Newgate's expression became a little weird. Several commanders are here. Newgate and Shiki are still fighting for a trainee crew. What a strange thing this is. More and more crew members gathered to watch the excitement. After understanding the matter, the eyes that looked at Xia Tian were full of incredible and shock. This is a humanoid monster? Is there really a human talent to pervert to this point? I'm very curious. You say you can read it once, so let's verify it. Silver Axe stood up at this time and walked towards Xia Tian. How to verify? Xia Tian couldn't help asking. Everyone is also attracted by Silver Axe. The source of everything is the talent shown by Xia Tian. It is not bad to verify it. I have a trick, show it again, and see how much you can understand. Silver Axe smiled and took out his axe weapon. Newgate, Shiki, Akoku, John, and others all looked at Silver Axe solemnly. You're not going to hand over your special skills, are you? John chuckled, but his eyes were surprised. Yes, this trick of mine is much harder to learn than Shiki and Newgate's swordsmanship. Xia Tian, you can be optimistic, my trick is only one axe. John raised the big axe in his hand and turned his head to remind Xia Tian. Just when everyone was attentively watching Silver Axe about to show. Inside the huge skull rock, a secret room. A figure was attracted by the crowd gathered together. The powerful and unmatched sights and colors are like sight, and all the scenes on the scene are mapped into the mind. The figure in the room is Rock's Giebel. Seeing and hearing the color is like visiting the scene in person. The entire Hakinosu Island is currently only Captain Rox can do it. You can learn by reading it once? I am afraid that such a person never appeared 800 years ago, or 1,000 years ago. Rox in the dark can't help being curious and surprised. At this time, Silver Axe's momentum has changed. The powerful aura radiated from his body, and the axe he held in his hand radiated ray of light. Xia Tian looked at Silver Axe in surprise. What an oppressive breath! There is even the power of thunder and lightning emerging. Immediately watched seriously. My trick is called the Thunder Silver Axe. I don't know how many times I was struck by thunder and lightning that the master created the skill of thunder and lightning. Silver Axe stood proudly on the shore and said proudly. He is the one who dares to study under the thunder of nature. Even rocks praised it again and again. The onlookers swallowed their throats. Inventing this trick is simply a gamble on his own life. How powerful it will be, how difficult it will be. Chop and chop 100,000 times a day, constantly training the perfect way of exerting strength, and then swinging the axe directly in the sea, and finally combining the skills learned under thunder and lightning. Even Captain Rocks has said that the moves comprehended under the power of nature are very powerful. Silver Axe proudly said, "These are all Newgate, Shiki, and others can't compare." Xia Tian nodded very seriously, looking forward to it. "Well, you should teach it quickly, the stronger and the more terrifying, the better. For strength, we must be indomitable. The most important thing is the use of haki. Without haki, you can't exert your power." Silver Axe explained the essentials to Xia Tian while accumulating potential. "Don't mind the people around and captain-level figures such as Newgate." Silver Axe is very confident, to hear it, but can't learn it. "Hey hey! Look up! Thunder Silver Axe! Shout out! On the high axe blade, haki circulates on it. It does not become a black blade, but haki collides with the air, and the electric light is getting denser and denser." Silver Axe's eyes changed, and the raised axe was like a blue training horse drew down at the sea. A huge blue light slashed across the sea with a thunder arc. At this moment, everyone was shocked by Silver Axe's move. The huge slash made the place where Silver Axe was standing sank quite a bit. The strong wind brought by the wave blows everywhere. The huge axe blade slashed the light directly into the distant sea. There was a loud noise. The sea that is hundreds of meters long is separated, surging up. In the end, like a uzumaki, the surrounding lightning arcs evaporate and the water is misty. Is this the strength of the cotter? The unseen trainee crew waited open their mouths one after another, watching the spectacular scene of the sea in front of them. Many people exclaimed, "Is this a spectacle that can be smashed with an axe?" The sea is still split, uzumaki spins, lightning flashes. Newgate, Shiki, Akoku, and John looked at Silver Axe solemnly. "This guy, this axe, has caused headaches to other maritime forces. For example, Pluton Rayleigh of the Roger Pirates didn't dare to take it hard, avoiding the edge for the time being." Among the skeleton rocks, Rocks couldn't help but smile. This kind of thunder and lightning technique, even oneself can't understand much. Silver Axe's stunt, how much can this kid learn? Congratulations! You learned the axe technique, the Thunder Silver Axe, because the creator personally taught it. Your Thunder Silver Axe directly broke through to the proficiency stage 1%. After watching the display of Silver Axe attentively, Xia Tian's mind with a surprised look appeared in the mind of the system. "Sure enough, I learned it, and I broke through directly to the proficiency stage." Xia Tian couldn't help being overjoyed. "Well, this trick of mine is very difficult. If you can't learn it, it's okay. It's pretty good to understand a little bit." Silver Axe turned his head and said triumphantly that learning would not be normal. The others nodded. And Golden Lion Shiki is still optimistic about Xia Tian. "I'm afraid this guy has already learned. This trick of Captain Silver Axe is really amazing." At this time, Xia Tian looked excited, and then replaced the axe with a knife, raised it above her head, and said confidently with a smile, "But it's not difficult, I have learned it." The people around were surprised, and they fry the pan instantly. Unbelievable. Learned. ***. Chapter 7. Although Captain Shiki said just now that Xia Tian would learn his knife after seeing it. But at this time no one thinks that Xia Tian can learn this axe after seeing it again. Silver Axe looked at Xia Tian holding the knife in front of him with shocked eyes. "Yes, it's this breath, he really learned it." At this moment, the long knife held high by Xia Tian, a ray of lightning came out. It is exactly the same as the silver axe that had just been slashed. The audience was silent for a moment. The electric light on the knife held high by Xia Tian became denser and denser. Special skills are used. Haki rubs the air on the blade, stimulating more and more electric lights, and starting to form a thunder arc. The audience watched in shock. Silent. Really? Among the huge skeleton rocks, the rocks watching with sight and hearing all stood up abruptly. Using haki to guide that kind of lightning power is the key. This Xia Tian has really successfully learned it. Xia Tian, unprecedented genius. Rocks chanted a few words of Xia Tian's name, and walked out in astonishment. The people at the scene were shocked after a moment of dumbness. No kidding. Golden Lion Shiki, Xia Tian are not joking. That's like a retreat of electricity and power. Immediately afterwards, Xia Tian put away his smile, with a serious expression. With a large knife with lightning arcs in his hand, Uzumaki, who was gradually disappearing and becoming smaller, slashed to the sea, bringing out the blue training horse. Boom! Although the slash is much smaller than Silver Axe's, Uzumaki, which has gradually disappeared on the sea surface, has once again formed a hollow. The thunder arc flickered at the split. Really? Learned? How is it possible? The pirates' onlookers exclaimed in shock. It's terrible, what kind of talent is this? Whitebeard Newgate squeezed the handle of the knife, his eyes surprised. Kong Yunshin his hand had tried to rehearse just now, but it didn't work at all. My learning talent is already very high, and I can't even display it just by watching it once. And Xia Tian just used it after watching it once, although the power is not as powerful as Silver Axe, but it was displayed for the first time. This is the essence of the master. Unbelievable talent. Akoku, John, and others were sweating on their foreheads, shaking their hearts. A dull look. Silver Axe looked even more stupidly. Really used it. They still can't believe it. Marine has a headache for many pirates with this move. Call it a trick. It just explained how to chop an axe. Xia Tian has learned it, and has already entered the door for the first time. Master has the key. With more practice, plus the strength and Haki's strength, you will soon be able to match him or even surpass it. Too frightening. In the crowd, the tall, mighty, and terrifying Kaido's drooping palms could not help but tremble slightly. One can imagine how shocked his heart is. How is it possible, there are such talented people in the world? Charlotte Linlin, who has a wonderful figure, looked at Xia Tian with eyes wide open, and muttered. This kind of skill can be used after seeing it once. With this kind of talent, wouldn't it be better than Captain Rocks in the future? The long loaf behind Charlotte Linlin was even more shocked to hear Linlin's words. Jahahaha. I said it, you don't believe it, how is it now? Hello, Xia Tian. My Shiki team welcomes you. Golden Lion Shiki looked at the shocked people, and reacted first, and smiled and invited again. How can you let go of this genius and establish a good companionship? It will be the most powerful help to dominate the world in the future. Shiki. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes darkened. Now, it is even more impossible for Golden Lion Shiki to snatch it away. The momentum of the two of them at this time is constantly rising. Akoku, John, and Silver Axe are no longer blocking them. The eyes flickered, and for this kind of apprentice genius, they also want to be under their command. Newgate. In that case, let's follow the rules and duel. Golden Lion Shiki challenged Whitebeard Newgate with a grinning smile. Goo la la la, just to my liking. Shiki. Conquerors on Whitebeard Newgate began to spread. Shiki did not show any weakness, and Haki also faced each other in the air. Some of the weak trainee crew members could not bear it, turning Byakugan and slumped to the ground. The standing onlookers swallowed their throats. Seeing that the mighty power doesn't seem to be a little trouble. The two Rocks pirate cotters are going to have a real hands-on contest. And Xia Tian on the side felt Whitebeard and Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki at close range. Your Conqueror's Haki was deterred by momentum, and his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, breaking through to the proficiency stage 1%, 1.3%, 2%. Xiaotian couldn't help but surprise, Conqueror's Haki can be released outside. And in the contest between the two, they are still making rapid progress. At this moment, Xiaotian hopes that the two of them will have big eyes and small eyes first, and the momentum will be longer. Just when the two were about to meet each other, a figure appeared, walked slowly between Newgate and Shiki, and said calmly, "Stop it first." Captain Rocks. The pirate crew and Cotter's onlookers were surprised. The two Newgate also had to stop their hands and restrain their momentum. Akoko walked up and briefly introduced the situation with Rocks. "Captain Rocks, you must be aware of the matter too. Since you are here, it is better for you to take it away." Golden Lion Shiki put the double knife directly into the sheath, took out the cigar and lit it. The arrival of Captain Rocks means that this fight will not be completed. Newgate looked at Shiki and snorted, but did not speak when he looked at Rocks. "You two are my capable assistants, not to mention that this island can't stand the toss of the two of you." Rocks' flat words have an unquestionable haki. "You are not convinced who this trainee Xiaotian joins, then you don't have to join." Everyone was surprised. "Don't you need to join?" He became a new cotter of Rocks' pirate and can form his own team. Rocks paused and said something amazing. Everyone was shocked again, and Captain Rocks directly made this trainee crew member a cotter? Golden Lion Shiki and Newgate were also dumbfounded. Never thought that Rocks would decide like this. No one thought of it and was taken aback. "Captain, this..." Akoko wants to say something. Rocks turned his head, Haki's eyes directly swallowed Akoko's words. "I don't like to say it the second time, you should know." "Yes, Captain." Akoko nodded with sweat on his face. The rest did not dare to question Rock's decision. "Xiaotian, from now on, you are the cotter of Rock's pirate." Rocks smiled, his eyes revealed inexplicable meaning, and said to Xiaotian. Xiaotian's heart was more surprised than the others, pointing to his own face. In a blink of an eye, he became a cotter? Asterisk. Chapter 8. Everyone present had different expressions and they were very surprised. Rocks directly named Xiaotian as a cotter. "Captain Rocks, is it too early for Xiaotian's strength to become a cotter?" John was shocked by Rock's decision. But dissatisfied with this point, Akoko didn't dare to say more, he dared to John. "Xiaotian has just become a trainee crew member, is it really too sloppy?" Surprised to surprise, someone started, and Silver Axe also spoke out to persuade him. Rocks glanced around at everyone. It doesn't matter except for Newgate's face. Not only the cotters were taken aback, but some veteran official crew members also had unacceptable and unexpected expressions. Especially the veteran crew, there is no one who does not stare at the position of the cotter. What's more, Rock's pirate has never been promoted directly from a trainee crew to a cotter since its inception. Whether it is Golden Lion Shiki, Newgate, John, all the cotters rely on one battle after another, and have taken the position of cotter after fighting again and again. Rock's pirate is the only overlord existence on the sea. As the cotters under the captain, they represent powerful strength and status. You have seen his talent, and his strength will soon rise. You will not let go of such geniuses, and neither will I. Rocks glanced around and said lightly. This kind of talent, isn't it a matter of time to become a strong one? Rather than you arguing, it's better that I just accept it. The matter is settled. If you don't agree, you will come to me and say it later. As he said, Rocks smiled, but his eyes revealed violent. The aura on his body swept away, and a violent deterrence permeated. When John still wanted to talk, he felt Rock's growing momentum and immediately shut up. Whitebeard, Newgate and Shiki also looked surprised. Although I felt wrong, I didn't speak any more. The others also sweated on their heads and fell silent. This pirate group is called Rocks. Rox saw everyone settle down. Walked over and gently patted Xia Tian, who was still standing still. With a faint smile, he said, "Don't let me down." Then he left directly. For a long time, those old crew members took a deep breath. There is no way for Captain Rox can look at Xia Tian's eyes, but they are not very friendly. The cotters have their own attitudes. "Xia Tian, this is unusual. Captain Rox is obviously very optimistic about you." Akoko's gloomy face changed quickly, and he smiled immediately. Although the decision of Rox cannot be denied. Xia Tian was promoted from a trainee to a cotter. The cotters present felt that it was too early, but Rox valued Xia Tian very much, shocked the audience, and personally came out to promote Xia Tian as a cotter, which in itself was unusual. Silver Axe and John are also dissatisfied. Xia Tian's talent is very high, but what the cotters still need is strong strength support. But at this time, no one dared to refute the appointment of Captain Rox. "Gu la la la, now you have the right to select members of the squad." Whitebeard Newgate looked indifferent after being surprised. "Perhaps this result is also good. I never expected that Captain Rox would let me directly become a cotter. Everyone, please take care of me." Xia Tian just reacted, and said with a smile, "The ghost knows what Rox is up to, but it's not bad. Your own strength will continue to advance by leaps and bounds. And it doesn't matter if you become a cotter first." "Jahahaha, Xia Tian, I also welcome you to be a partner." Golden Lion Shiki saw that Xia Tian became a cotter of the same status. His heart was very shocked, but his attitude remained enthusiastic about Xia Tian. After speaking, he supervised Whitebeard Newgate and turned to leave. Newgate snorted disdainfully, said hello to Xia Tian, and left. A scene where Xia Tian showed his talent and triggered a duel between two cotters, stopped because of Captain Rox. Xia Tian was also promoted to a cotter by Rox. Here comes the thing. The rest of the cotters also felt meaningless, and looked at Xia Tian before leaving, and left one after another. The old crew didn't even have a good face and left directly. Among the trainee crew members who were onlookers, many people became excited while shocked. Xia Tian became a cotter from a trainee, and his status skyrocketed. This is unprecedented. Rox Pirate has never heard of such things. The important thing is to have the power to recruit players. In their eyes, it is an opportunity to directly become a full crew member. It may not be selected under the other captains, but it is different here in Xia Tian. Some of the trainee crew members also left directly. These people include Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. They regard Xia Tian as an opponent. How can they be subordinate to Xia Tian's hands? Not long after the cotters left, the trainee crew members who had intentionally joined Xia Tian's subordinates surrounded one after another. "Captain Xia Tian is really talented, unparalleled in the world." "That's right, Captain Rox knows his eyes and knows the bead. He can see the extraordinary of Captain Xia Tian at a glance." Although Captain Xia Tian has not fully grown in strength yet, this kind of talent will soon become one of the strong men at sea. "Captain, we are willing to follow you." These trainee crew members came up with flattery. The boastful Xia Tian is a little embarrassed. Your conqueror's haki has been looked up and respected by everyone, and his cultivation progress has been accelerated by 50%, and he is currently in the proficiency stage by 10%. The system prompt sounds unexpectedly. This makes Xia Tian even more happy. "I welcome everyone to join, and those who are interested in joining at the time of division are all members of the squad." As soon as Xia Tian said these words, everyone was even more flattering. I didn't expect Xia Tian as a genius to speak so easily. Xia Tian also doesn't care about the quality of the team, just recruit some people if they want to join. And just when Xia Tian was surrounded by a group of trainee crew members and flattered. The secluded shore of Hakinad. In a hidden corner, a pirate who couldn't see his face in the corner was holding a small phone bug and dialed out. "Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters, far below the red line." The phone worm Blubru on Kong's desk rang. In Kong's office, young Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr are among them. Kong trusted the three of them and answered the phone directly. As soon as it was connected, the voice came through. "This is Skull Island." The four of Kong's eyes were solemn. Skull Island means Hakinosu, the base camp of Rock's pirate. "I am empty. Empty, Admiral. Rock's pirate has an amazing newcomer." Asterisk. Chapter 9. The undercover's voice was very small and very solemn. "Awesome newcomer? You mean the two monster Kaido and Charlotte Linlin? We have received this news." Kong's tone was a little flat, and Marine already knew the news. "No, not these two. A more terrifying newcomer." The undercover voice was a little louder, and it seemed a bit agitated. "What? Even more terrifying? Those two guys are already like monsters." Kong was surprised, and there were even more terrifying. A trainee crew member with incredible talents. He joined Rock's pirate in about 3 days, learned Whitebeard Newgate's knife skills, and became a master in 3 days, and he used Kong Yun Zhan. Kong Yun cut. Yes, this is still in the scope of genius. What's even more terrifying is that just not long ago, Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate almost fought. The reason is that this trainee crew member only saw Golden Lion's knife skills and learned it. That's it. In order to recruit this trainee crew member, the two cotters directly demanded a duel. They almost fought. Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki almost duel for a trainee crew. Those two are the best among the Rock's pirate cotters. Hearing this, Kong couldn't help but carefully identify the voice. It was indeed the undercover person in Rock's pirate. "Sora, Admiral, are you listening?" "Yes, you keep talking." Kong took a deep breath and adjusted his mind. "Yes." Later, Silver Axe, Akoku, John and other cotters all came. Silver Axe taught the newcomer Thunder Silver Axe in front of everyone, and the newcomer learned it on the spot. Also, Master has given the essence and displayed it perfectly. At that time, I only watched that unbelievable scene once, and I could use Haki to induce the power of thunder and lightning, and slash the Thunder Silver Axe. The undercover said in amazement. "How is it possible?" "Silver Axe's trick." Hearing this, Kong couldn't calm down anymore and was shocked. "This trick is very famous on the sea. Once swallowed a row of warships in one move, they were smashed into pieces. This is indeed the trick. It's still in front of almost everyone in Rock's pirate." Afterwards, Whitebeard and Golden Lion had to start a duel in order to attract Xia Tian. Rox personally came to the scene and prevented the duel. Then it was even more surprising. Rox rejected all the opinions, regardless of the persuasion and dissatisfaction of everyone present, and directly promoted the new trainee to a cotter. At this time, the undercover tone was shocking and inexplicable, and the rapid speech with excitement made him breathe a little bit fast. "Chairman Rock's pirate. What is the name of that newcomer?" After Kong listened, his heart was shaken. All the cotters of Rock's pirate have powerful destructive power. It is a symbol of strength and status. Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr even held their breath and looked at each other. "His name is Xia Tian, someone is approaching, let's not talk about it." Just finished speaking the name, it was abrupt, and the phone was hung up over there. And Kong is used to this kind of abrupt hang-up behavior of undercover agents, and it is often the case. But the information passed on is unbelievable. The eyes of everyone present were extremely solemn. Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr are even more confused. How come it is like listening to a story? Do there really exist people with such a strong learning ability? The informant is still the one. Rock's pirate, an incredible genius has appeared. Kong punched the table with an ugly face. Whitebeard Newgate's knife skills. Golden Lion Shiki's sword technique. Silver Axe's trick. It's simply the master, and I will learn it after reading it in an exaggerated way. Not only that, Rox was directly promoted to this Xia Tian as a cotter. The Cotters represent the most powerful combat effectiveness and status. Explain that Rox values Xiatian very much, and thinks that in a short time, Xiatian will have a strong combat power and have enough qualifications to hold this position. Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku eased their minds. But he was obviously shocked by the news. The physical pervert, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, who are extremely talented, are already known as monsters. There is such a person, and with his talent, wouldn't it be a monster among monsters? Sengoku took a deep breath, calmed down, and said solemnly, "Does this kind of genius exist in the world? Not to mention the sword technique, Silver Axe's tricks are said to be understood by the forces of nature." At that time, there was still uproar on the sea. Silver Axe was even more proud of this. "Just learned, it feels like a fantasy." Zephyr Vice Admiral was relieved from shock and said incredulously, "Undercover news is generally not fake, let alone jokes. Kong's complexion has reached ultimate. Have to believe." In addition to the two monster trainee crew members, Rox Pirate has a more terrifying newcomer. According to the information, I am afraid that this newcomer will become a bright new star Cotter in a short time. For the sake of safety, I will contact the single-line undercover agent to confirm again. Marine has more than one undercover informant. Kong went out and walked to a small room further inside. After he managed the door, he dialed the hidden line with the phone bug. It is said that there is an incredible newcomer with a terrifying talent. I want to be sure. The news is pretty fast, and you know it soon after it happened. The voice over there seems very interesting. Talk about the point. Kong didn't have the mind to talk nonsense at this time. Indeed, it feels more than that. His name is Xiatian. Also, we are just a cooperative relationship, but not your subordinates, Kong. Hey, got it. Kong hung up the phone bug, his eyes were shocked. The people on the phone worm are not inferior in Rox Pirate. Even he couldn't stop talking, which shows that Xiatian is still underestimated. Back to the office again. Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku all stared at Kong. This Xiatian is included in the danger list. Kong nodded with an ugly expression. Garp and the others looked at each other and gasped. Nodded, I couldn't help but feel a little worried. Rox Pirate, it's really getting harder and harder to deal with. How could a bunch of monsters gather there? Naval Headquarters quickly included Xiatian's name on the list of key dangerous individuals. Strength level, unknown. In this way, the turmoil subsided a little after a few days. And Xiatian, who was promoted to become a Cotter, has been constantly improving in these days. Until the day when the team members are recruited. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Your Konjayun knife skills were not practiced seriously all night, and the progress has barely increased. The current progress is 30% in the Grandmaster stage. Your /wave knife skills feel uncomfortable overnight, and the training progress has barely increased. The current progress is 10% in the Grandmaster stage. Your Thunder Silver Axe practiced assiduously, worked hard, and practiced much faster. The current progress is 41% in the Grandmaster stage. Your Observation Haki has explored everywhere all night. I am very excited. The training speed has been accelerated. The current progress is 10% in the Grandmaster stage. Your Conqueror's Haki thinks that he should suppress all enemies. He is extremely excited and grows rapidly in one night. The current progress is 80% in the Proficiency stage. Your Armed Color thinks that your weapon is too useless and it is not worth it to cover. It is not serious all night. The current progress is 6% in the Grandmaster stage. Your Marine 6 Styles exercises worked hard for one night, and the current progress is 90% in the Grandmaster stage. In the prompt sound of the system, Xiatian opened his eyes from sleep. Next to him is the standard long knife that I don't know where I picked it up from. Do you want such a dog? Xiatian looked at the prompt and couldn't help but vomit. Kong Yoon, /Wave, and Armed Color are obviously 3 bear kids. Because this knife is beside me. Even playing with a small temper, not serious in practicing. Be lazy. It looks like I really have to make a good knife for myself, but now I don't have a chance to go to sea. Xiaotian shook his head helplessly. In fact, there has been a lot of progress these days. Except that Conqueror's haki is more difficult to improve. The rest have all entered the Grandmaster stage. Marine 6 styles has been learned with trainee crew members who have experienced physical skills these days. Marine 6 styles is no secret to some people. Why did that pirate know 6 forms? Xiaotian didn't think much about it either. On the contrary, 6 types of physical exercises is of great help to Xiaotian. The previous basic physical skills are at their limit, what is missing is a more powerful physical skills. As for the 6 types of physical exercises, it was very suitable for Xiaotian. It allows the body to have greater strength, speed, and explosive power. Most of the strong in marine are based on the 6 forms. After the basic physical arts reached the limit, the physical body ceased to be strong, and only when haki was promoted, he could get a strong opportunity. After Xiaotian learned the 6 forms of body art, his body once again returned to a state of continuous improvement and constant strength. Just a few days. With these skills and constantly strong body, Xiaotian has grown into a master with certain strength. It is no longer a soft persimmon that will be pinched by those people at will. Open the system panel and take a look. Xiaotian stood up while showing the panel in his mind. Eternal Binder, Xiaotian. Conqueror's haki, 80% of the proficiency stage. Observation haki, Grandmaster stage 10%. Armament haki, 6% in the Grandmaster stage. Konjiun knife, 30% of the Grandmaster stage. Thunder Silver Axe, 41% in the Grandmaster stage. Lion/Wave, Grandmaster stage 10%. 6 Poses, Grandmaster stage 90%. Nodded in satisfaction with all the progress. The 3 naughty guys, but they also kept up with the progress. Xiaotian neatly tidied, smoothed the short-sleeved shorts on her body, took the long knife, and walked out of the cabin with her head high. Today, the trainee crew who joined the squad will be officially admitted. Then came the coder meeting. Walk to the clearing under the huge skeleton rock again. Xiaotian is no longer cautious, and when he encounters a pirate, it is also a dignified look. Except for some old crew members and coders, ordinary crew members and trainee crew members can't help but be cautious with Xiaotian, who has become a coder. With such a talent, who knows what he has progressed into? It is necessary to know that Xiaotian has only come here for a few days, and has already learned the signature skills of the 3 strong men, and the strength should not be underestimated. Most of the people have gathered in the clearing under the skeleton rock. All trainee crew members were present. Xiaotian came, the coders looked over one after another, their expressions were different. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and Silver Axe nodded friendly. Akoku, John, and a few coders who hadn't met looked at them with disdain. That's the lucky boy who is optimistic about Captain Rocks. The selection of trainee crew expansion squad is just to go to sea. This kind of strength can be among the ranks of coders. I don't know if I can come back alive this time. Some trainee crew members who were about to join the Xiaotian queue were excited. Finally becoming a full crew member. This is the Overlord of the Sea, an official crew member of Rock's Pirate. There are also several special existences in the apprenticeship, which belong to the talented or powerful guys. Among Xiaotian's acquaintances, there are Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Longbread, Kurozumi and Kurozumi Bullets from Wano Kuni. These 2 of Kurozumi are also capable of barrier fruit and clone fruit. And Xiaotian noticed that 2 horns had grown on Kaido's head at this time. In the past few days, he has devoured the fruit of the fish, in the form of a blue dragon. The veteran crew members were even more upset when they saw Xiaotian's arrival and scanned among the many trainee crew members. Are they selecting the members of the squad? Looking at Xiaotian with gloomy eyes one after another. Xiaotian didn't care, walked to the box next to Whitebeard Newgate and sat down. Gu la 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 la, those veterans have long wanted to be high-ranking cotters, and some of their strengths are not bad, so don't you kidding yourself. Newgate said with a playful look. It's okay. I haven't become a cotter for so long, indicating that they are indeed not capable enough. Xiaotian shrugged and said indifferently. Whitebeard Newgate laughed even more. This Xiaotian is really interesting. Seeing Xiaotian's arrival, Golden Lion Shiki also enthusiastically came over to say hello. Newgate provokes Byakugan. The cotters arrived, and qualified trainee crew members were selected one after another. Xiaotian divided the trainee crew who had been flattering before, and randomly charged a few more. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Longbread took the initiative to join the team of 2 unknown cotters. Kurozumi Muchin and Kurozumi Dangan joined Shiki's subordinate team. These powerful trainee crew members are qualified to choose by themselves. This division was quickly determined. Half of the trainee crew was drawn out. The remaining half remained on the island and could not go out to sea. After the incident, it was noon soon. Xiaotian followed behind several cotters and walked into a hall in the Skeleton Rock. Rox was holding the food on the big table, eating big mouthfuls. Seeing everyone coming, he pointed to the table. Say while eating. Newgate, Shiki, Akoku and other cotters sat down, taking no surprises. Xiaotian also sat down. Is this a cotter meeting with food? The few cotters who had never met still looked at Xiaotian with an unhappy expression. It seemed very uncomfortable for Xiaotian to sit on an equal footing with them here. Although the talent is very good, but the strength is not strong enough, is not qualified. What's more, it is still a straightforward promotion. Who hasn't fought with him before? Asterisk. Chapter 11. Humph. The few people snorted and sat on the chairs to eat. Shiki and Newgate glanced sideways. Shiki patted Xiaotian and motioned to eat first. Xiaotian didn't care either, eating and drinking, turning a blind eye to their sarcasm. His eyes are all food on the table. Tenten ate fish by himself, and finally ate grains and meat. Rox glanced at the people faintly, finished the food in his hands, wiped his mouth and hands, and then began to speak. Reliable news from sea spies. Soon, a country in the east will have celestial dragons to inspect and play. Rox grinned and said to everyone. Celestial dragons. Everyone present showed their excited eyes. Attacking scumbags like celestial dragons is their favorite thing. Yes, let's kill all of these celestial dragons. There is another point that everyone is very interested in, that is, the celestial dragon's ship, or the tribute of heavenly gold. Rox stood up, folded his hands on the table, and said excitedly. This action, kill celestial dragons. Take the heavenly gold. Speaking of this, the cotters were very excited. Most of the people present, including Newgate, had been unfairly treated by celestial dragons, and they wanted to kill celestial dragons in their hearts. Besides, there is still heavenly gold to snatch. As long as it is heavenly gold. That is at least a large amount of wealth that a country collects for tribute to its people. Even Whitebeard Newgate's eyes revealed expectation. Whether it's attacking celestial dragons or grabbing a large amount of heavenly gold. The division of trainee crew must be for the purpose of going out to sea. It's really exciting to think of such a big operation, Captain Rox. John had been suffocated long ago, and he was even more excited at this time. When did I let you down? But don't be careless. Rox finished talking about the goal of the action, and then began to reveal the crisis. The currently known Guard Marines include the Buddha Sengoku, Black Arm Zephyr, these two are admiral candidates, as well as the scheming woman Tsuru, others may also be hidden in it. Rox's eyes were fierce. Especially the woman, he broke his perfect plan many times. Well, Sengoku and Zephyr are really difficult to deal with, maybe Admiral will be nearby, such as Kong. Golden Lion Shiki dipped his cigar and leaned back on the chair and said solemnly, "Celestial dragons, the descendants of self-proclaimed gods and the nobles of the world, have never lacked guarding power when going to sea, and they must be surrounded by the powerful combat power of naval headquarters. The trouble is that Iron Fist Garp." Silver Axe's eyes throbbed. In Marine, Garp once pushed him into desperation, or Rox appeared and saved his life. Speaking of Garp, Kong, Rox's eyes can't help but become serious. The most difficult thing about naval headquarters is these four people, Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, and Kong, who is in the position of admiral. There is no Garp among the guards this time, and he seems to hate celestial dragons, whether he is or not. Rox sat down and laughed. Marine's escort is equally strong, whether it is killing celestial dragons or capturing heavenly gold, in order to ensure the smooth operation, so this time, except for Akoko staying behind, we will all attack. Rox exudes a certain momentum. "Captain Rox, am I staying?" Akoko was stunned, glanced at Xiaotian. And the meaning of the disclosure was very clear. Why isn't the weakest Xiaotian staying behind? Yes, Xiaotian is not strong enough. What if the enemy surprises and our base camp is gone? If it is you, I think everyone will rest assured to hand over the rear to you. Rox looked at Akoko seriously. The other cotters could not help but nodded, indeed. Akoko was speechless, so it's hard to say more. "Akoko, guard the base camp, we will give you your share, don't worry." Silver Axe hesitantly persuaded. The others also said a few words. Akoko nodded helplessly. "More points are not your final decision. Finally going to sea. Celestial dragons must have a lot of treasure on board." Thinking that there was a batch of heavenly gold to be snatched, John left the guarding marine behind, all excited about the treasure. He, John, you will die of greed sooner or later just like you." An unknown cotter ate the meat and laughed when he saw John's appearance. When Xiaotian heard these words, he nodded secretly. John did indeed die of greed in the end. The leaders of your various teams are the main attack. And Xiaotian's team is responsible for receiving. Rox talked about the initial actions. There is nothing to say about Xiaotian, who is not strong enough, so as not to go up and drag everyone back, and the rear connection is not necessarily safe. For this action, Rox discussed with the cotters for a long time. As a new cotter, Xiaotian listened honestly. Rox and others said as they ate, and finally it was confirmed. This action is a month later, so everyone has plenty of time to prepare, and at the same time, we can't reveal any news. Rox Haki glanced at the crowd, grinning grimly. Marine knew that he had an undercover agent. Although he didn't know who it was, it would be completely different if someone among the cotters revealed it. There must be an undercover in the Rox pirate cotter, which is enough to cause a bloody situation. However, there have been no accidents in many cotter level meetings. Explain that the undercover agent is not at the cotter level, but at the bottom. Of course, don't worry, Captain. The cotters said one after another. Xiaotian also responded, lowered his head and continued to eat and drink. The meeting is almost over. Xiaotian was promoted to a cotter by me, presumably some people are still unhappy. At this time, Rox talked about Xiaotian. It's just a talent. A cotter spoke without evasiveness at this time. Good aptitude is of course nothing, but aptitude is so good that it can be seen at a glance. Is it different? Rox looked at the cotter who spoke and said calmly. It's true, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. I don't quite believe it, and they may also cheat. The cotter narrowed his eyes to look at Newgate, Shiki, and others. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, then come to see it, Xiaotian, I will teach you 2 tricks. Verify it, how about it? Rox turned his head and said to Xiaotian. No problem. There are moves to learn. Xiaotian is of course very happy. As for what others think, it doesn't matter. Captain Rox took the initiative to teach 2 tricks to verify Xia Tian's talent again. The cotters were very interested, and even Newgate and Shiki wanted to see it again. Then everyone, let's take a look. Rox got up and waved his hand, leading everyone out of Skeleton Rock. Asterisk. Chapter 12. Hakinosuo in the clearing of the huge skeleton rock. Captain Rox appeared again after meeting with a group of officials. A group of official crew members and trainee crew members all gathered again. I thought there was something important to announce. What is surprising is that Captain Rox wants to teach Xia Tian 2 tricks. Verify once again the unparalleled talent of Xia Tian. If you can learn, you can also learn. In the face of everyone's gaze, Rox smiled faintly. Silver Axe walked over with a 1-person stone in one hand and placed it in front of Rox. A lot of strength. Many of the trainee crew can't help but shrink their necks. You all know Haki, seeing and hearing color, armed color, conquerors. Rox at this time said seriously. As Rox said, everyone including the cotters listened quietly. Xia Tian and Kaido in the crowd, Charlotte Linlin and some others listened more carefully. Armament Haki, as if he has invisible armor on his body, can also be used as an attack. Rox stretched out a finger, and the armed color was covered in black. In addition to the continuous strengthening of armament Haki, there is actually a high and deep state, or it can be said that it is a technique. This is a technique that transcends covering, entanglement, and release, which can cause internal damage. In Wano Kuni, it is also called surpassing emission. Realm. Since it can be destroyed internally, armament Haki's control and strength have been achieved to a certain degree. While explaining that state, Rox's black covering fingers and red Haki swirling around. Xia Tian understood what skills Rox wanted to teach. Haki's strongest skills can be said to be a must-have to become a peak power. The trick to surpass emission. The cotters obviously knew it, and couldn't help but watch it seriously. The onlookers watched nervously. Most of them don't even have a master in armed color. Rox took the Overlord's entangled finger and pointed it on the stone. The sound of the stone cracking came out, but the whole stone was nothing unusual. Your armament Haki has gone through advanced guidance, and your training has progressed by leaps and bounds. It has directly broken through the Grandmaster stage, the training speed has been increased by 100%, and now it has reached the control stage by 10%. Witnessing the Xia Tian taught by Rox, almost hitting a stone at Rox, the system prompt came directly. Xia Tian couldn't help being surprised, and the Grandmaster stage directly broke through to the control stage. At the same time, it also shows that the realm beyond emission is also a master, and the training speed has doubled. At this time, the big rock with a human height split in half, as if 2 shells were peeled apart. The inside of the stone was completely destroyed into fragments and powder. This is... Did Captain Rox speak of a high-level state? Destroy from the inside. This hand directly saw the onlookers stunned and shocked. It turns out that armament Haki can still be used like this. If it's a person, wouldn't it be dead after 1 click? And the cotters, including Silver Axe, Akoko looked at this move enviously. They are not yet fully masters, they just touched a little fur. Only Newgate and Shiki are more normal, but their eyes are equally serious. People around armament Haki tried it out for themselves. However, it is difficult for armament Haki to cover the winding at the same time. So it is. Among the crowd, Charlotte Linlin's palms were covered with armed colors, and there was a layer of re-entanglement visible to the naked eye. She felt that she was very close to that state. Everyone looked at Charlotte Linlin in surprise, with a look of envy. She actually realized it. The tall Kaido can't help but keep trying, but always fails to reach the point of Charlotte Linlin. Involuntarily a little annoyed, Rox looked at Charlotte Linlin and nodded appreciatively. Looking at Xia Tian, who was still excited, he didn't immediately ask questions. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the back of the island, a bare mountain peak. There is another trick, also hacky, Conqueror's Hacky's advanced application skills. Rock's words seemed very solemn. The audience was once again attracted attention. They swallowed their throats one after another. Conqueror's Hacky, there are other tips? With the qualifications of a king, only 1 out of 1,000,000 people will awaken Hacky. Born, unable to practice. It can only grow stronger with one's own courage. Although there are a lot of them on the sea, not everyone can have them, and they are rare in comparison. In Rock's pirate, the only overlord on the sea. Few trainee crew members and full crew members have such qualifications. Even if it is a cotter, it is not all hacky who owns conquerors. It can be seen how rare it is. What's more, there are strong and weak, and everyone has only one impression of the method of use, and that is to clean up the weak. Now Captain Rocks actually said that there are more advanced skills. Shocked everyone present. The cotters on the scene all looked surprised. Although they knew this, even some of them would do it, but they didn't expect Captain Rocks to teach this trick directly. This is a trick that can be used as the bottom of the box, and it is also one of the necessary realms to achieve the peak. There is also the skill of armed color, which is taught in front of everyone without any shyness. Can't help but sigh Rock's mind. Of course Xia Tian also knows this realm. To use conquerors, it must be strong enough. The real power of conquerors lies here. I know you bear conquerors. Rocks said to Xia Tian lightly. At conquerors that Xia Tian flashed by the coast that day, Rocks still caught the breath sensitively. Yes. Xia Tian touched his head, a little embarrassed, but kept hiding. It turns out that Rocks already knew it. It is estimated that both Whitebeard Newgate and Shiki, who were close by, felt the breath that passed by when they awakened. Then you have to be optimistic. Conqueror's Hacky is different from armed, it is a deterrent force, so it must be attached to and attacked. As Rocks explained, he raised his fist. The domineering Conqueror's Hacky radiated out, and the slightly weaker pirates on the periphery slumped directly to the ground. Rocks looked serious and hit the bear hill with a fist in the air. Boom! There was a loud noise, the strong wind was blowing in all directions, and the rubble was blown up, hitting the faces of the surrounding pirates with pain. And that small mountain completely disappeared. This, what kind of power is this? The people at Rock's pirate looked shocked. Is this the captain's strength? The cotters were also shocked, and their eyes were extremely solemn. So it can still be used like this. Kaido among the crowd was stunned, as if he had realized something, and kept chanting. Your conqueror's Hacky has been highly guided, has made rapid progress, has broken through the proficiency stage, has accelerated the cultivation speed by 100%, and is currently 1% in the progress control stage. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Your conqueror's Hacky has been highly guided, has made rapid progress, has broken through the proficiency stage, has accelerated the cultivation speed by 100%, and is currently under 1% of the progress control stage. Xia Tian was stunned, not because of the strength displayed by Rocks, but Conqueror's Hacky's breakthrough made him completely stunned. Directly across the Grandmaster stage, to the control stage. Sure enough, it's called leaps and bounds. How is it? Xia Tian, have you learned it? Rocks turned his head and said lightly to Xia Tian. A group of cotters all squinted their eyes to look at Xia Tian, the talent that can be learned at a glance, to surpass the two skills of emission and Conqueror's Hacky additional attack. Is there that kind of exaggerated learning effect? This is the threshold for entering the top powerhouse, a high-level realm. How many people with armament Hacky and Conqueror's Hacky are stuck in this breakthrough? Faced with Rock's question, Xia Tian slowed down from the system prompt. Confidently smiled. I have learned it. As soon as this remark came out, the pirates present were shocked again. Xia Tian is this confident smile again. The cotters were taken aback, especially those guys whom Xia Tian didn't know, with a look of disbelief. Whitebeard, Newgate, Shiki, Akoku, Silver Axe, and others can't help but think of the scene on the coast. Their eyes are shaking. Outside the court, Shylock Linlin, Kaido and other talented scary newcomers were shocked by Xia Tian's confident smile. This guy really learned it again? This can no longer be called a genius, it's just like a monster. Rock's eyes revealed the color of surprise, watching Xia Tian walk in front of another big stone. The palm of the hand was covered in black, and the red emission was circling around. Everyone swallowed their throats after seeing this scene. This is the effect. Xia Tian clenched his palm into a fist, and hit the big stone with a calm expression. Bang! The appearance of the big stone remained as it was, but the sound of fragmentation reached everyone's ears. Rock stepped forward and split the stone into two. The inside of the stone was already broken into pieces. The people present were staring, and they were very quiet. Immediately afterwards, the momentum on Xia Tian climbed, and Conqueror's haki showed in everyone's eyes for the first time. A powerful deterrent force swept away from Xia Tian. The emission of Conqueror's haki drew air currents and formed strong winds blowing in all directions. Rox watched Xia Tian burst into Conqueror's, and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. The quality of Conqueror's haki is high. You can know by feeling that this is not ordinary Conqueror's. What kind of king does this Xia Tian want to be? At this time, many old crew members put away the malice against Xia Tian, shocking inexplicable. Conquerors with such a powerful suppressive force. Gu la 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 la, this guy is hidden deeply. Newgate's eyes were dignified, but his mouth was smiling, and the golden lion Shiki beside him nodded in agreement. Xia Tian bursts into haki, facing the dilapidated house with only two walls next to the huge skeleton rock, punches in the air. The sound of a quick hit in the air sounded. Bang! Fist Jin brought a violent Conqueror's haki and hit the small room almost instantly. The dilapidated small house was directly shattered and collapsed, and it was dusty. The pirates who had witnessed them were dull and then exclaimed. The cotters were a little surprised, a little gloomy, only Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki smiled. Rock's eyes flashed with inexplicable meaning, and then he laughed loudly and patted Xia Tian on the shoulder. Yes, your talent is truly unparalleled in the world. Genius! It doesn't take long for a genius like this to start reaching the top. 1 year, 2 years? Rox doesn't know, but what is certain is that this guy will not die. He must be one of the few people standing at the top within 3 years. Xia Tian smiled, his expression was indifferent, but his heart was extremely excited. The two tricks taught by Rox directly gave both haki a qualitative leap, and the cultivation speed has not decreased. Looking at this situation, it will last for a while. The people who were shocked by Xia Tian also gradually slowed down. The people around it belonged to Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Charlotte Linlin learned to cover the entanglement of the armed color, and soon was able to do internal damage. Kaido seems to have a great breakthrough for Conqueror's haki, his eyes are very excited, and he is not far from that realm. Although there is no master's level with Xia Tian's glance, it is also in the range of talents. Rox can't help but pay more attention to these two super newcomers. You are all very good. Rox Pirate needs people like you. Ambitious is not necessarily a good thing. Rox praised Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, then turned away with a smile. Verified the incredible talent of Xia Tian, and discovered two good newcomers. Those cotters had nothing to say at this time, and they were still astonished. Captain Rox didn't see the wrong person. The eyes that looked at Xia Tian no longer despised, but were more dignified and cautious. The veteran crew no longer stared at Xia Tian maliciously, and seemed to converge. Having learned two advanced techniques of haki, Conqueror's haki is still such a powerful Xia Tian, it is no longer something they can despise. The trainee crew and some official crew members cast envy and admiration. Xia Tian looked at them lightly. No longer showing contempt for him does not mean that there is no malice. Xia Tian is sober, and also very clear, not careless because of the skyrocketing strength. This is Rock's Pirate. It's a place with no rules. There are a lot of strong people gathered here, and many of them are also fierce and brutal people. It's not uncommon to kill each other. Gu la la la, let us open our eyes again, Xia Tian. If there is only Xia Tian who really doesn't care, there is only this tall and mighty figure, Whitebeard Newgate, with a unique smile on his face. Nothing, didn't you guys know it a long time ago, hehe. Xia Tian showed a confident smile. Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki both gave thumbs up and praised them. In this Hakinosu, these two have the best relationship. This is the real threshold for becoming a top-level powerhouse. How many people can't pass this level? You can see it again. This is a shocking thing, ha ha ha. Golden Lion Shiki also praised Xia Tian. Xia Tian then talked a few words with the two, and then began to leave. We are going to see in 1 month. During this time, you can truly grow up. There is also the sea. Xia Tian looked into the distance, and couldn't help but look forward to the first time out to sea when he came to this world. Asterisk. Chapter 14. 1 month is not long, and short is not short. But for Xia Tian, this is completely a period of transformation. After learning the Xia Tian in the high and deep state of Haki, the gain effect of accelerating training has lasted for 20 days. Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki are very excited every night, and their progress is improving very fast. Your Conqueror's Haki has gone through a night of intense cultivation, and the cultivation speed has accelerated. The current progress. Your Armament Haki has gone through a night of intense cultivation, and the cultivation speed has accelerated. The current progress. Both types of Haki wake up every day with this reminder, which makes Xia Tian happy. The only noise is the Kanjiun knife technique and slash wave. Your Kanjiun knife technique dislikes the long knife around you. You are lazy all night, and your progress has not increased. Your lion slash wave is in low spirits and has no interest in cultivating all night, so the progress has barely increased. These two bear children showed that they couldn't make progress without making a good knife, and they also made Xia Tian helpless. On the 6th day, I approached Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and others, looking for a good knife. Newgate's men had no good knives that they had confiscated before, and then they went to the Golden Lion Shiki. Sure enough, there are a lot of good things Shiki, since he took out a bunch of knives to Xia Tian to pick, they said it was a gift for Xia Tian. Xia Tian did lack weapons and accepted Shiki's kindness calmly. Picked out a knife from his pile of collections. Gee ha ha ha, I stole this knife from Ueno Kuni, the famous knife. Second generation ghost. Golden Lion Shiki gave it to Xia Tian majestic, and said, this is a demon sword, evil door, so he is useless. Of course Xia Tian knows the name of the ghost sword, originally thought it was the sword that has been staying in Ueno Kuni, but it was stolen by Golden Lion Shiki more than 40 years ago. As for the name of the demon knife, Xia Tian with the system does not care, any evil nature will be suppressed under the system. After getting a well-known big knife, Xia Tian's knife skills really started to be different. Satisfaction with weapons makes Kanjiun knife and slash wave improve rapidly every day, even a little bit faster than the doubled Haki. The favor of Golden Lion Shiki seems to be repaid a little later. An observation Haki, Thunder Silver Axe is progressing steadily. In this way, time passed quietly. I supervise my subordinates to exercise every day, other times are very boring. There is not so much entertainment in this world. The happiest thing is that the system prompts the progress every day. 1 month passed quickly. Early morning on the day of departure. Xia Tian wakes up at the prompt sound of the system. Your Conqueror's Haki has improved over the night, and the training is steady. The current progress control stage is 96%. Your Armament Haki practiced well in 1 night, and the current progress control stage is 89%. Your observation Haki. Open the system panel. When Xia Tian woke up, he was reminded, and immediately opened the system panel to check. Eternal Binder, Xiaotian. Conqueror's Haki, 96% of the control phase. Observation Haki, 90% of the control phase. Armament Haki, 89% of the control phase. Konjiun Knife Method, 30% at the peak stage. Thunder Silver Axe, 41% at the peak stage. Lion/Wave, 10% at the peak stage. 6 Poses, 90% at the peak stage. Xiaotian looked at the indicators of various abilities and opened his mouth happily. Haki's progress is slower. This is expected, the more difficult it gets later, and this is Conqueror's Haki. After all, it is already in the control stage, but also every increase of 1% can increase the strength a lot. And it's not far from reaching the next stage. In addition, all skills such as the sword technique have reached the peak stage, and the strength is already extremely strong. How strong is Xiaotian dare not be sure, but if the Thunder Silver Axe is used again, the power will be much stronger than the one used by Silver Axe. The 6-type physical technique in the peak stage made Xiaotian's physical body follow up in all aspects: speed, explosion, and strength. Everything is not bad. After this period of time, Xiaotian, who has been advancing by leaps and bounds, and acquired the treasured sword, truly stood among the strong, truly capable of breaking the wrist with the strong of the pirate world. In the perception of seeing, hearing and color, the members of the squad have gathered together, waiting for the captain to prepare to board the ship. Xiaotian picked up the second generation who was leaning on the head of the bed, the purple scabbard, and walked out with a swagger. Captain Xiaotian. The team members gathered on the coast were very excited and were finally going to sea. Many people are waiting for opportunities to go to sea, treasures, opportunities, maybe they can get the powerful devil fruit. Let's go. Xiaotian nodded, and led his subordinates to the port. My heart is also a little excited. On the huge pirate ship, the letters of rocks are written on the black sails. In the letters, a red skull reveals a breath. The pirate ship sailed on the sea, followed by 2 smaller ships. All the cotters of Xiaotian stood under the mast, Rocks held his arms, pinned a knife, and quietly looked at the small black dots in the distance. Golden Lion Shiki, John, and other cotters started to get excited. Some old crew members also began to take out their weapons and prepare. Coming soon. Rush to the neighborhood as quickly as possible. Rock's eyes revealed a fierce light, the island is getting closer, and the luxurious ships of celestial dragons and 2 warships docked on the shore can be vaguely seen. Xiaotian stayed on the ship to respond, and the others will board as planned. Rocks yelled and stood on the bow. On the warship near the island. Watching Marine also spotted the pirate ship that was speeding up. He took a look at the binoculars. The red skeletons, the rocks on the bow, and a group of cotters were scared and panicked. The horrified neutral immediately took out the phone worm for emergency contact. Report. Report. Rock's pirate is coming. Rock's pirate is coming. Arrogant and domineering in the country, the 2 celestial dragons who watched around are walking to the port where the ship is docked with the heavenly gold tribute from this country. Guards and marines are in front and behind. Sengoku, Crane, and Zephyr are all among them. Suddenly, the phone worm of the enemy attack alarm came news that Rock's pirate was coming. Even celestial dragons were taken aback. Rock's pirate killed several celestial dragons. Sengoku and others responded quickly. And they were clearly prepared. The news of Rock's pirate's attack has already been known to Kong through a mysterious insider. Take them to the boat, let's stop Rock's pirate. Sengoku turned his head and yelled at the guards, and Zephyr and Tsuru led Marine quickly to the direction where Rocks came from. In the direction of Rock's pirate's approach, the lurking Marine appeared one by one. Asterisk. Chapter 15. Captain Rocks, Marine seems to be prepared. John drew his scimitar with a serious face. The pirate ship has just entered here, and there is a large amount of Marine lurking. Rush over and kill celestial dragons. Rocks grinned grimly, and glanced around with fierce eyes. I never underestimated Marine before I set off, nor would I think that this action would be easy to succeed. As for why Marine knew that Rock's pirate was coming, this is not the time to consider this. Facing the tyrannical aura of Rock's, the cotters present felt palpitations one after another, and Rock's aura at this time was like an ancient fierce beast. Xia Tian's expression is dumb, but her heart can't help but smack her tongue secretly. Rock's is worthy of being one of the pinnacles of the pirate world, with a terrifying aura. The difference is that the grown-up Xia Tian has no sense of oppression for this kind of deterrence. The strength and conqueror's haki are already extremely powerful. What if you are prepared? Go. At this moment, the enemy is currently, and other things will be discussed later. Rox waved his hand, and the cotters rushed ashore one after another. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Silver Axe, John. Sengoku's eyes were so gloomy, even if he had been prepared, he might not be able to win against a group of Rock's pirate officials. Marine's strong men and soldiers met up. Sengoku, the last unfinished contest, go ahead, don't be beaten to the ground by me. Whitebeard Newgate grinned and waved with the clouds in his hand, his whole body rising magnificently. Hey, Whitebeard, I didn't know until after playing. Sengoku tore off the marine coat he was wearing behind him. Loosen the collar on his neck. Crane retreated to the back of a group of soldiers, staring closely at the Rocks who was still standing on the ship, holding his arms and Xia Tian on the side. That's the monster rookie of Rock's pirate, Xia Tian. A monster genius who can learn all kinds of moves in the newsletter once. A battle involving Rock's pirate assaulting celestial dragons and marine preparing in advance is about to begin. The members of various teams flocked to the island. 7 cotters including the captain of each team, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Silver Axe, etc. faced the naval headquarters fighters, as well as the strong marines, Sengoku of Buddha, Black Arm Zephyr, etc. 7 people. Xia Tian looked towards the battlefield on the shore, it seemed something was wrong. Although the number of cotters is similar to that of marine powerhouses, apart from Sengoku and Black Arm Zephyr, the other naval headquarters Vice Admiral and Xia Tian don't know one, and from the perspective of momentum, they are obviously much weaker than the 7 cotters. The number of soldiers in naval headquarters is not as large as that of the various teams. They rely on these forces to protect celestial dragons. Xia Tian muttered to herself, glanced at Rox. Even if I saw it myself, how could Rox not understand? Look down first. Rox narrowed his eyes, didn't make a move, still staring at the crane. Of course things are not that simple. Marine has other means that it doesn't know. At this time, the battle on the coast has begun. Whitebeard Newgate swung the long knife in his hand and rushed directly to Sengoku. Sengoku's complexion was extremely dignified, haki wrapped around his hands. And his fist hit the long knife. The energies spread out, and the ground shattered. Gu la la la, Sengoku, your strength has improved a lot. Whitebeard Newgate laughed, his arm muscles surging. A white halo appeared on the tip of the knife. Boom! The ground where Sengoku was standing sank completely, and the force of the vibration dissipated, and smoke billowed. Mr. Sengoku. Many people saw this scene and thought that Sengoku was suppressed by Whitebeard Newgate. Stop kidding, Newgate. At this time, Sengoku's roar came out from the dust, and suddenly golden light radiated. A huge golden Buddha Sengoku appeared. Solemn and solemn, the whole body is like a golden sculpture. Human beast species. Big Buddha form. The officials of Rock's Pirate took a solemn look at the golden Buddha that appeared on the battlefield. This is the true Sengoku of Buddha. Gu la la la, that's interesting. Whitebeard Newgate looked as usual, even a little excited. He squeezed a fist with his left hand, and hit the Sengoku in the form of a big Buddha with his backhand and hammered it in the air. Accompanied by the sound of glass breaking, the air was torn apart visible to the naked eye. The powerful vibrating force passed as the cracks in the air expanded. Sengoku, the huge golden body, raised his palm and pushed forward, and a shock wave topped Whitebeard's vibration. Boom boom boom. In the area centered on the two, the soil broke and exploded one by one. The powerful collision made the islands tremble. As expected of the top combat power, Whitebeard Newgate, Sengoku of Buddha. Xiaotian watched the ships on the sea and was extremely excited. This is the strong man in this world, and the world will break when he takes a shot. I can't help but feel like I want to compete. Rox glanced at Xiaotian and nodded secretly. This kind of battle did not produce stage fright, nor was it surprised, but an expression of excitement. This Xiaotian has a strong heart. Xiaotian's blood was boiling at this time. Whitebeard Newgate and Sengoku of Buddha fought fiercely with each other, and the battle between Golden Lion Shiki and Black Arm Zephyr on the other side was not bad at all. Both of them hit the sea on the side. Golden Lion Shiki flew in the air with the power of his lion fruit, holding two famous knives, Sakura Ten and Withered Wood, and violently attacked the Black Arm Zephyr. Black Arm Zephyr even used the moonwalk of Marine 6 styles to jump into the air while stepping on the air. The powerful armament Haki was wrapped and covered with the swords of the Golden Lion Shiki. Lion Majesty. Golden Lion Shiki opened his eyes, one large and one small, his expression dignified, and his two swords flicked in the air. The huge volume of sea water formed the shape of a lion's head and rushed towards the Black Arm Zephyr. Massive. Zephyr relied on moonwalk to fly into the air, and his agility was much worse, and he was swept in by the sea. The sea water from the lion's head quickly formed a sphere, trapping Zephyr, who was tumbling and impacting. Slash wave. Shiki was unceremonious, slashing with both hands in the air, slashing with the slashing air, instantly covering Zephyr in the water polo. At this time, there was a bang. The huge water ball collapsed directly, and the whole body of Black Arm Zephyr was covered with armed color, and the water ball was directly torn open with both hands. Facing multiple slashing blows like a gust of wind, Zephyr dodged his figure, stepping on the air and quickly approaching Shiki. Looking at the excited and passionate Xiaotian on the battlefield, system prompts appeared constantly. Your Kanjiun knife technique has a new understanding. Your cultivation progress has improved, and the current progress is reaching its peak. Your slash wave feels the aura of battle, the training progress has been improved, and the current progress is at its peak. Chapter 16. Your armament Haki is advancing by leaps and bounds in the battlefield, and the current progress control stage is 99.67%. Your observation Haki felt all kinds of auras in the battlefield, and his training actually broke through. Of course, the progress is 1% at the peak stage. Your Conqueror's Haki is extremely excited on the fierce battlefield, the training speed increases, and of course the progress control stage is 98.99%. The system prompt sounded directly in Xiaotian's mind. Watching these powerhouses unexpectedly improved their various abilities, and seeing, hearing and coloring directly broke through to the peak stage. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki are only a little bit away from the summit stage. On the battlefield, John and Silver Axe each played against the strong of Marine. Silver Axe wielded a sparkling axe and firmly suppressed the opponent. John used both knives and guns, smiling slyly. The two newcomers Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are even more brilliant. The huge mace swung amid Kaido's roar and ran across the marine warrior pile. Finally, a giant warrior from the naval headquarters rushed out and restrained Kaido. The giants can barely hold back when facing a guy with a physical pervert like Kaido. And Charlotte Linlin, who was about to kill with a grin, was also blocked by a master swordsman from naval headquarters. The people at Rock's Pirate rushed into the formation. Marine, once he can't stop everyone and is rushed over, celestial dragons will undoubtedly die. That is Marine's biggest failure. It is Marine's job to protect celestial dragons. Your slash seems to be a bit tickling. The Black Arm Zephyr with armament Haki fully opened, and the black wrists warded off Golden Lion Shiki's sword. The mocking words were not finished yet. A huge sword aura came towards him, slashed Zephyr out, and fell heavily to the shore. "What are you talking about?" Golden Lion Shiki squinted his eyes, his face was unhappy, and his hands were still in the cut-out posture. "This guy actually taunted my slash." Shiki hovered in the air, holding a pair of knives in a pose, and heading for Zephyr at a swift speed. The slash of this kind of swooping momentum also carries a strong sense of oppression. Zephyr just stood up from the pit on the ground, and saw Shiki descending from the sky approaching fast. "Damn it, this slash!" Zephyr gritted his teeth, his pupils dilated a little, the sharpness was too obvious, and he couldn't avoid it. Then you can only exchange injuries for injuries. With a cruel heart, Zephyr is about to fight. Suddenly, a Golden Lion Shiki, who was quickly kicked from the side, just hit the fallen Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki also looked dumbfounded. This person was too fast, and almost instantly, he kicked over with a powerful kick. Bang! Shiki flew upside down to the sea like a cannonball, and stopped when he was about to fall into the sea. The strong wind carrying it made the sea surge. "It's you. Really?" Golden Lion Shiki's face is very ugly. "How come members of the Roger Pirates are here?" On the battlefield, things change rapidly. What Xia Tian looked at was marveling again and again. With this knife, Zephyr couldn't hide, and he was bound to be severely injured, and was directly interrupted by Rayleigh, who appeared suddenly. Following the appearance of Rayleigh, Gold Roger wearing a long knife, Jabba holding a double axe, and Bullet, who had just joined the Roger Pirates, and others appeared one after another. "Hey, Newgate!" With a smile on his face, Roger was the first to say hello to Whitebeard Newgate, who was fighting. "Hey, Roger! Why are you here?" Whitebeard snorted. Although he has a personal relationship with Roger, it seems that he didn't do anything to Marine, but instead wants to fight Rock's pirate with Marine. Of course, to stop this brutal overlord, Rock's. Roger drew his long knife, staring at Rock's figure with trembling eyes. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes moved slightly, and he stopped talking, and continued to fight Sengoku as you come and me. It's just that the movement is much smaller, and the two are paddling each other, paying attention to the changes on the court. Does the pirate really team up with Marine? Rox chuckled, then muttered in a low voice. The look is not unexpected, it seems to have been expected. The Marines also looked dumbfounded. The members of the Roger Pirates swarmed up suddenly, sharing a lot of pressure. Leave the Roger Pirates alone, and defeat Rock's pirate first. Ms. He held the phone worm and shouted loudly. Just after speaking, Crane's pupils began to shrink. At this point Rox has taken a shot. The figure disappeared in the bow of the ship. Go to the Crane fast. He also had a long knife in his hand. The majestic momentum is like an ancient fierce beast rushing over. Rox, do it. The Marines showed horrified expressions. Sengoku, Zephyr and others were even more shocked. Rox is going to Crane. The beautiful lady can't scare you. A red hacky knife slashed past, blocking Rock's path. Roger, the most powerful newcomer in the past 2 years, now you can also be called a big pirate. Rox said lightly, looking at Roger, who was holding a knife, and Jabba, who was holding 2 axes. The long knife in his hand suddenly shot, slashed across the ground, and slashed towards Roger and the others. Roger slashed likewise. The 2 hacky started to meet each other, forming a black hacky thunder and lightning blasting all around. The hurricane swept across, dust was flying, and rubble was flying around. Your hacky is good. Rox tilted his head, it seems that he can move his hands and feet well today. Roger stepped back with a bang. The strength of the Sea Lord Rox is really powerful. At this moment, Celestial Dragons. With the sharp eyes of John, who was fighting, he saw 2 celestial dragons hurriedly rushing to the ship in the distance, surrounded by armor guards. Rush over! John, Silver Axe, and others yelled and started to go all out. Stop them! Sengoku pushed both palms, sending out a powerful shock wave to confront Whitebeard again. At the same time shouted, "Gu la la la, you should take care of yourself first, Sengoku." Whitebeard faced both palms, and Kong Yunkai faced him again with a white halo. Constantly roar. The islands shook. Roger, Jabba, and Bullet are facing rocks. Sengoku and Whitebeard Newgate used their abilities to make the island tremble. Golden Lion Shiki looked ugly, Rayleigh and Zephyr blocked him. The rest of the Cotters are controlled by marine powerhouses. The members of the squad and marine soldiers from both sides were shocked to see the battle between the strongest of the two sides. Moreover, in Rock's Pirate, not everyone is going all out. Xiaotian saw it very clearly. Some Cotters could not stop only those unknown marine powerhouses, but they happened to be restrained. If this continues, celestial dragons will run away. They are getting closer and closer to the ship. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin repelled their opponents and rushed in the direction of celestial dragons. Asterisk. Chapter 17. Xiaotian watched intently. At present, Rock's pirate hasn't made any shots, only the one who is responsible for responding. On the battlefield, it seemed to be stuck. Rocks are very strong, but Roger, Jabba, and Bullet are not weak, let alone the three teamed up to resist Rocks. With this restraint, even Rocks couldn't immediately break through. The Cotters, including Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki, were scattered. Roger and others broke into the battlefield, only blocking the Cotter-level combat power. Marine seems to have planned for a long time. If the Cotters can't concentrate their power, there will be no chance of breakthrough. Coupled with the appearance of the Roger pirate group, there is enough time for celestial dragons to get on the ship and escape the sea first. Although the battle between the crew and the marine fighters was not that big, it was very tragic. The people at Rock's Pirate are fierce, desperate, and they are merciless and cruel. Even the life-for-life style of play made the marine fighters feel horrified from the bottom of their hearts. The battlefield of the soldiers gradually became unbalanced. They are going to run away. John was so anxious that he pulled away and wanted to get rid of the Marine Vice Admiral who was holding the double knife. It's not that easy to let you pass. Marine Vice Admiral cut a crack directly in the way, his figure followed, and continued to stand in front of John. A hole. You guys who work for Celestial Dragons. John said angrily, he should get rid of the dog leg if he couldn't rush over. At this time, Whitebeard Newgate's eyes crossed Celestial Dragons. Those guys are about to board the ship. Kong Yunki exploded with stronger vibration ability and knocked Sengoku back a few steps. Before turning around, his left hand was once again wrapped in a powerful halo around his fist. With a loud yell, he punched Celestial Dragons from the air. Click! The magnificent air cracks spread wildly. The shock fruit ability followed the air and the ground, causing a huge crack to go towards Celestial Dragons. At the marine along the way, the pirates were all thrown away. Never go ahead. Not good. Sengoku ran, too late to stop. The vibration of the ground made two Celestial Dragons look over. A huge crack was rushing in quickly, scared the two Celestial Dragons back again and again, and fell to the ground, panicking. Whitebeard Newgate smiled, this punch must make them incapacitated, and even kill them directly. The beauty of thinking. Scream! Black Arm Zephyr was covered with armament haki, and even his face became black. He galloped up to the power of the shock, crossed his hands, and blocked it abruptly. Boom! The force of the shaking broke out on the spot, cracks spread everywhere. It's annoying, Zephyr. Whitebeard Newgate snorted, and could only turn his head back to meet Sengoku, the huge golden figure who was leaping back. Zephyr blocked the next blow, and before he could think about it, the dirt on the ground formed a lion's face and rushed over. Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling. Golden Lion Shiki was very angry at this time. During the battle with him, he ran to block Whitebeard's blow. Doesn't it mean that Golden Lion can't hold it? Shiki, don't patronize over there. The long sword in Rayleigh's hand with a big golden back slashed. The three are fighting together again. This is the strong world. The passionate Xiaotian really wanted to go up and fight them. At this time, the battle on the island has entered a fever. Your conqueror's haki was infected by the battle and started to advance by leaps and bounds. It broke through the control stage. The current peak stage is 2%. Your armament haki was infected by the battle and started to advance by leaps and bounds, breaking through the control stage, and currently 5% of the peak stage. You feel your own blood boiled in your 6th stance body art, and you have broken through the current stage with excitement. The current limit stage is 1%. The system prompt sounded when Xiaotian was engrossed in watching the battle. The body is a little hot, and it is constantly getting stronger. Xiaotian shook her fist and became excited involuntarily. Conqueror's haki has reached its peak. In other words, for haki alone, it is already at the same level as Roger, Rox, Garp, and others. While feeling his crazy strength, his strength skyrocketed. Xiaotian continued to look at the field. Celestial Dragons is about to embark on the wooden stairs. At this time, a new force emerged. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin repelled their opponents at the same time, looked at each other, and quickly rushed towards Celestial Dragons. Rock's pirate was restrained by the Cotters. On the other hand, Marine was also restrained. As long as the two of them rushed out, the little guys around Celestial Dragons shouldn't be afraid. There was a huge roar. Kaido no longer keeps his hands, and for the first time incarnates into a fish fruit. Azure Dragon form. The huge and slender dragon body is covered with blue dragon scales, the black hair on the dragon head, and the yellow eyes shine like a big lantern. What is this? Dragon. It was the first time that the people present saw such a form, and they were amazed. Even Roger, Newgate, Rox, and others couldn't help but take another look. Kaido was extremely excited, and while his body was spinning, ignoring the blocking marine, he rushed directly to Celestial Dragons. Charlotte Linlin watched Kaido's show off and snorted uncomfortably. A black thundercloud appeared on the pink hat on his head, then stepped on it, followed the dragon and flew towards Celestial Dragons. He, these two newcomers are very good. Rox slashed the fit armor on Bullet's body, turned his head and glanced, and said with a grin. Roger and the others didn't speak, and Celestial Dragons had nothing to do with them. The purpose of the Roger Pirates is just to stop this cruel, like a terrorist organization Rox pirate. Sengoku saw Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, the dragons rushing to intercept Celestial Dragons. Although their expressions were ugly, they weren't as normal as before. Whitebeard Newgate squinted at Sengoku. This guy didn't react properly. Turning around, Marine's reaction was wrong. This monster-like man broke through to intercept Celestial Dragons, not as nervous as when Whitebeard punched him. Stupid Celestial Dragons, go to hell. Kaido laughed, the heat in his mouth condensed, and the huge dragon body hovered over Celestial Dragons. What kind of monster is this? What do you Marines do to eat? Come and protect me. If something happens, will you take care of it? Celestial Dragons was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground helplessly, cursing wildly in his mouth. Wagyu. Charlotte Linlin jumped out of the thundercloud. Her eyes were as vicious as the substance, and the knife took the mighty haki and slashed towards Celestial Dragons. The armored soldier was stunned, and had not had time to react. A figure jumped out of the warship and instantly arrived in front of Charlotte Linlin. There was a bang. Charlotte Linlin Mioman's posture was directly hit on the ground and sank into it. Rock's eyes were solemn, and his expression finally changed. That's Garb. Asterisk. Chapter 18. Just as Charlotte Linlin was punched and flew away, Kaido's heat was already gushing out, attacking Celestial Dragons. Garp, with a white marine t-shirt, dark skin, and a strong figure, went directly to the flames of heat. Haki covered his body and clenched his fists tightly. The flame giant was directly divided into two halves by Garp's impact and dissipated. The figure rushed directly against the continuous heat flame in front, and punched Kaido's dragon head with a punch. A Haki ripple spreads. Kaido screamed, and the entire dragon body was smashed to the ground by Garp's tremendous power. Longan turned white, and he was directly hammered into a dizzy state. The body fell on the ground and retreated into a human form. Garp! Everyone at Marine breathed a sigh of relief. The Marines uttered excited cheers, and it turned out that there was also a strong Marine. The huge blue dragon was there just now, and I was really worried that it would affect the fragile celestial dragons. But on Rock's pirate's side, his face was solemn. Things are a little difficult. Garp knocked down two monster rookies by surprise. Kaido transformed into a human form and stood up with his mace swaying his head. The vertigo just now cleared up quickly, but his head hurt. Charlotte Linlin also crawled out of the pit, with blood spilling from his mouth, with a look of horror on his face. Both were injured in one punch. The power of Marine Garp is so powerful. No wonder the officials are afraid, even Captain Rox is very cautious. Rox, who was fighting with Roger and others, couldn't help frowning. People from Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp are all present, plus other marine powerhouses. There was also Roger Pirates who stepped in. Even if you try your best, it's just evenly matched, and celestial dragons are not easy to kill. Why is Garp here? Silver Axe couldn't help shrinking his neck. He was chased by Garp, and he was still a little frightened. According to intelligence, Garp hates celestial dragons. In case of accidents, I have been letting Garp follow, but this guy didn't want to see celestial dragons' faces. He has been hiding in the warship behind. Unexpectedly, in the end, he still wants him to take action. Rox, you really have several monsters out there. What? Crane said calmly from behind, strategizing. If Garp didn't come, the two newcomers would really have succeeded. What a scheming woman. Menki D. Garp. Name D, is it like this to you? Rox's complexion was solemn, and his heart was very upset and restless. He cursed, and couldn't help but yell at Garp. I am a seaman, you are pirates. Garp squeezed his fist and gritted his teeth in reply. Besides, you Rox is a terrorist. Rox was speechless and extremely upset. I am afraid this operation will fail. Just when the people at Rox Pirate were thinking about retreating. Suddenly, a figure appeared above celestial dragons. Not to mention the other people present, even Garp not far away didn't feel it, and someone suddenly rushed over, very fast. Xia Tian. John, Silver Axe was dumbfounded. How could Xia Tian suddenly make a move, and when did he suddenly appear there? Rox also looked over there in surprise. Xia Tian, who was in the air, held the hilt of the ghost sword in his hand and pulled it out. The electric light on the knife condensed quickly. And the powerful armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki merged from the arm to the knife body. The slashing posture faces the two celestial dragons below. The audience was dumbfounded. The people at Rox Pirate couldn't believe it. This is the newcomer more than a month ago? What is the situation with this majestic momentum? Not good. Garp glared and ran back quickly. The man in black next to celestial dragons felt the horror of the knife and yelled twice and hurry up. But celestial dragons looked up at the power that drew thunder and lightning in the sky. Haki's vertical and horizontal Xia Tian stood in place in a daze. With a wave of Xia Tian's hand, a red giant knife beam cut straight down. This is a slash that combines Kanjiun knife, thunder axe, slash wave, and two Haki's advanced realms. Garp is too late to rescue, and even if it arrives, he may not block all the sword chi to ensure the safety of celestial dragons. Sengoku, Zephyr and other marines directly showed horror on their faces. Celestial dragons will be killed. Boom! The land between the island and the ship was directly cut off by Xia Tian. Slowly shattered into powder, the power of thunder and lightning was still flashing around. Celestial Dragons was killed by the sword in an instant, and fell into the mud without a trace. The sea is tumbling. Damn it! Garp was shocked when he saw this scene before him. Celestial dragons are dead. Although I don't like celestial dragons, all the marines present are negligent. Garp faced the Xia Tian falling from the sky with a gloomy face, and the iron fist attacked the past with a violent aura. Facing Garp's violent fist, Xia Tian adjusted his figure in the air. The arm muscles surged, and the ghost entwined with haki slashed at him. The blade and fist touched each other in the air. Conqueror's haki formed a round ball in the middle, and the two looked at each other with solemn eyes. There was a loud noise. Haki exploded violently. Xia Tian was thrown out in the air, and fell back with the force of rotation. Garp closed his fists, his expression ugly. The marine who was present was shocked, and Rock's pirate still has a strong player of this level. And Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Silver Axe, John, and other cotters were all shocked and their jaws dropped. Killed the celestial dragons in front of Garp, and confronted Garp haki. There was no damage at all, and it could even be said to be evenly matched. Unbelievable, is this a newcomer from a month ago? This is simply a monster-like existence. Even the expressions in Rock's eyes are astonished. No matter how you think about it, Xia Tian can actually achieve this level of strength in a short time. Roger and others were also taken aback by the characters who could face Garp. There is no such thing in intelligence. Xia Tian. Sengoku couldn't help gritted his teeth in shock. Crane looked at Xia Tian who fell on the ship in shock, slowly retracting the knife into its sheath, feeling restless. It's not just this dereliction of duty. A newcomer who didn't even know haki a month ago has quickly grown to a level that can compete with Garp. If he is allowed to continue to grow, I am afraid he will become even more terrifying than Rox. Everyone on the battlefield at this time reacted again. Celestial dragons died in front of him. Marine was filled with anger. Such a shame. In any case, Rock's pirate must pay the price. Rox. Garp rushed towards Rox angrily. Xia Tian, who had been standing on the bow of the ship, put away the ghost. His face looked at the battlefield proudly. The system will beep at this time. Congratulations, I learned a stunt from the battle, Iron Fist. Asterisk. Chapter 19. Haki level has reached the peak stage. You can learn these moves using haki during the confrontation. Xia Tian showed a smile. During the confrontation, Garp's Iron Fist learned the hand. And in the process of fighting, the speed of Tejo and haki improved several times faster. Xia Tian glanced briefly, and continued to concentrate on looking at the field. Although Jabba and Bullet are also strong, they besieged Rox with Roger, but they persisted for a while. With a slight flaw, he was knocked out by Rox. Garp hurried over at this time too. Rox looked at the two men solemnly. These two guys are not easy to deal with. At this time, the goal has been achieved and they can be evacuated. Little ones, the goal has been achieved. Let's withdraw. Rox ignored Roger's entanglement and Garp who rushed over, and walked away directly. Rock's pirate cheered. How exciting it is to behead the celestial dragons in front of so many powerful men at Marine. The Marines looked ugly and their faces were extremely gloomy. Sengoku made a distance from Whitebeard Newgate. Sengoku, do you want to fight anymore? Hell la la la. Sengoku's eyes were sullen, silent. Still hesitating. Whitebeard Newgate grumbled, grinned, and turned away. Golden Lion Shiki glanced at the court and said to Zephyr and Rayleigh. Jahahaha, that's it for today, Zephyr, Rayleigh. Regardless of them, just flew away. Zephyr has a sullen face and can't help it. Garp was extremely furious, and ran to chase Rox, who was retreating laughing and laughing. Forget it, Garp. If you can't keep them, treat the wounded first. Crane shouted helplessly to Garp. At this moment, the pursuit is meaningless, and it is still a question of whether to fight or not to win in the end. Marine has no intention of fighting anymore. Rock's pirate killed celestial dragons and has to retreat. 7 cotters including Golden Lion Shiki, Newgate, Silver Axe, and John also returned to the ship. Many members of the squad also returned. Marine soldiers looked at Rock's pirate, who was evacuating quickly, and gradually stopped at the command of Vice Admiral. Rock's pirate didn't lose much manpower. Except for Newgate and Shiki, the others suffered some injuries. All the survivors have been withdrawn. Watching the huge pirate ship moving quickly, everyone on the island was muffled and speechless. The members of the Roger pirate group looked at each other helplessly, and left as quickly. These Marines, who knows if they will vent their anger? Sengoku, Crane, Zephyr, Garp and others got together. This time, no one can bear the responsibility. Crane sighed deeply. Who could have imagined that a newcomer Xiatian would break through to this level in a short time? Next, we can only go to Marie Joyce to plead guilty. Marine Vice Admiral also sighed and shook his head. Fortunately, Heavenly Gold is still fine. Hurry up and treat the wounded. The Rock's pirate thing, let the above bother you. Sengoku glanced at Garp, who was still glum, and patted his shoulder. This guy Garp is not annoyed that Celestial Dragons was killed, but annoyed that he didn't leave that newcomer Xiatian. Compared to Marine's low and negative. On Rock's pirate's ship, the atmosphere was cheerful. The action is considered a success, the only thing is that the Heavenly Gold has not been grabbed. Damn, it's Marine, the treasures of Heavenly Gold were shipped away in advance. John, a greedy guy, let his subordinates secretly search for treasure in the chaotic battlefield after he landed ashore. It's a pity that Marine was prepared and shipped away in advance. The wayward celestial dragons paid the price of their lives. But Xiatian is really hidden, and in such a short period of time, it is so powerful, he. John couldn't help but said enviously. Who doesn't envy this kind of talent? Xiatian at this time is already Newgate, Shiki's strength. Xiatian did a good job this time, beheading celestial dragons personally. You should take the lead. Rox was in a good mood and praised Xiatian loudly. The color of appreciation makes no secret. The crowd looked at Xiatian with admiration one after another. The cotters have also changed their views. Who would dare to say that Xiatian is not qualified? Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were silent. Although they were respected for their powerful strength and dazzling performance, they glanced at Xiatian. There is such a big gap between people, and I immediately feel uncomfortable. Jahahaha, brother Xiatian, go back and celebrate, everyone should have a good drink with you. Shiki bit his cigar, sat on the fence, and said loudly. Of course it's okay, I'm also not afraid of you when I drink. Xiatian held the ghost sword and sat beside Whitebeard Newgate. Gu la la la, it's hard to say. Whitebeard Newgate didn't get the treasure. Whitehits was not happy, but when it came to drinking, interest came back again. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin both performed very well. Rox did not forget to compliment the two of them, and then looked at everyone with a somewhat inexplicable smile and finished talking, holding his arms and wondering what he was thinking. Everyone also nodded. Kaido indeed have very strong strength. Without Xiatian's move, the newcomer is estimated that they will shine. Xiatian, what is your trick? Silver Axe asked curiously at this time. It feels like a thunder axe, but it's not. Silver Axe's question immediately attracted everyone present. Newgate, Shiki, and other cotters, including Rox, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin all looked over. With Xiatian's knife, everyone saw the whole process clearly. The red sword light carried haki with a crushing effect. Regardless of power, deterrence, and launch time, it can be called a trick. I call it Yishi. Dragon Slash. Looking at everyone's curious eyes, Xiatian smiled, learning from them. it doesn't hurt to say it. And at the moment when Xia Tian said her name, she couldn't help but froze. The system prompted. Your own moves have been activated in the system, and you can kill the dragon in one go. The current progress is 80% at the peak stage. No, this trick is a fusion of Conjiun knife, slash wave knife, thunder silver axe, and 2 advanced realms taught by the captain. The first one to kill was celestial dragons, so it was named Zhanlong. Xia Tian glanced at the system prompt briefly, and continued to talk to everyone. That's it, what a genius! Silver Axe said enviously. In the hands of geniuses, powerful moves are readily available. And I have studied for so long, still risking my life under the thunder and lightning to comprehend. Everyone was amazed and praised the good name. Kaido couldn't help but look weird. Dragon Slash. That's all. Rock's pirate returned to Hakinosu Island a few days later and held a banquet to celebrate the successful beheading of celestial dragons. Sengoku and others who returned to Marijoi's are completely opposite. Asterisk. Chapter 20. Marijoi's, Between the Rights. Both celestial dragons are dead. What do you guys eat? An old blonde man in a black suit and leather shoes shouted angrily. The face of the 4 people next to them was as ugly as that. 2 celestial dragons died in front of the many people in Marine, and the celestial dragon's family of Marijoi's probably won't let it go. This responsibility is great. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane stood in front of the 5 most powerful people, and they could only be discipled. Marine is the facade of the world government, but now it is straightforward. It's no use scolding them anymore. Rock's pirate, the threat is too great, even the world government is not sure now. There are also 3 newcomers, one with the ability of soul fruit, and the other with fish fruit. A monster in the form of a blue dragon. There is also the one named Xia Tian, whether it's hacky or moves, you can read it once, it's just a monster. 5 rights holders, you say and I say a word, from the beginning, you blamed it fiercely, and now you are afraid of Rock's pirate's attitude. Rock's pirate, not only has many veteran powerhouses, but now newcomers are also beginning to emerge. If this continues, the complete rise of these talented and terrifying newcomers will be a huge threat. What happened in the end, we can't say. Celestial Dragons is dead, and they are still members of the upper clan. Marine has a great responsibility. I will write it down for the time being, and wait for the sacrifice of these killed celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods in 3 months. These newcomers have all issued wanted warrants, and that Xia Tian is offering a reward of 800 million. The 5 rights holders said to Sengoku, Zephyr and Crane. People have been killed, and the anger is real. After all, Marine is the biggest face of the world government. When the 3 of Sengoku walked out of Marijoi's, they exhaled deeply. The 5 old men reprimanded for more than half an hour. The result can only be that. Zephyr shrugged indifferently. Being scolded, promotion is just a little slower. It is true that we Marine have an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. Although there is no admiral present, with so many Marine powerhouses, even the Roger pirates have helped them, and finally let them succeed. Even though Sengoku said so, his heart was still upset. The 2 celestial dragons, without the power to bind chickens, did not listen to persuasion to die. Okay, next, let's think about how to deal with rocks. Crane looked at Sengoku's expression and couldn't help laughing. As he spoke, the conversation turned. The Xia Tian of Rock's pirate, the talent is too terrifying, how long will it take to fight Garp and retreat? Crane's meaning is very obvious, this Xia Tian can't stay. Even the 800 million reward order is already low. Not to mention beheading celestial dragons, but strength alone is more than enough. Unless Marine comes out and Marshal Admiral joins, otherwise in Rock's pirate, kill a genius who has grown in strength, unless there is a good opportunity. Black Arm Zephyr glanced sideways and said. As soon as this remark came out, the 3 fell silent. After all, this rocks. Rocks are too strong. Marine is thinking a lot. The attack on celestial dragons and the name of the super newcomer Xia Tian in Rock's pirate began to spread all over the sea. In Marine, there are also 3 young rookies called monster rookies. All 3 have strong combat power with Logia fruit ability. Kyuzan of frozen fruit. Sakazuki of lava fruit. Polosolino from sparkling fruit. The 3 people who heard Zephyr in front of him were surprised at this time. Teacher, there is such a genius, which is terrible. Sure, it's not fruit power. These pirates are getting harder and harder to deal with. The 3 of them all peeked at each other. Zephyr also silently shook his head. Not only on Marine, on the other side. It's horrible. Rock's pirate attacked the world government again and slaughtered celestial dragons. Sabayati Archipelago, someone holding a newspaper, shouted in horror. The big headline in the newspaper was shocking. Among them is a photo of Xia Tian standing on the bow of the ship. I don't know how these journalists captured these images. Soon, Sabayati Archipelago arrived. Everywhere you can see groups of people discussing with each other. They were shocked and pale. A figure in a red dress with braided hair, drinking with his head down in the bar, with a black umbrella next to him. Surprisingly, he is a big pirate who is like a pirate group and makes Marine a headache. He is called the Lonely Red Baroque Letter Field. At this time, he was listening to the conversation around him. Marine sweeps the floor this time. Also, Rock's pirate newcomer Cotter, Xia Tian. A reward of 800 million was offered for the first time. The strength is very powerful. It is said that this Xia Tian is a monster-like genius. You can learn any move after seeing it once, and soon he joined Rock's pirate as a Cotter. That's the existence of a maritime overlord, and even Marine dare not say that it can steadily win Rock's pirate. Cotter level, that may be a symbol of strength and status. Yes, look at the photos, this Xia Tian is still very young. The surrounding discussion seemed messy, and many people were surprised after reading the report. Letterfield listened to understand. Rock's pirate has done another great thing that shocked the world. Attack celestial dragons. It was the rookie Cotter of Rock's pirate who killed celestial dragons with a single blow. He is a monster-like genius and is said to be very powerful. Xia Tian, interesting. The Lonely Red could not help but be curious. The newcomer serves as a Cotter. This is not an ordinary pirate group Cotter. Lonely Red has fought against several Cotters of Rock's pirate, and each of them has a strong combat effectiveness. With the news in the newspaper, more and more people learned. On a remote island in North Blue, a group of people with hooded cloaks on their heads are sitting on the rocks on the island. He also holds the newspaper with this news in his hand. Rock's pirate killed celestial dragons again. The person shrouded in the cloak laughed. Obviously hate celestial dragons of the so-called descendants of gods, world nobles. Fantastic. Everyone felt happy about the death of celestial dragons. Xia Tian. A figure standing in front quietly looked at Xia Tian on the newspaper. Dragon, what's the matter? Rock's pirate has another monster. Although we were also founded to overthrow celestial dragons, we are very different from the Rock's pirates. These guys are just a bunch of terrorists. Dead celestial dragons is certainly good. But Rock's pirate's strength is also stronger. Maybe in the future. At this time, Xia Tian was clinking glasses with Newgate at the banquet. Chapter 21. Following the news in the world, they all noticed Xia Tian, the new Cotter of Rock's pirate. And as Rock's pirate returned to Hakinosu, the pirate island, the celebration banquet began. Xia Tian's mood at this time is very good. The attitude of the Cotters has changed 180 degrees. Many veteran crew members also expressed kindness, and no longer questioned the strength of Xia Tian. Others cast respectful eyes. All of this is due to Xia Tian's powerful performance and the performance of beheading celestial dragons. And the happiest thing is that after the war, Xia Tian not only merged his own knife, until now, armament haki, conqueror's haki, and physical skills are all rapidly improving. Xia Tian, who was drinking, opened the system panel under the guise of eating. Eternal Binder, Xia Tian. Conqueror's haki, 38% at the peak stage, triple buff. Armament haki, 41% at the peak stage, triple buff. Observation haki, 43% at the peak stage, double buff. 1 type. Slashing the Dragon, 80% of the peak stage, Kong Yun, Slash Wave, Silver Axe. 6 poses, 83% in the extreme stage. Tekken, Grandmaster stage 30%. Powerful again. Xia Tian couldn't help but grinned happily. Both Conqueror's haki and Armament haki are 3 times faster, catching up with what has always been the lead. The Konjiun knife technique, Slash Wave, and Thunder Silver Axe are integrated into one style dragon slashing, which can be used alone or combined to make moves. It's just that it is displayed on the panel. Xia Tian, who was at the banquet, smirked while eating. Shiki directly carried 2 large barrels and found Xia Tian to fight wine. Xia Tian immediately converged his mind and fought with everyone. The banquet lasted into the evening. They went back to rest one after another. After dawn, Rox called a meeting of officials. Huge skeleton in the rock. On the big round table, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Silver Axe, and others. With Xia Tian, a total of 9 cotters were present here. Rox walked in with a smile, holding his arms. Everyone, although the celestial gold didn't get it, celestial dragons died under our hands, and it was a big victory. Everyone looked at Xia Tian with a smile. Xia Tian has done a lot this time, and Rox is very satisfied that he can successfully kill celestial dragons. In this operation, the Roger pirates dared to ambush us with marine. It's really bold. With a hint of anger in Rox's tone, the Roger pirates didn't just come up to make trouble this time. Last time they made a small mess, and it didn't matter if they didn't catch them. This time it was too much to join forces with marine. From Rox's tone, it meant that he was going to attack Roger and his team. The cotter's eyes flickered, as the maritime overlord dared to make such a blatant move, indicating that war is already on. How can I let it go? It's not against the Roger pirates. It spread out and thought that Rox pirate would be afraid of them. John snorted, unhappy that the treasure was not snatched. Without Roger and his team disrupting the game, everything can be taken. No pirate can face us Rox pirate like this. I propose to kill Roger and his gang first, said a small cotter with a machete hanging from his waist. Captain, I agree with Carrie's proposal. Silver Axe also spoke, and agreed with the cotter with a machete, Carrie's proposal. Apart from Xia Tian, only Whitebeard Newgate remained indifferent. It just so happened that Xia Tian made a great contribution, and his cotter territory should also be allocated. Rox looked at the cotters and nodded. He also meant that, and must retaliate. Then the conversation turned around and said, "The cotter site." Xia Tian was a little puzzled. It was the first time I heard about the cotter site. Each cotter has an exclusive site as a recognition of the cotter. Golden Lion Shiki bit his cigar and said with a smile. It was because Xia Tian was directly promoted to a cotter as a new trainee. The strength and prestige are inferior, and no one is optimistic even among the cotters. So no one mentioned it. And when this action came back, Xia Tian's outlook had changed drastically. The distribution of cotter sites is also a matter of course. However, our territory has been divided among 8 people. John called Xiaojuju, wouldn't he want to take it out and give it to Xia Tian? All the cotters and Rox knew John's greed. All sneered. If you don't have a site, won't you go to lay a site? Rox's eyes flashed with danger, and continued. Roger Pirates doesn't have a lot of territory, we all set out and take all their territories separately. Everyone became excited one after another, and the laydown of the territory also represented the expansion of treasure and power again. Separately start, I, Newgate, Shiki, Xiaotian will go to attack the most important site of Roger and his team. You will take the rest separately. Remember, the people of the Roger pirate group will pay a heavy price. Rox grinned and gave orders separately. If you want to fight, you can lay down all the sites at the same time, and let the world see what the consequences are if you dare to fight Rox pirate. Newgate and Shiki looked at each other. This was all about destroying the offensive of the Roger pirates. Xiaotian looked forward to it again. This time, it is the one piece of the future. There are also a lot of masters on Roger's boat, and maybe you can learn powerful moves after walking around. For example, Rayleigh's hacky moves, Roger's knife. Do you have any suggestions? Rox held his arms and scanned the crowd. I suspected that there was Marine Insider and didn't immediately say it. Be prepared to observe the reactions of the crowd in secret. The cotters present had different thoughts. In fact, I suspected that there was an insider, but I didn't raise it either. Suspecting each other, but waiting for each other. Rox knew that if it were brought up at this time, the meeting would immediately become a spoofed meeting. Among the cotters, the only detached person is probably Whitebeard Newgate, this man called a monster. He didn't care at all, and no one dared to attack him. Seeing the cotter shaking his head, he said that he had no proposal. Rox nodded faintly, and then went out if he stayed for a rest and started to retaliate. This is the Rox pirate fighting against each other. It seems peaceful on the surface, but in fact it has different thoughts. It's good to fight and kill each other, Rox doesn't care. Survival of the fittest. But in this kind of action against celestial dragons, you can never let go of Marine. This is the bottom line. Once Rox left, it also indicated that the cotter meeting was over. The 9 cotters got up and walked out of the meeting room of Skeleton Rock. John and others are going to drink and have fun. The matters of the cotter meeting cannot be revealed before departure. This is one of the few rules of Rox Pirate. **. Chapter 22. The cotters left one after another. Rox watched everyone in the tallest room among skeleton rocks. Whether it's Marines' inside line or the inside line of the pirate forces, you have to find out. At the meeting, it was suggested that it was not suitable, and Rox directly used horrible knowledge to cover and monitor a group of cotters. However, the small-sized cotter Carrie, with a machete, walked back to his place. Called 3 or 5 subordinates and continued to drink. It seems to be in a bad mood. Rox's powerful sights and colors are fully active, monitoring all this. John and others below also went to have fun. Whitebeard Newgate practiced. That's it until the evening. Carrie and his men drank and drank a lot, as if they were drunk, and were helped back to the room by his team members. Covered with a quilt. Just when Rox thought there was nothing wrong with Carrie. The drunk Carrie blindfolded his head, and the breathless barrier cut off the sound. The silent fruit of the awakened state. If there are cotters on the sidelines, I am afraid it will be shocked. Carrie has been hiding his fruiting ability. After isolating the sound, everything is fine. Under the cover of the quilt, a small telephone bug appeared in Carrie's palm. Far away in the Admiral office in Marine Ford. Blue blue. Blue blue. A white phone worm in Kong Kabuto rang. I am empty. Kong looked solemn. This was an urgent contact from Rox Pirate. It's me. Carrie controlled his body and made a sound sleep. Is there any important information about the sudden contact so late? Kong said slowly, seeming to know that the person opposite has enough time to speak. He, Roger Pirates is your one-handed contact and collusion. Carrie chuckled. You suddenly contacted me, that is to say. Kong is a little helpless, this guy is so much nonsense every time. Of course not. As pirates, Roger and his gang dare to attack Rox Pirate and have completely annoyed Rox. In the next few days, they will launch a full-scale revenge on Roger's pirate group. Comprehensive revenge? Is it all going to attack? Kong's face was solemn. Yes, almost all of them attacked. Rocks, Newgate, Shiki, Xiaotian. They focused on the most important turf of the Roger pirates, and the others attacked the rest separately. Carrie's voice was full of insidiousness. This is another particularly good opportunity, and Rocks only has 3 cotters by his side, and there are not many people. Well, there are only 3 cotters around, and one is the newcomer Xiaotian. Kong's eyes lit up. This is indeed a good opportunity. Yes, Xiaotian is highly valued by Rocks, you can take care of this matter. I will contact you again if I have anything. Carrie hung up without waiting for Kong Duo to say. Kong put away the phone worm, his face solemnly thinking for a long time. Finally, he sighed deeply. This Xiaotian can act with Rocks, Newgate, and others. I am afraid that the strength will not be low, and Rocks still values this newcomer so much. After Carrie contacted Marine and went to sleep calmly, he was very sure that even the Rocks observation hacky would not be able to detect anything. Kong took his thoughts and prepared to hold a meeting tomorrow. One night passed quickly. Marineford Naval Headquarters. In the conference hall. Kong had already sat in the main seat. The people waiting for the meeting, even tapping their fingers on the table. Crane, who came first, looked at Kong's solemn expression and couldn't help being startled. Kong like this is rarely seen, it seems to be, anxiously thinking about what? At this time, a sound of footsteps came from behind, and Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr and others came over. Everyone is seated. Garp was still chewing on a piece of stuff, his speech slurred. Received a message that Rocks pirate is about to retaliate against Roger pirates. Kong took a deep breath and said to everyone. Marine officers looked at each other. Does the revenge have anything to do with us? Rocks pirate will attack with all members. Rocks will lead Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and the terrifying rookie Xiaotian to attack the most important turf of the Roger pirates, and the rest of the cotters will attack Roger Sea separately. Other areas of the thieves. Kong said the information in one last breath. The Marines slowly opened their eyes and reacted. Rocks will only have 3 cotters by his side at that time. This is a good chance. Ms. He couldn't help her gaze. Unexpectedly that Xiaotian is among the 3 cotters, this talented newcomer. Garp said to himself. At that time, Xiaotian took a punch, and it didn't hurt at all. Don't be careless about this Xiaotian. At that time, that knife was very powerful, probably even stronger than our 3 Logia rookies. Zephyr said with a serious expression that the strength displayed by this Xiaotian was already at the level of a cotter. Assemble the manpower, set up an ambush in Roger's territory, and destroy Rocks in one fell swoop. As long as these few die, the pirate group will naturally fall apart. Sengoku nodded. The newcomers should not be underestimated, but this is also a good opportunity to eradicate them. I will go with everyone here. Tsuru will stay at the headquarters. Kong began to arrange. Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, none of you can be less, and recently our 3 super newcomers from Marine have also called in. The ability of Logia fruit is powerful. Kong said with a serious face. Garp and others nodded. In addition, you Vice Admiral, lead a warship, Sengoku, and contact the Roger pirates to get them ready. Sengoku nodded his head also solemnly to be clear. Naval Headquarters has the strongest combat power so far. Admiral Kong leads the powerful Garp trio, as well as 10 Vice Admiral from the headquarters, 3 pervert-capable rookies, and a lineup of 11 warships. Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku are strong enough to fight against 3 cotters. The rest, with Roger's side, are absolutely sure to leave Rocks behind. The lineup and plan are arranged, and when the Vice Admiral goes out to execute. Sengoku took out a small phone worm and dialed it out. On the Jackson in the second half of the Grand Line. Roger picked up the phone worm from Sengoku. I am Roger. It's me, Sengoku. Sengoku, is there any news? Roger didn't even need to think about it. Marine can find him, only Rock's pirate. Rock's pirate will retaliate against you, and the cotters will attack your turf separately, and the most important site will be led by Rocks with 3 cotters, Newgate, Shiki, Xiaotian, *. Chapter 23. Sengoku is nothing nonsense, and the news of Rock's pirates' full-scale attack directly spoke to Roger. Marine's news is really well informed, Rocks and the 3 cotters, even the newcomer was among them. Roger was taken aback, his thoughts turned. Rocks attacked in an all-round way and led a powerful cotter to attack. Newgate and Shiki could understand that Xiaotian was also there, indicating that Rocks recognized Xiaotian's strength. Yes, Roger, Xiaotian's strength can't be underestimated, don't be careless. I understand that the knife displayed by this Xiaotian can be undamaged by Garp's angry punch. It's not easy. Roger's face was solemn, and they would go all out for the enemy, no matter whether it was a newcomer or not. Rocks actually brought 3 cotters to kill. At the same time, this is also the best opportunity to remove the Rocks threat. This time we worked together again and won Rocks in one fell swoop. Sengoku finished speaking, continued to talk about some details, and said that after keeping in touch, he hung up. Really, have work to do. Roger smiled, and Marine didn't have to cheat about Rock's pirate. Shouted immediately after walking out of the room. On the Jackson, when they heard Roger's words, everyone gathered around. Captain! There is news from Marine that Rock's pirate is going to launch a full-scale attack on us, and, in our most important turf, Rocks leads 3 cotters to attack. Roger said to everyone with a serious face. The news came from Marine deliberately, and it should be reliable at this point. Rayleigh, with blonde hair, stroked his chin and thought. Who are the 3 cotters? Jabba also spoke and asked. Newgate, Shiki, Xiaotian. Roger smiled. Why would the newcomer arrange to act with Newgate and others? Everyone was a little puzzled. After all, he is a newcomer, coming to the most important territory, he will definitely face the strongest combat power. It shows that the strength of this Xiaotian has been recognized by Rocks, and, in the last performance, this so-called newcomer is not weak. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, and Rocks didn't need to bring a weak newcomer to drag him. Everyone nodded. After all, Xiaotian's horror talent that can be seen once has been spread all over. Everyone is ready to inform people on other sites that there will also be cotters in those places. Roger discussed with everyone and started to prepare. Rock's base camp. Hakinosu Island. The cotters cultivated quietly, waiting for Captain Rock's instructions to start. Within a few days, Rocks sent an order. Assemble the manpower and set off separately. Xiaotian led more than 100 members of his squad and boarded the main ship of Rock's pirate in the harbor. When Xiaotian arrived, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki led their team members on board. At the port, Silver Axe, John, Akoku, and others led a ship and set sail to attack other sites of the Roger pirates. Rocks arrived on the main ship, the crew was already there, the official Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were among them. The eyes of the two turned to Xiaotian, squinted and turned their heads away. The ship sailed out. Xiaotian looked at the sea in the distance and couldn't help but look forward to the harvest of this trip to sea again. In the past few days, various abilities have developed rapidly. Standing alone on the deck, Xiaotian looked at the system panel. Eternal Binder. Xiaotian. Conqueror's Haki, 97% of the summit stage. Armament Haki, 98% at the peak stage. Observation Haki, 95% of the summit stage. One type. Slashing the Dragon, 90% at the peak stage, Kong Yun, /wave, Silver Axe. 6 poses, 95% in the extreme stage. Tekken, Master Stage 10%. It's a pity that Conqueror's Haki's triple buff ended the day after he came back. However, Haki has almost reached the breakthrough stage and will soon reach the limit stage. The limit and the summit are a watershed. It can be seen from the extreme stage of the 6 types of body art. I'm afraid Haki will not be weaker than rocks by then. And the progress of the one-style dragon slashing is not too big, according to Xiaotian's estimation. To make it advance by leaps and bounds, it still has to be talented in battle. The most naughty is only Iron Fist. It is worthy of the move learned from Garp. This progress Xiaotian has been unable to complain. Overall, Xiaotian is still very satisfied. Even if there is no breakthrough stage, the advancement of progress will strengthen one's own strength. Great improvement. Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps sounded behind him. Rox, Newgate, Shiki, and others walked up to the deck. Are you nervous? Xiaotian. Golden Lion Shiki smiled, looking at Xiaotian who was just dumbfounded. No, I'm looking forward to the next battle. Xiaotian shook his head and said. Golden Lion Shiki chuckled. Inwardly, he was a little surprised at the qualitative changes in Xiaotian's weather. Even Rox and Whitebeard Newgate noticed. The childishness of Xiaotian is almost gone. A faint haki flowed out. This is a sign of great progress. Rox couldn't help but sigh secretly. Xiaotian's talent is really terrible. At this time, on the bow deck above this, there are only Rox, Newgate, Shiki, and Xiaotian. Golden Lion Shiki narrowed his eyes, sat on the fence, and said inexplicably. Even I was aware of what happened last time. An insider reported the news. Captain Rox wouldn't have thought, this is a ghost inside the cotter. Shiki's words made Rox smile faintly. Newgate also glanced at the Golden Lion in surprise. Speaking out at this time, do you think that none of the 3 present are ghosts? Shiki, do you think I will doubt you? Rox took a look at Shiki. You won't doubt the 3 of you present, Captain, you know who I am. Shiki. If Newgate were the inner ghost, we would have been annihilated long ago. Shiki smiled happily, but didn't say Xiaotian. Xiaotian killed 2 celestial dragons, and this kind of talent will not be the undercover that marine or other forces broke in. They are not stupid. Whitebeard Newgate grumbled and laughed. Xiaotian shrugged, holding the monster sword and ghost completely without speaking. The inner ghost must have spread the news. I'm afraid Roger will ambush it. Golden Lion Shiki bit his cigar and let out a puff, looked at Rox and said. Rox grinned. What I said is really good, very close to my own ideas. Then he turned his head, and shouted at the subordinates below. Change direction. Destination. Marie Joyce. The orders of Rox were immediately executed by the helmsman and the navigator on board. At this moment, both Whitebeard Newgate and Shiki were stunned. Xiaotian laughed. Rox is really a good method. Rox walked to the bow and looked into the distance, grinning grimly. Naval headquarters has weak defense and almost no high-end combat power. At this time, what's the point of facing Roger? Let's play Marie Joyce. Asterisk. Chapter 24. On the second half of the Grand Line, on a huge island. This is the site of the Roger pirates. The Jackson was docked in the port, but the ship was empty. And Roger, Rayleigh, and others who were waiting in ambush on the shore were frowning. No, Rock's pirates' attack has been found in other sites. Why hasn't this site arrived yet? Rayleigh looked confused. According to the distance, it should have appeared long ago. Perhaps Rox deliberately explored the truth. Roger frowned. It was wrong. Did Rox wait halfway to attack them? Call Marine to see. Jabba also walked over from the ambush position at this time. Roger nodded. On the Marine side, on the warship hidden far behind the island, Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr and others are also bewildered. This has been waiting for most of the day. According to the insiders, they started together at that time. And Rock's pirate has launched a retaliatory offensive even further afield. Something's wrong. After waiting for a long time, Kong looked ugly. I took out the white phone worm and contacted him. On the pirate ship in other seas, the phone worm in Carrie's sleeve rang. It was about to fight, and Marine even contacted him. Carrie made his subordinates prepare to attack Roger's territory, turned and walked into the cabin. After confirming the 4 weeks, the fruit ability was activated. What's wrong? Contact this time. Carrie is puzzled. It's easy to expose this way. Rocks haven't appeared yet. Is the intelligence okay? Kong's solemn voice came. Absolutely no problem. It was indeed said at the Cotter meeting. At that time, they set off together, and there was no news of any changes. Carrie said loudly. As for why Rocks did not appear, he was also puzzled. And just now, a signal soldier ran out of the cabin of the warship with a panic expression on his face. Empty, Admiral. Headquarters urgent notice. Rock's ship appeared near the port under Marie Joyce. What? Kong held the white phone worm with a shocked expression on his face. Garp, Sengoku, and others around him opened their mouths in surprise. Unbelievable. Rocks actually appeared directly in Marie Joyce? Carrie on the other end of the phone heard the news, and he was dumbfounded and stunned. I really don't know about this situation. Carrie wanted to explain a few more words, but Kong hung up the phone worm. The color inside is ugly, and he takes a few deep breaths of air. As expected to be the Overlord Rocks, there is even such a trick. Go home. Support Marie Joyce. Kong looked ugly and yelled back. At this time, the naval headquarters is empty. In Marie Joyce, there are too many untouchable things. This Rocks is too crazy. He went directly to Marie Joyce like this. This is no small matter. Marie Joyce has celestial dragons. It is also the center of world government. Anything left out it will can cause the celestial dragons living in Marie Joyce to suffer heavy casualties. Whether it's the naval headquarters or Marie Joyce today, they can't stop Rock's mass killings. What's more, there are 3 Cotter-level combat capabilities, the capabilities of Golden Lion Shiki, and the capabilities of Whitebeard Newgate. Both Lion Fruit and Shock Fruit have the ability to cause widespread destruction. It is no exaggeration to say that letting them break into Marie Joyce is like a time bomb. May destroy the Holy Land at any time. Marine returned quickly. Roger and others contacted Marine, and the news was shocked and ugly. Rocks actually killed Marie Joyce directly. Captain, what shall we do? After everyone was shocked, they asked one after another. Keep up with the past and take a look. Roger stepped up and headed for the Jackson. Everyone followed suit. And on the side of Xiaotian, looking at the towering red line in front of me, the pirate ship slowly approached. There is a ladder to lift Marie Joyce ahead. Rocks led Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and Xiaotian quickly broke through the naval headquarters at this time until Rocks, Xiaotian, and others were completely close to the Discovery. Can't stop it anymore. Even the people on the boat did not take action. Rocks directly suppressed Conqueror's Haki for those weak and juniors who came to stop. Golden Lion Shiki pulled out Sakura Ten and Withered Wood, directly activated the Lion Fruit ability, and flew the entire ship onto the Red Line. On the Red Line, the 5 elders who received an emergency report from Naval Headquarters couldn't believe it at the time, and their faces were extremely ugly. Marine's high-end combat power, including most of the Vice Admiral, followed Kong and others to ambush Rock's pirate. It turned out to be empty. Rocks brought 3 Cotters and a large number of subordinates to Marie Joyce. Completely bypassed Marine's combat power. The Speed Assembly Guard, the CP unit. There is also the special unit that informs the science department. The white-haired old man in a black suit and leather shoes looked cautious and gave orders with an ugly expression. The other 4 also had the same expression. Unbelievable. Rocks is so crazy. Even in the face of Rocks alone, the 5 of them did not dare to be careless, and they even did not hesitate to expose the troops that the Ministry of Science had just researched. No matter what, it seems that we can only do it personally. An old man in a blue kimono said with sullen eyes. The 5 of them have not taken a shot for a long time. With the strength of rocks, it's like ignoring us to slaughter. The curly-haired old man who was short and fat, holding a western knife, frowned. No, he will fight us, don't forget his former identity. A blond old man stood up and said. Then he took the lead and walked out. The 4 followed. All 5 are extremely dignified. Outside Marie Joyce, the guards and CP troops have been assembled, and they are looking nervously at the elevator. 5 elders walked ahead, waiting in full battle. Perceiving, the breath of rocks is coming. The whole ship floated up. The guard watching from the side yelled in horror. Sure enough, the entire pirate ship floated up quickly. Lion Fruit's ability. The 5 old men looked at the pirate ship with complicated expressions. The red skull and the pirate flag with the letters rocks made the hearts of everyone rush. This is how Rock's pirate broke in. These 5 old guys are at least Admiral-class combat power. Rocks was on the floating boat, holding his arms and looking at the 5 old people and the guards who were waiting in a row below, and reminded everyone. Newgate and Shiki nodded cautiously when they heard this. Is the 5 elders, the highest right of the world government? Xiaotian looked at the 5 elders and understood that this was the elder 5 elders. Not those 5 years later. Then he looked at Pangu City not far away. That Yim should be there too, don't know if he will make a move? Asterisk. Chapter 25. Go down and go to war. Rocks stared at the 5 old men fiercely. Full of hostility. Golden Lion Shiki controlled the ship to descend to the ground. Rocks and Newgate, Shiki walked down. A large number of men behind with weapons followed. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin with mace and big knife were among them. Rocks. This is Marie Joyce. The faces of the 5 old men were extremely ugly. Although there were only rocks and 3 cotters, he did not dare to underestimate it. 5 old men, ready to meet me soon. Rock's eyes were fierce, and when he got here, his goal was to kill Marie Joyce's people. Seeing these 5, the killing intent was even more soaring. Xiaotian looked at the 5 old men. It turned out to be so jealous of Rocks. This is the strength of the Admiral class. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to go back if you come? 5 elders' expression became fierce, even Rocks. No matter how big the price is, we must hit him head on. Only the 5 of you? Ha ha ha, little ones, kill these hypocritical garbage. Rocks sneered disdainfully, then raised his arms and shouted. The pirates under his command yelled in response, rushing to the guards and CP troops with guns and knives. Superior. 5 elders felt that Rocks was arrogant, and became even more embarrassed. The guards and CP troops rushed up when they heard the order. Soldiers against soldiers, rushed together. Artillery, bullets fly around. The 2 sides fought fiercely together. The main force on both sides has not moved yet. 5 elders stared at the opposite side closely and did not move. The 6 started to figure it out. In addition to Rocks, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion, there are 3 newcomers. That's what the intelligence said. Xiaotian, a monster rookie with amazing talent, is a rookie after all, it shouldn't be a worry. The difference in combat power doesn't seem to be that big. Only if we vacate our hands and besiege Rocks with more than 3, we will have a big win. The 5 communicated in a low voice, squinting to watch the battle on the court. Through the words, the fear of Rocks can be seen in Madara. The 5 old people mean that there must be 3 people who are sure to win Rocks. Maybe no one dares to say that you can beat Rocks one-on-one except for Lord Yim, who has never appeared in the world. And Rocks grinned, making the person on the other side shudder. At this time, 5 elders took the initiative to stand up. An old man in a suit and leather shoes stared at Whitebeard Newgate and jumped sideways. The meaning is unknown and praised. It's really exciting to play against one of the most powerful people in the world government. Whitebeard Newgate grunted, clenching the clouds in his hands. Bump! Whitebeard Newgate jumped up and fell directly behind the old man in the suit with a unique smile. Holding the supreme sharp knife in his right hand, Kong Yun cut, and with a trembling halo in his left hand, he slapped the old man in the suit and leather shoes with a fist. The old man in the suit, who felt the ferocity behind him, looked surprised. Whitebeard Newgate really has a monster-like strength. This sense of power is extremely threatening. Immediately Armament Hacky wrapped his arm, turned around and punched Whitebeard's shock fruit fist. Click! Boom! The ground clods were torn apart. The trembling air flows like a hurricane. Whitebeard Newgate looked at the old man in a suit and shoes. Unexpectedly, it was so strong, and the fist of shock fruit's ability was picked up by the old man. Seeing that Whitebeard Newgate had already shot, Golden Lion Shiki smiled, spitting the cigar on the ground. The figure flew up and smiled at one of the old men in the blue kimono. Hold with both hands. Lion Majesty. The Golden Lion Shiki floated in the air and activated his abilities against the old man in the blue kimono. During the shaking of the ground, the mud around the kimono old man directly formed two huge lion heads and rushed over. The other three jumped away, letting go of the battlefield, their eyes locked on rocks. Xiaotian, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin were directly ignored by 5 elders. Exit. 6 styles. The old man in kimono faced Shiki's lion bite. Without panic, the palm covered by armament Hacky shot out, and an air cannon shot out directly. Bang! The air blasted the explosion. The lion's head was smashed in the palm of his hand, and the pieces burst open. The old man's physical skills are good. Shiki smiled ha ha ha, and rushed over with double knives in his hands. Sword Chi and the old man in kimono confronted each other. 6 styles is superb in the hands of kimono elders, and it is infinitely powerful. Shiki's double swords were swung against the palms of the old man in kimono, sparks flew everywhere. Every knife and every palm left deep marks of various fragmentation and destruction on the ground. At this time, it was abrupt. Weiguo! A purple knife light flashed. Dao Guang went directly to the old man with curly hair. Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but slashed over. The curly-haired old man squinted his eyes and snorted in disdain. The newcomer even found himself. Armament Hacky was directly wrapped around his hand, abruptly pinching Weiguo's knife with his hand, and throwing his backhand into the sky. I just grabbed it with my hand and flung it away. Charlotte Linlin could not help but sweat. This is a slash of his own hard work. Charlotte Linlin looked back at Kaido and Xiaotian. Xiaotian was still watching the battlefield without any reaction, and had no intention of besieging the curly-haired old man with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Xiaotian is looking at 5 predecessors, 5 elders. The people in power in the world government are indeed extremely powerful. This strength is no longer limited to admiral level. No wonder Rox would say, at least admiral level. And Rox stared at the remaining 2 5 elders. It rises magnificently, like an ancient beast. Rox started doing it aggressively. The whole person instantly disappeared in place, and appeared next to one of the blonde old men at a speed that the naked eye could not keep up with. The violent Hacky kicked it over. Damn it! The blonde old man was surprised at the speed of Rox, and also mobilized his body's power. Hacky wrapped his hands and blocked it. Boom! The place where the blonde old man was standing sank directly into a big pit. While the blocker's figure did not move, it shifted far back, pulling out a gully on the ground. Ahem! The blonde old man shook his arm and coughed a few times with an ugly face. The power of Rox is so powerful, my hands are numb. During the confrontation, Conqueror's Hacky was even more diffuse, and the nearby guards fainted directly to the ground. The other old man took out a katana and threw it over. The blonde old man shook his arms and also besieged him. Rox didn't have any fear, and drew the long knife from his waist to fight. Boom! The powerful Hacky is vertical and horizontal, and the clouds in the sky are scattered because of the vigor aroused by the battle present. The ground shattered with every step of rocks falling. The rocks at this moment are one enemy too, and they do not lose the wind at all. The curly-haired old man not far away looked ugly. The changes in the battlefield, rely on yourself to quickly solve these three newcomers, and then work together to besiege the others. At this time, Kaido let out a dragon chant, and his body changed drastically. Turned into a dragon with its feet on the clouds, surrounded by purple thunder and lightning, hovering in the sky. Asterisk. Chapter 26. This kind of fruit is really rare. The curly-haired old man looked at Kaido in the form of a blue dragon in surprise. Others were even more surprised. This is the fruit of the fish. A capable person in the form of a green dragon. Heat. The dragon's body churned, and the flames condensed in Kaido's mouth, facing the curly-haired old man below. Thundercloud. Zeus. A large group of clouds appeared on Charlotte Linland's body, flashing with lightning. The two are about to besiege the curly-haired old man. I can't help myself. The curly-haired old man burst out with momentum. Although the two of them looked very powerful, they were almost far away in aura. Kaido's heat is gushing out. Facing the heat of the dragon Kaido, he drew the western sword in his hand. Conqueror's haki merged with the sword chi and cut the heat. The sword chi directly smashed Kaido's body and let out a scream. A knife mark appeared on the huge dragon, and blood dripped. Kaido's eyes are full of horror. This old man is so powerful. Charlotte Linland was shocked. The old man was really strong. Kaido was injured in one shot. Immediately, there was no room to worry, and Zeus' thundercloud enveloped the old man's head while waving his hands. Dense thunder and lightning surged from the thundercloud to cover the old man with curly hair. Charlotte Linland rushed over with a big knife in his hand. Kaido shook his huge head, enduring the pain of his injury, and attacked again. Bad wind. I don't have time to play with you. The curly-haired old man directly ignored the thunder and lightning. These thunder and lightning did not even break through his armed color. Don't delay, the longer you delay, the more changes you will have. Immediately make an all-out effort to defeat the two in one fell swoop. The curly-haired old man swung his knife extremely fast and hit the knife that Charlotte Linland had hacked. Bang! Surge! The rebel flies. The curly-haired old man almost hit with all his strength. In an instant, Charlotte Linland's eyes widened, and blood was vomited and flew out, hitting the ship heavily. The arm was hit directly by the old man's haki, unconsciously. The curly-haired old man didn't even look at it, and immediately jumped. While Kaido's attack was still brewing, he kicked Kaido's knife wound. ZZ. The attacks of Conqueror's haki and Armament haki broke out. The huge dragon body was kicked directly to the ground, and the ground shattered and shattered. Kaido even screamed in pain, transforming into a human form on the ground. And at this time, facing the battle on the field, when Xia Tian watched the battle, a series of system prompts sounded. You have learned a sword flow, cutting skills. You learned 6 styles. Extinguish. You have learned a knife and knife technique, prestige. Your Conqueror's haki is very competitive in watching the fierce battle, and his training speed has increased. Your Armament haki is very excited while watching the fierce battle, and his training speed has accelerated. Your Observation haki is fully opened, and the potential is stimulated while consuming, and the training speed is accelerated. Your 6 types of body art has sensed the aura of profound yi, and you have realized it, and your cultivation speed has accelerated. Xia Tian is very excited. In this kind of battle, even watching the battle can gain so much. At this time, Kaido and Charlotte Linland were defeated. Xia Tian couldn't hold back immediately. Fighting will make progress faster. Xia Tian's figure disappeared in the same place instantly and appeared in front of the curly-haired old man holding a western knife. The curly-haired old man looked at Xia Tian, who suddenly appeared in surprise. This newcomer actually possessed the instantaneous speed. The old man's thinking hadn't continued, but he was horrified the next moment. I also use a knife to play with you. The Xiatian ghost is out of the sheath in an instant, and the violent sword intent erupts. How can it be? The old man with curly hair can't believe it. Too horrified, this is Conqueror's haki turned into a sword intent. This level is even higher than Conqueror's haki's physical injury attack. Newcomer? How can it be? As Xiatian pulls out the ghost, the scene is turbulent. This sword intent has aroused all the people who are scattered and fighting. That's the newcomer. The two blonde old men besieging rocks were shocked. Being able to develop this kind of sword intent is probably not a battle that an old man with curly hair can solve in a short time. The chain reaction is that Rock's pirate will steadily gain the upper hand, and they will lose. Ha ha ha, old men, was it an accident? Rox laughed triumphantly. As one of the strongest, the aura of Xiatian's body can be faintly perceivable. It's just that Rox was also a little surprised. Xiatian unexpectedly reached this level. It takes less than 2 months to teach the use of Xiatian Conqueror's haki. The two elders who played against Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki also looked terribly ugly. This time I really miscalculated and slapped my face. As a cotter, how can Xiatian be measured by a newcomer? Gee ha ha ha, old man, come again. Golden Lion Shiki supervised Xiatian for a glance, unexpectedly, but at the same time reasonable. But my heart is shaking. Realize your ambitions. Must pull Xiatian to be an ally. In his excitement, he swung his knife again to attack the shocked old man. It's really surprising, Xiatian. Whitebeard Newgate grunted, obviously surprised. It has reached this level in a short time. Fight with me, dare to distract yourself. Kong Yunshan Newgate's hand relentlessly slashed towards the old man who was shocked and looked at Xiatian. When Xiatian pulls out the ghost, and when the sword intent is soaring to the sky, he grabs the sword and slashes towards the curly-haired old man. Kong Yun cut. Although the curly-haired old man was surprised that the newcomer Xiatian could possess this level of strength, he could only fight now. Immediately hold a western knife and cut it horizontally. The sizzle sounded at the intersection of the two. Thunder and lightning scattered at Conqueror's haki. Boom! The ground under the feet of the two men sank completely, cracks scattered everywhere. This sword technique has the shock of Whitebeard's ability. The curly-haired old man kept his eyes solemn and separated from Xiatian. And Xiatian shook his head slightly in his heart, his own strength still lost a little. However, haki, physique, and the practice of swordsmanship began to make crazy progress in the fight. War. Break through the battle. Xiatian's eyes were like torches, ghosts waved thoroughly, and a giant slash-wave knife slashed past. Is this Golden Lion's trick? The curly-haired old man opened his eyes wide, and the western knife also made a slash. The two swords were offset in the confrontation. At this time, Shiki was also using slash-wave, and the curly-haired old man was taken aback. The slashes of the two were almost the same. This Xiatian deserves to be a genius who can see it once. Xiatian didn't give the curly-haired old man time to start thinking. Holding Ghost Toru directly, and the curly-haired old man started a close weapon confrontation battle. The figures of the two flashed. The speed of the fight is extremely fast. Haki overflows between weapons collision. Caused various knife marks and damage to the surrounding area. At this time, Xiatian became more and more courageous. Your Conqueror's haki has made crazy progress in his own battle, breaking through the peak stage, and the current progress limit stage. Your armament haki broke through the peak stage in the battle, and the current progress limit stage. Your one style. In the fierce battle of Slashing Dragon, you have broken through the peak stage, and the current progress is limited, *. Chapter 27. During the battle, Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki noticed Xiatian, who was fighting frantically at this time. Because the sword intent and confrontation over there are too intense. Even Rox glanced at it from time to time. My Konjayun knife technique can actually exert this level in the hands of Xiaotian. Whitebeard Newgate couldn't help but smack his tongue. This Xiaotian always slashes from top to bottom, with the domineering clump of cloud's knife intent, under the slash, shakes the surroundings. The old man with curly hair can only resist it with his own powerful strength. Golden Lion Shiki is also astonished as he pays more attention. Xiaotian's slash wave is almost the same as him, and even the sword light power he activates is even bigger. Monster-like genius. On the balcony of the castle not far away, a marine communicator was constantly relaying news of the scene. 5 elders shot, the 2 besieged Rox. Rox took the upper hand, Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki each faced an adult. There's another one. Kong's anxious voice came from the phone worm. Yes, it's the newcomer Xiaotian. He is just as good as the last adult. The tone of the communication soldier was full of incredible, and he looked shocked at the battle between Xiaotian and the curly-haired old man in the distance. What? Kong was taken aback, his expression changed drastically. Garp, Sengoku, and others on the warship were all present. They looked at each other incredibly when they heard the news. Newcomer Xiaotian unexpectedly reached this level of strength so soon? I hope 5 elders can hold on. Kong muttered to himself with a gloomy expression. This Xiaotian progressed too fast. So horrible. Everyone behind him is also black. The news was then passed on to the Roger pirates and others behind. Rayleigh and others are also unbelievable. This is too shocking. How long is this guy? His strength is gradual, and the body of this guy can be directly strengthened. There is no process. Rayleigh looked shocked. Is this kind of genius still a genius? You can't even describe a monster. There are so many incredible things in this world. Roger also had to believe that it was true that this Xiaotian joined Rox pirate less than 2 months ago, and then began to study frantically. The rest of the people also frowned. Unbelievable. Let's turn around. Roger squinted his eyes at this moment and said back. Turn around? Captain. Bullet is puzzled. If you don't go to Rox, where are you going? Rox base camp. Hakinosu. Roger waved his hand. There is no end to this. Rox may be able to resolve the battle before Marine rushes back. Just in case, Roger chose to attack Hakinosu. Marijoy's battlefield. Rox withdrew that trace of attention, brandishing a long knife in his hand, and bumped into the 2 blonde old men. Rox is much stronger than the blonde old man in terms of strength and speed. But with the cooperation between the 2, it was only 1 point lower than Rox. Rox. Zebek. Do you really want to live with us like this? While the blonde old man was fighting, he felt a sense of physical decline. This is not a good omen. Anxious in my heart, I couldn't help but begin to speak. No, my name is Rox D. Zebek. Rox grinned and slashed violently. 6 styles, steel. The other old man's eyes throbbed, haki covered his whole body. And the sight of him knocked away the light of the knife that had struck the blonde old man. The knife light swept across the ground, leaving deep knife marks. The blonde old man took a step back, took a breath, and continued. Clan D, God's natural enemy, Rox, don't forget, you were also celestial dragons. That was a long time ago. Why I added the name D, you know very well. Rox said, the anger in his heart began to go crazy. The scene of the deportation that year is vivid. Your family's deportation is an unchangeable fact. What happened back then? To shut up. Rox rise to the sky like an ancient beast. Deter the audience. The blonde old man's words stopped abruptly, his eyes throbbing. If Rox were still in Marijoy's back then, maybe the current world government would not have their 5 elders. Rox is also a great genius. Everyone present looked at Rox in shock. Even Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki had never heard of them, and looked at Rox with surprise. Long ago, rocks was also celestial dragons? I am at odds with celestial dragons, kill to the end. I will definitely become the true lord of the world inaccessible to you. On rocks, Haki Washuan. This is the will of the king in rocks conquerors Haki. Then something more terrifying appeared in front of everyone. After rocks exploded, holding a long knife in his hand, a trace of black mist appeared on his body. Rise up in rocks. Impossible? You still have devil fruit ability. This is the fruit of Logia, the fruit of darkness. The two blonde old men were shocked and exclaimed in horror. As the people with the greatest rights in the world government, they naturally read the devil fruit illustrated book. Such a special black mist can be recognized at a glance. Then die. Rocks, who had released the fruit ability, calmed down. Black mist unexpectedly began to wrap the blade like Haki, and attacked the past with a powerful force of attraction while waving it. In horror, the two elders, regardless of physical exertion, launched a real full fight to fight again. And this time, the people present were attracted by the attention. Rocks itself is already very powerful, and even possesses the devil fruit ability. Dark fruit. Whitebeard Newgate doesn't know how many times he has been surprised today. An unexpected event appeared, and now even Rocks has the ability to produce fruit. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes widened, his eyes throbbed, and Rocks even hid such a hand. Even the other people and 5 elders were horrified. What to do with this kind of battle? In the unlikely event that Rocks defeated both of them, Marie Joya's defeat would follow. Xiaotian can't help being surprised. It's not surprising that Rocks has fruit power. It was the dark fruit ability that made Xiaotian feel surprised and surprised. The Blackbeard of the plot is also the dark fruit, and the site is also in Hakinosu. Is there a relationship between two people? Xiaotian couldn't figure it out, and found nothing in this time. Recovered, Xiaotian looked at the old man with gloomy curly hair. Can't help but sigh that the progress in the battle has improved very quickly. During the battle, the cultivation speed of they is almost several times faster. From the beginning, it was slightly lower by 1 point, and now it is almost equal to this old man. Even began to surpass. Asterisk. Chapter 28. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, both wounded and awake, looked at the battlefield in front of them in shock. Fierce. Shocked. In particular, Xiaotian's hand-held ghosts and the curly-haired old man who easily defeated them were crazy and fast, which made them feel a deep gap and involuntarily felt a sense of frustration. Originally they used Xiaotian as their opponent, but now this scene makes them totally afraid of thinking about it. And the fight on the other side. Rocks rose with a dark mist, and the knife was covered by 2 kinds of haki and abilities entangled. The 2 blonde elders who were able to compete normally have fallen into a completely passive state. The dark mist of Rocks has a bizarre swallowing power, as if it were about to be absorbed in contact. Every time the blonde elders both need to forcefully break away from this swallowing force. The more you fight, the more you fall into a disadvantage. The consumption of physical strength haki is even greater. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin looked at Whitebeard Newgate again. The old man in suit and leather shoes was completely taken over by Whitebeard Newgate, and he had no power to reverse it. The abilities of haki and shock fruit caused the greatest damage outside this ancient city. The feet of Whitebeard Newgate and the old man in the suit have sunk deeply into the ground. The cracks are dense, large, and small, spreading to the entire battlefield. Even a huge crack spread to the wall of the castle in the distance. The battle between Golden Lion Shiki and the old man in cyan kimono is most similar to Xiaotian's side, extremely fast and fierce moves. Double knives and fists bumped. Haki scattered, surging out from the ground, forming a huge lion face to bite the old man. And the old man's powerful haki confronts the special 6-stance martial arts, and the two have each other, and they are evenly matched. A large number of pirates on both sides confronted the guards and CP forces. The pirates were obviously suppressed in terms of number and strength. With the high-end combat power of both sides, they have already retreated far. The battle between the 5 old men and rocks, Whitebeard, Shiki, and Xiaotian is too terrifying, even the aftermath of Haki will blow the whole person away. Had to retreat far away. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin gritted their teeth at this time, a bit unwilling. Xiaotian and others are completely unable to intervene in the battle. Going up hastily, and unable to cooperate, will only drag back. At this time, the elevator under the red line rose up at the same time. Waves of marine rushed over under the leadership of 3 vice-admiral. Seeing the fierce battlefield above was stunned. I can't believe that this kind of destroyed scene can be caused by humans. Kaido stared at them and gradually began to grow ferocious, and touched the wound that had started to heal. Kaido carried the big mace and rushed towards Marine who had rushed over. Charlotte Linlin also had sullen eyes, holding a gun in his left hand and killing it with a big knife in his right hand. The two believed that they had different talents, and they couldn't think of defeating these real powerhouses easily. The complex emotions were intertwined, and he vented his unhappiness at the bunch of marines that had just come up. Thunder, 8 trigrams. Kaido held the mace and swung the mace, and every time he swiped, the wound was aching faintly. And this pain makes Kaido crazy. Charlotte Linlin even slapped his hands underground, and the soul fruit ability gave the ground soul. A large piece of land seemed to have come alive, surging with the soldiers attacking the group of naval headquarters. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. The 3 vice-admirals' expressions were full of horror. This came up, allowing these 2 rocks pirate newcomers to easily slaughter them. The 3 vice-admiral belonged to the literary generals, and their combat power was not strong. Even facing the crazy Kaido, the 2 of them were terrified. Several of them came down and were photographed by Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Kaido. Let's go inside and kill those celestial dragons. Sherlock Linlin, who had solved this wave of marine, was not satisfied, and said with a ferocious expression after some killing. Right on my mind. Kaido carried his mace and rushed to the depths of Marie Joyce first. The battlefield here can't intervene at all, and these little guys can't make Kaido feel satisfied. Charlotte Linlin followed along. However, a group of guards and CP troops who retreated far came forward to stop them, and they were indeed easily dispersed by the 2. Go away! Kaido roared, the shape of a dragon's head faintly appeared on his head. This turned out to be a semi-beastized fruit state. Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but look at Kaido, a little surprised. This guy is improving. At this moment, in the depths of Marie Joyce, a group of strangely shaped people rushed out. It's the people from the science department here. The members of CP8 breathed a sigh of relief. These 2 newcomers are too difficult to deal with. The moves are powerful, and the more you fight, the more courageous you. Kill them. A man with a mustache slanting outwards, wearing a strange cloak, wearing strange shoes, and holding a spear in his hand. It's Vinsmoke Judge. Someone in CP cried. Judge, a genius researcher, the strange-shaped clothes on his body are the combat uniforms he invented. Following Judge's spear pointed at it, hundreds of strange-looking people rushed up behind him. Kaido and the 2 looked at it for a moment. These guys actually have parts of animal limbs, human heads, and horses, or they have double wings on their backs, or they have elephant heads on their stomachs. The monster rookie of Rocks Pirate? It is said that you are also the fruit power of Zoan. These are all artificial demon fruit power researched by Vegapunk, plus the weapons I researched. Judge smiled triumphantly. These newcomers are not ready yet. Kaido uttered a dragon chant when facing the powerful man-made abilities who came and killed him, and the whole person was finally half-dragonized. There was a small breath of heat in his mouth, and the mace in his hand was swung violently. But those with abilities are actually very resistant to beating. Even the small heat has blocked the cloak on their backs. Charlotte Linlin was also dragged by a large number of capable people. The majestic sword skill unfolded, knocking a few into the air, and then rushing over immediately. and those with abilities recover extremely quickly. Xia Tian also noticed this scene in the battle. Can't help but be surprised, this is man-made demon fruit power. Young man, you are also distracted. The curly-haired old man's eyes lit up, and the western knife took haki to stir the airflow and slashed over. At this time, Xia Tian didn't even turn his head, and the ghost on his hand had already blocked it. The curly-haired old man showed a strange color and pulled away again. This Xia Tian, it seems that the more the war is getting stronger. Show you something good, old man. Xia Tian laughed at this moment. The prompt of the system has never stopped since the beginning of the battle. Even Xia Tian hasn't watched it yet. Concentrate on fighting the old man with curly hair. Fighting now, Xia Tian found that he was already stronger than this curly-haired old man. Xia Tian showed a faint smile, the ghost in his hand was completely raised, and a slashing posture similar to that of the curly-haired old man was put out, using the old man's most familiar moves. One sword flow. Slashing skill. Asterisk. Chapter 29. How is it possible? Don't be kidding. The curly-haired old man was shocked, took a few steps back, and cried out in tears. This familiar feeling is not the sword technique and cutting technique that he is good at. This Xia Tian, could it be learned in battle? This is too scary. With a smile, Xia Tian cut the blade down, forming a large blade light and quickly slashed towards the old man. Its slashing skills. The curly-haired old man who confirmed the facts was shocked in his heart. Raising the western knife, the same light against the past. The muscles were surging, and the breath began to explode. You learned the break of 6 styles. This skill belongs to the explosive potential type. It has been summarized in 6 styles. Xia Tian stood proudly, watching the curly-haired old man explode. 5 elders is really not easy. There is also this kind of short-term increase in strength. The curly-haired old man has a hideous face and violent veins. This method enhances combat power and obviously has a heavy physical burden. Looking at Xia Tian with murderous intent. Bang! The whole person disappeared in place, holding a western sword in front of Xia Tian instantly, slashing. Haki's tangled blade slashed through the air, stirring up the air current. Xia Tian squinted his eyes, facing the menacing offensive. Gui Che also greeted him with a knife. Boom! The dirt and gravel under the feet of the 2 men bounced up vigorously, and more cracks spread. At this time Xia Tian still smiled faintly, and took a knife indifferently. The curly-haired old man's eyes were shocked. This is a blow after his own secret method to increase his strength. Xia Tian took it down without any pressure. Surprised? Your strength increase is not high. Xia Tian said lightly. This way of improving the explosive potential is not high for an old man like 5 elders, but it puts a heavy burden on the body. As he improved in the battle, the old man's strength improved but only leveled off. The demon sword ghost in his hand turned the blade sharply, and between the rotations, the slashing technique was used again. The old man's complexion was sweating, his eyes gloomy, and Xia Tian attacked. Your conqueror's haki is advancing by leaps and bounds in the battle. The current progress limit is 41%. Your armament haki is advancing by leaps and bounds in the battle, and the current progress limit is 38%. Your one sword style. Slash skill, you are very excited when you are fighting the original creator, and you have broken through the master stage. The current progress stage is 8% at the peak stage. Your 6 types of physical skills are integrated into the secret moves, and you are extremely excited on the battlefield, and your training speed is accelerated. Xia Tian made rapid progress while making moves. The other 4 elders who were fighting saw that the curly-haired elder actually inspired 6 styles to improve its combat effectiveness and yet to gain the upper hand, so they broke out in cold sweats. The old man with curly hair will fall into a short-term state of weakness after the promotion time. This side effect is also the reason why they would not use it if they were not sure. The curly-haired old man was obviously furious and anxious. The old man in kimono who was fighting against Golden Lion Shiki stepped back and sighed deeply. 6 styles, broken. The old man in kimono has no choice at this time, but can only stimulate the power still hidden in his body to increase his combat power. The gap in the battlefield can only be opened in their 3 1-on-1. On the rock's side, they were already chasing the blonde old man with a knife and slashed. Golden Lion Shiki glanced at the kimono old man in surprise, and then at the side where he was fighting fiercely with Xia Tian. You do this trick too? Golden Lion Shiki was astonished, and moved away. Who knows that this old guy has promoted more than the curly-haired old guy? With sweat on his face, the old man in kimono rushed towards Shiki extremely fast. The violent momentum covers the past. Shiki hurriedly flew into the sky, his eyes dignified. It seems that this kimono old man has improved even more. Damn it! Seeing Shiki flying into the sky, the kimono elder moonwalk stepped on the air and sprinted over. Seeing the old man chasing him, Golden Lion Shiki smiled. I am not an opponent on land for the time being, but I am not afraid of inflexible kimono elders in the air. The two banged fiercely in the air, and the air exploded. Gu la la la, do you want to use this trick too? Whitebeard Newgate smiled uniquely and looked at the old man in the tattered suit whose suit had been beaten. It won't open the gap with you, forget it. The coolest thing was the old man in the suit. Although his complexion was extremely ugly and his heart was shaken, he still kept his cool head. 6 styles, broken. At this time, Xia Tian's voice sounded. Even the old man in the suit opened his eyes and looked at Xia Tian with a look of horror. Whitebeard Newgate also looked back in surprise. The old man in kimono in the sky also looked at Xia Tian in shock. This is no ordinary sword technique. 6 styles is a unique skill that Marine 6 styles has learned after a long time of practice. What kind of monster is he? As the old man in the suit threw his fist, he could no longer remain calm, and asked Whitebeard Newgate in a trembling voice. Hey, he is a real genius. Whitebeard laughed, and the white halo fist touched the old man's hacky fist. Xia Tian made crazy progress during the battle, and also learned the 6 styles technique of 5 elders. The roar sounded. And the curly-haired old man also looked shocked, looking at Xia Tian in front of him incredibly. The move to stimulate potential is really good. Xia Tian shook his left hand, there was no wind on his body, and his momentum was magnificent. Haki circulates in the body and stimulates the body's functions, which can strengthen strength and speed, and Haki's explosion is also stronger. And the 6 stance body technique at its own limit does not cause too much burden, but the time cannot be too long, after all, it is the operation of the body. How can you learn this trick after reading it again? The curly-haired old man couldn't help but said in horror, his voice trembling. Genius! Xia Tian laughed, holding the ghost and arrived in front of the curly-haired old man in an instant. The blade carried a violent haki, bringing out a white compressed air current and chopped it away. The curly-haired old man was in a cold sweat on his head, slashing to fight. Boom! Behind the old man, he was cut into a deep ditch by the air current, and the whole person staggered backwards. The power of Xia Tian at this time is too terrifying. The rocks seen on the other side was even more surprised. Xia Tian at this time is no longer weaker than 5 elders. The 2 golden-haired old men began to feel despair in their hearts. How to fight this? In this position, you haven't experienced this kind of failure, old man. Rocks laughed wildly, 5 elders' defeat is set. The black mist began to spread under the feet, covering the past. At this time, Kong, Garp, and others, who were rushing back home, finally saw the red line under Marie Joyce. Hearing the news delivered by the communication soldier on the scene, his face was sweating. Master 5 elders, we are going to lose. What? Asterisk. Chapter 30. The battle between Xia Tian and the curly-haired old man escalated again, and both of them used 6 styles to break, increasing their strength and speed. The speed of the fight completely surpassed the speed of the naked eye, and the guards in the distance could not see the two of them. Suddenly the land sank on the battlefield between the two of them, and a big hole appeared. Sometimes the sword is vertical and horizontal, and deep knife marks are drawn all around. In the air, Haki left a black and red thunderbolt. A group of people were dumbfounded. This is simply not a battle scene that humans can reach. Except for the 5 elders, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Rocks, who are still fighting. Also see Peace Individual Captain and Kaido. Charlotte Linlin can see the figure clearly. Xiaotian didn't use any other moves, but with the 1 sword slashing skill and the 3 strokes of extinction and steel in 6 styles, it completely suppressed the curly-haired old man. Between swinging the knife, the left hand 6 styles. Mi cooperated with the move. The curly-haired old man turned pale gradually, gritted his teeth and insisted on confronting Xiaotian. Except for the tricks he had already used, he did not dare to use other 6 styles or other moves at all. Xiaotian's talent is really amazing. And now there is no powerful move that can surely hurt Xiaotian. The curly-haired old man can only hold on with a bitter face. The eyes that swept toward the battlefield gradually became a little desperate. The scientific team has been dragged by the 2 newcomers Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Rocks pressed the blonde old man to fight, while the black mist spread across the battlefield. Whitebeard Newgate steadily gained the upper hand, and Shock Fruit's ability to shake the world was average, and the old man in the suit could only rely on 6 styles to fight against, and he was sweating profusely. The only old man in kimono who is in better condition can't grasp Shiki's figure at all. Flying pirate, flexible in the air. Almost. Xiaotian muttered to herself. The system prompt pops up for a long time. Conqueror's Haki is already in the extreme stage, and every time the progress is improved by 1%, it is much slower. After this battle, Haki was close to 50% progress. There are also tricks such as 6 styles, among which 6 styles has made the most progress. The body of Xiaotian gets stronger as the battle becomes stronger. Unfortunately, it has reached a certain limit, and all abilities have returned to normal levels. Xiaotian thought, the offensive in his hand has already begun to change, and he no longer keeps his hands to fight. The demon sword ghost is completely covered with black armed color, and at this time the red emission shape continues to entangle. The conqueror's Haki on Xiaotian is permeated, and the whole person has an invincible aura. Between a flash, a sword flow. The cutting technique directly slashed the curly-haired old man's neck. The speed is more rapid and fierce than before. In the face of Xiaotian, who suddenly became powerful, the curly-haired old man was terrified. The western sword blocked in a hurry, and planned to release Xiaotian's slashing force along the direction. Ding! Xiaotian's conqueror's Haki directly pierced the curly-haired old man's Haki and slashed on the knife. Guiche's back edge is directly across the shoulder of the old man. The blood was dripping. And the shoulder was drawn directly to the chest. The curly-haired old man snorted, his eyes in disbelief. I was actually injured by my own moves. Everyone could not help being attracted by Xiaotian at this time. The first person to hurt 5 elders head-on turned out to be Xiaotian. And they still used their moves to slash. Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate looked surprised. If you use other moves, it will not be so unexpected. This kind of talent is too pervert. The 5 elders and Marie Joyce were shocked. What is the strength of this Xiaotian? The kimono old man was shocked inexplicably. From the beginning, it was obviously a little bit lower, and now it can actually use the opponent's moves to injure the opponent. Is the so-called true genius like this? The 5 elders whispered. Inner despair is spreading. Even if Lord Yim in the deepest part of the ancient city shot. In the end all 5 of them will be punished unimaginably. Rocks laughed, and the black mist surged wildly. Xiaotian gave him another surprise. Wound one of the 5 elders. The momentum of these old guys has completely diminished. Old man, do you have any other means in this form now? Rox smiled grimly, his expression was crazy. He and Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and Xiaotian are already in full control. War. The more desperate it got, the more 5 elders broke out of fighting spirit. There is no retreat. They began their final struggle. 6 styles broke in. The blonde old man opened up the secret together, and even consumed his lifespan to improve his combat power. The strength of the 2 men who had been weak at first rose wildly. Seeing that the 2 blonde old men were dead, the eyes of the other 3 gradually became firm. War. Actually, it also started explosive combat power that consumes life. Xiaotian paid attention to all of this and couldn't help sighing. It is worthy of being the 5 people who are strong and hold power. Under the despair, even more warfare burst out. Whitebeard Newgate originally had the upper hand, and he couldn't help but go all out in the battle with a spare edge. With all his abilities, he fought with the old man in the suit who began to emit red mist. The momentum is like a rainbow, this red line is trembling. Golden Lion Shiki exploded with all his strength, facing the violent cyan kimono old man. Under the fight, the mouth of the tiger holding the knife was aching. Immediately, he fought flexibly in the sky and didn't confront him head-on. Xiaotian was also surprised to watch the curly-haired old man start 6 styles again. The skin of the old man who started again started to glow red, his muscles surged, and a faint red mist emerged from his body. As soon as the sword light appeared, the curly-haired old man's figure appeared in front of Xiaotian in an instant, and the western sword slashed straight. Xiaotian reacted swiftly, and the arm had already raised the knife and cut it off. The blade touches in the air. Conqueror's haki struggled with each other in the middle, compressed into a faint red halo. Xiaotian squinted at the curly-haired old man. The curly-haired old man also stared at Xiaotian with a stern face. Haki swept the entire battlefield. Entangling with other people's conqueror's haki, they swayed far away, and even the guards and pirates in the distance weakened many people. The communicators on the castle had their eyes pale, and haki, who couldn't stand the 9-man fighting on the battlefield, swept and fainted to the ground. Rock's eyes flashed red at this time, and the whole person was terrifying. He just wanted to stamp these old men under their feet when they were the strongest. The long knife in Rox's hand was wrapped in a thicker black mist, and haki concentrated it. Facing the old man coming from the impact, he swung a knife. The black giant knife slashed across, and it directly knocked the old man away. Smashed hard on the distant castle wall. Terrible. The blonde old man's eyes were shocked, and Rox can stabilize them now. Rox stretched out his left hand and aimed at the blonde old man, grinning grimly. Dark Water. *. Chapter 31. The black mist on Rox's hand rotated like a black hole. The powerful devouring force directly acted on the blonde old man. Awakened dark gravity. The blonde old man opened his eyes with horror on his face. Without fruit ability, he was also directly attracted, and his figure flew to Rox uncontrollably. There is no resistance. Rox stared at the blonde old man's figure with cold eyes, and the long knife in his right hand was wrapped in the dark mist and raised. The other old man flew out and didn't stand up now. No one can come out to rescue the blonde old man. Rox. Even if you die, it won't make you feel better. The blonde old man had a grim face and red eyes. The blood mist on his body became denser, and all the haki in his body poured into his right fist. The space around the fist is distorted. This is a fist that has given up his life and poured out his strength. The fish die and the net is broken. Rock's eyes were full of madness. I want to hit me hard when I die? Raise the long knife in his hand. The black mist stretched out on the blade, huge. Haki, full of violent enthusiasm, entangled him while swinging a black blade. Obviously it was huge, but it slashed over silently. The golden-haired old man's eyes were desperate, only the power of this punch. If you can't break away from the power of adsorption, and you can't attack rocks, you will be cut by the huge blade formed by the black mist. Can only be against the giant black blade that was slashed down. The black blade slashed directly on the old man's fist. At this moment, it seems that there is only one collision between a fist and a blade on the battlefield. Boom! The surrounding air explodes directly like an air bomb. The ground collapsed, the gravel turned upside down, and was swallowed by the black mist that also exploded. Rocks couldn't help but backed up 2 steps, and the power of the dark water stopped. The blond old man stood in the sunken area, surrounded by black blade mist that had been exploded. A deeply visible knife mark on the blond old man's shoulder slanted to the lower body. There was still black mist on the wound, devouring flesh and blood. The old man's eyes were gloomy, and his life was over. Standing sluggishly, he took a last look at rocks. Slowly fell down. Do not! The old man who had been chopped into the air just ran back with a blood on the corner of his mouth. Just saw the death of the blond old man. One of the 5 most powerful people in the world government was beheaded by rocks. Xia Tian, who fought farther and farther, felt the decline of the curly-haired old man, and seized an opportunity. As the curly-haired old man wielded the western sword with all his strength, Xia Tian used both hands together, holding the monster sword in his right hand, and Gui Che also used a slashing skill. Slightly backward with his left hand, 6 styles broke out. When the blades met, the air shock wave of 6 styles hit the old man with curly hair who was beginning to decline. The old man received a blow, and his entire body was blown away. The western knife in his hand was even more biased, and was hit in the chest by Xia Tian's cutting skill knife energy. The curly-haired old man who was spitting blood and his body was still chopped fell to the ground. Just getting up with difficulty, he saw rocks beheading the blond old man. The curly-haired old man shouted desperately. I lost my strength and lay on the ground. His eyes looked at the sky blankly. Xia Tian turned his head and looked, couldn't help but sigh the power of rocks. Take 1 enemy 2, seriously wound 1, and kill 1. This is not an ordinary powerhouse, but a combat power above the admiral level. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and the 2 elders who were fighting against each other were shocked. The old man for many years, dead. The audience was shocked, and the weapons in the guards' hands fell to the ground, their eyes dull. Lost. You can't stop me anymore. Rocks screamed coldly at the old man who rushed back and screamed. The long knife in his hand is once again covered by black mist. War. Fight. Although the old man who fought hard with Whitebeard Newgate looked sad and a little desperate, he still yelled at the 2 old men who had lost their fighting spirit. The old man who fought with Golden Lion Shiki burst into tears and showed despair. He turned around and wanted to face the rocks, but was entangled by Shiki. Newgate and Shiki also had inexplicable expressions in their eyes. Even more shocking, Rock's invincible posture. With 1 enemy and 2, he even killed 1. Then he looked at Xia Tian. Almost at the same time as Rocks, the curly-haired old man was beaten down on his stomach. A terrifying genius. Completely crazy and powerful in battle. Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate are even more unlikely to stop at this time. I didn't see that Xia Tian was all lying down. The old man who had gradually lost resistance in front of Rocks was yelled back by the old man with torn suits. Reinforce the spirit again. Although the body has begun to weaken, it must be a battle. Rocks shows no mercy to these old guys. The black mist swallowed by the dark fruit once again wrapped the blade. The black blade that even the air was swallowing cleaved again silently. With a hint of despair, the old man adjusted his momentum. It is a pity that the decline of his physical condition caused him to be hacked out before launching an offensive. Fortunately, when he turned around temporarily, the dark and terrifying black blade slashed his arm and lifted the old man away. I can't help myself. Rocks was so cold at this moment that he didn't even look at the old man who had lost his right arm. This old man is no different from dead. There was a cloud of black mist on the wound, and the blood was swallowed. Using 6 styles, which consumes vitality and improves strength, now it has declined and fell to the ground unable to move. Rox glanced, grinning grimly. The figure is about to go to the depths of Marie Joyce to slaughter celestial dragons. At this time, Xia Tian's figure appeared in Kaido and Charlotte Linlin surrounded by man-made demon fruit power. The demon sword and ghost made a round, and the powerful slash wave directly cut the nearest circle of capable people in half. The latter is directly thrown away. At this time, abrupt. On the edge of the red line, a group of figures rushed up directly. It was Sora who disembarked ahead of schedule and rushed in, Garp, Sengoku and others. Rox. Kong stepped on the moonwalk and saw such a scene, he was even more stunned and let out an angry roar. 5 elders was even more dying, and fell 3. Rox stopped and turned back, frowning. Marines Kong and others rushed back first. Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and 3 Marines who have never met. Whitebeard Newgate, and Golden Lion Shiki also looked solemnly, leaving the 2 old men who were exhausted and declining in their lives, leaning towards Rox. Kong and others fell around the 5 elders. His complexion was extremely ugly, and cold sweat broke out on his head. I was shocked and indignant. An old man died, 2 were seriously injured, and the other 2 also activated the secret technique that consumes vitality. The situation is not optimistic. Zephyr looked around very quickly and said in a low voice. The 5 elders with the highest authority in the world government. Dead death, wounded wound. Sora, you seem to be a step late. Rox laughed wildly. The darkness was misty. We are preparing to fight them again. Asterisk. Chapter 32. Rox are 1 against 2, and be careful of that Xia Tian. Seeing that the 2 elders who had come from the naval headquarters also fell down. Watching Kong and the others smile miserably, they fainted with a relaxed mind. Kong, Garp, Sengoku, and others were silent. As soon as he came up, he saw that Xia Tian swung a knife and flew a group of people. Everyone was amazed and solemn. The strength of Xia Tian is so powerful at this time. With an ugly face, he turned his head to look at the dark fruit ability on Rox. I was even more shocked and surprised. Rox have fruiting ability, and they know it for the first time. And Garp and others looked gloomy and dripping. The strength of Rox is still underestimated. And the breath of Xia Tian is not weaker than that of Whitebeard Newgate and Shiki. Looking at the state of these people in Rox Pirate, there is still the power to fight again. The pirates of Rox Pirate are also mostly undamaged, Marie Joy's guards and CP units, and the scientific unit suffered heavy casualties. Although Rox, Xia Tian, Newgate, and Shiki have gone through a battle, they are still fearless. Xia Tian is even eager to try, the physical strength is still very strong. This is another battle that can advance by leaps and bounds. Rox! Kong shouted angrily, his eyes were already red. The aura of being admiral really broke out. Kong, it's really time for you to come. Rox still laughed wildly, his momentum was not weak at all. It just so happens that you are here to continue fighting. Whitebeard Newgate waved the clouds, and a white halo appeared on his hand. There is no turmoil in my heart, since it's here, it's like fighting. Golden Lion Shiki laughed even more. Squinted and looked at the opposite marine, then looked at Xia Tian. Compare the combat power of the 2 sides. Opposite people are Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, Kong, and 3 recruits. I also have Rox, Newgate, Xia Tian, and 2 pervert newcomers. Even after a big battle, it is not without winning. After all, Rox is the one who fights 2 5 elders. There is also Xia Tian, who is more and more powerful as the war, and Whitebeard Newgate who is at ease. The collision of eyes between the 2 sides caused another situation on the battlefield. And at this moment, it was abrupt. A pirate ran over from the boat resting on the ground. Captain! The Roger pirates are heading to our base camp. The pirates' subordinates said anxiously. Rocks, Golden Lion Shiki, Newgate, and others frowned. The Roger pirates even dared to attack Hakinosa directly. Golden Lion Shiki turned his head and looked at the changes in expressions of Kong, Garp, Sengoku, and others. Their reaction was also a little surprised. Roger actually came this hand. Captain Rocks, even if you win the battle, it will consume too much power. In addition, our base camp does not have enough guarding power, and it is hard to even retreat. Golden Lion Shiki took out a cigar and said to Rocks beside him. Today's Hakinoso cannot be seized, and neither prestige nor other connections are suitable at present. Rocks listened to what Golden Lion said and understood what it meant. Nodded. Looking at Garp on the opposite side, he smiled evilly. 5 elders had 4 serious injuries, a backlash from a backlash, and 1 death. Marie Joyce enough for this attack. Withdraw, young ones. Go back and clean up the Roger pirates. Rocks faintly glanced at the people at Marine, his eyes seemed to say, this time I will let you go. The pirates responded one after another and boarded the boat. His expression was extremely excited, and what he experienced today was really shocking. The 5 people with the highest authority in the world government were all killed and injured by Captain Rocks and officials. They are leaving. Kong, Garp Sengoku, and others all set off. Haki broke out. How can I let Rocks go like this? Keep them. Kong yelled, as long as he drags them, and waits for more marine powerhouses to arrive, none of them can run away. As Sora yelled, his right fist was in Haki as if it were a big circle. With anger, he fisted the Rocks who were about to board the ship. Bang! The air burst. A wave of waves, Haki, fist and air cannon roared away. Whitebeard Newgate smiled, and was about to turn his head back. Rocks took the lead. The long knife in his hand turned into a huge dark blade, consuming everything around him silently. With a horizontal stroke at Marine, the black blade and the sword chi were cut out. In an instant, Kong's attack was directly slashed and dissipated and swallowed. A thick black mist path was left wherever the black blade knife gas passed. The pursuit of Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr and others had to stop to block Rock's blow. Sorry. Kong was anxious, Rocks and the others were about to run away like this. Looking back, Garp and the others stopped the sword chi, and their stature stopped. Then all of a sudden, Rocks, Whitebeard, Golden Lion Shiki and others have already boarded the ship. Xiaotian, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin were rushing to the side of the ship. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin went up first, and Xiaotian jumped up last. At this time, the eyes of Sakazuki, Kyuzan, and Polo Salino who have been paying attention to this Xiaotian lit up. This is a good chance. This newcomer Cotter Xiaotian actually boarded the ship last. In the elementalization of the body, Xiaotian attacked away. Seeing the 3 future admiral coming extremely fast, Xiaotian was expressionless. The sheathed demon sword Gito was pulled out again, and the sword intent broke out frantically. Dark Hound. Ice Spear. Kick at the speed of light. The 3 Sakazuki shots with all their strength to keep the enchanting genius Xiaotian in Rock's pirate. You learned the lava punch. You learned the flash kick. You learned the piercing spear. The prompt of the system sounded, Xiaotian saw the 3 attacking, and had already learned the skill of attacking the 3. At this time, Rocks, Newgate, and others on the ship didn't do anything, but stared at Garp and others who had just blocked the dark blade from the front. There is no need to worry about Xiaotian's current strength. It just happens to be a little inspired, try it with you guys. During the battle, Xiaotian wanted to go back and develop the 2 styles of fusion of sword intent and profound meaning, and the 3 of Sakazuki could just try the idea. With an arrogant aura, the ghost slashed out of the sheath. With the fusion of slash wave, slashing skills, and 6 styles. Destruction, Conqueror's Haki, and Armament Haki, slashed out the pale white sword energy directly to the Sakazuki trio. The lava giant fist, the huge icicle, and the light kicked from the air split into two in the pale white sword air. And it stopped. Daochi went to the three of them with tremendous pressure. How can it be? The three were stunned. What kind of slash is this? The elemental attack even split the light. Faced with the sword energy that was cut, it was completely suppressed by the sword intent. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Sorry. Go back. Fortunately, Sengoku has been paying attention to Xiaotian. This kind of slash Kyuzan can't take it. Amidst the changing body of the Buddha, he hurriedly went in front of the three of them. Blocked before Xiaotian's slash. Sakazuki, Kyuzan, Polosalino looked at the faint sword air from the chopping in front of him in horror. Dilated pupils. The extremely oppressive sword intent enveloped with the aura of cutting everything. A sense of horror that can't be avoided or prevented. The three of them were stunned. Isn't he a newcomer? Why is it so strong? Get out! A loud roar came from the ears of the three Sakazuki. Sengoku turned into a big Buddha and stood in front of them. The huge body of glittering golden light steadily stepped forward, and pushed it with a palm to the pale white sword energy coming from the crosscut. Boom! The ground exploded as soon as it touched the white sword air. The stones were broken and flew, and the soil floated and turned into powder. Sengoku used the shock wave in his palm to abruptly wipe out the sword energy of Xiaotian. How come? A knife is so terrifying. This is not the knife that cut celestial dragons at that time. Sengoku's golden face was solemn, and his heart was shocked. The shock wave of this palm has almost exerted all its fruit ability before it wiped out the sword energy. Garp, Kong, and Zephyr were all taken aback. Everyone knows the strength of Sengoku. Facing Xiaotian's slashing attack, unexpectedly used this powerful shock wave. This Xiaotian has grown to a combat power above the admiral level. Kong couldn't believe it. Secret sweat came out of his forehead. It was already a high-level estimate of Xiaotian's talent, but in the end, he underestimated the horror of Xiaotian. How long will it take to reach this level? Garp's voice became hoarse. One can imagine the shock in my heart at this time. Zephyr was shocked and glanced at the three Sakazuki who had been rescued. The same newcomer, Rock's pirate, can have such a terrifying evildoer. Kyuzan, Sakazuki, and Polosalino panted in horror. I couldn't help but glanced at Sengoku gratefully. Otherwise, the three of them will be seriously injured. And just when Marine Kong and others were stopped by rocks, they were shocked by Xiaotian. The power of this fusion is still a bit small. Xiaotian muttered, had already jumped on the pirate ship. The golden lion Shiki slapped the hull, the lion fruit ability was activated, and the whole ship flew again. Ha 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 ha, Kong, let you go this time. Rox stood on the side of the ship and laughed triumphantly. The group flew away from Marie Joyce calmly. As the pirate ship took off quickly, everyone at Marine was annoyed and helpless. There is no alternative to Rox and the gang. Can only turn around and start dealing with the battlefield. After a short while, Vice Admiral on the warship also came back. It was unbelievable to see such a sight. Outside Marie Joya's castle, there are pits and pits everywhere, and the ground is broken into slag. There is no complete place. Among them, there are knife marks and huge cracks. The castle wall facing this place has already cracked. Handle the battlefield. Kong and the crowd sat next to the old man in kimono, and whispered to Vice Admiral who rushed over. Yes. Vice Admiral saw Admiral's ugly complexion at this time, so he didn't dare to ask more. The situation must be very tragic. A medical soldier is waking up, and the extremely weak kimono old man is treating. The strong like Garp and Sengoku are all by the old man's side. Rox had the ability to fight 1 against 2, and they still had the power of dark fruit, killed 1 and seriously wounded 1. Whitebeard fought against an entanglement, and the Golden Lion fought against me, the last one fought against Xiaotian. The old man in kimono was very weak and said intermittently. Kong and others listened quietly, clenching their fists. The information of the parties involved is very useful for future engagements. Xia Tian's sword, with invincible aura of sword intent, very strong. It will continue to grow stronger in battle, learning the opponent's moves, and rocks. The old man in kimono began to talk to everyone about the moves and process of the fight. Emphasize the combat power of Xia Tian. Xia Tian. Garp gritted his teeth, a look of regret. At the beginning, it should be desperate to chase and kill Xia Tian. His strength has grown too fast. And everyone at Marine was at the end of Marie Joyce. On the pirate ship that took off and flew away, cheers continued. This time, Marie Joyce, the holy site of the world government, was a big winner. Although they did not kill the celestial dragons hiding behind them, the 5 elders with the highest authority in the world government were fine if they died. The ones who did not die were due to the use of life-spanning 6 styles, which might have been abandoned. There were also CP troops and guards, and the Ministry of Science suffered heavy losses. On the contrary, the pirates escaped the fighting from the back because they avoided the fierce battlefield. As expected of us, Rock's pirates' most powerful genius. Xia Tian, this time you have done a great job again. Golden Lion Shiki has no more cares at this time, only the meaning of admiration for Xia Tian. Even if there is no genius of Xia Tian's level in history, and the attitude of asking for advice has always been humble. Gu la 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 la, I am not surprised now, these miracles happened to Xia Tian, it seems that these miracles are no longer miracles. Whitebeard Newgate sighed. Xia Tian's enchanting talent has been verified by various facts. Rox is also in a good mood at this time. The offense was a great success. Although they didn't kill the celestial dragons, they killed 5 elders this time. The identity of 5 elders is at the top in Marie Joyce and world government. Even on the bright side, the 5 of them are the 5 most powerful people in the world. Xia Tian, your progress is getting faster and faster. Rox said happily. Not even the dignity of the Cotter meeting. The meaning of joy is expressed in color. Xia Tian's progress is very fast, and he is merciless in the face of Celestial Dragon's world government. Rox is the more I look at this kid, the more I like it. I have to sigh, Xia Tian's genius is truly unparalleled in the world, and he has learned the other party's moves during the battle with those old men. Shiki thought of the battlefield and couldn't help but admire. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin looked down at Xia Tian and Rox without saying a word. Secretly surprised. Since Xia Tian fought against the curly-haired old man, the 2 of them had begun to recognize Xia Tian in their hearts. How long is this? The gap with Xia Tian is getting bigger and bigger. It's a pity that the Roger pirates made us have to evacuate first. Xia Tian smiled as usual, and said with a pity. I originally thought that I would be able to fight another battle, learn more moves, and quickly improve my cultivation progress. As a result, Roger was witty and went back to the base camp. Rox smiled and didn't mention the evacuation. The retreat this time was not just because Roger had killed the base camp. Rox also means to be afraid of people in the depths of Pangu. If Marine is not present, Rox can rush in and fight the legendary one meaninglessly, but Kong, Garp and others are all present and can only choose to return to defense first. Rox looked at the vast ocean below, narrowing his eyes. Roger, asterisk. Chapter 34. The waters near Hakinosu Island. The Jackson was sailing above the sea. Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and other cotters are all on board, sailing to Hakinosu. Captain, the front is almost here, the base camp of Rock's pirate, Hakinosu Island. Bullet, holding the binoculars, shouted from the observation deck. If they don't come back, we will take Hakinosu. Roger said to the crew. Rox shouldn't give up his base camp easily. Maybe they have already evacuated Marie Joyce at this time. Rayleigh raised his glasses and said. Not going to Marie Joyce also has some thoughts. Compare where is the headquarters of the world government. And they are pirates. It's not uncommon to cross the river and demolish the bridge. Roger also took this into consideration and chose to attack Hakinosu. As he was talking, a blue murloc who had received marine communications in the cabin ran out and said to Roger and the others with a horrified expression, "Captain Roger, the Rocks group has returned." And it was the Golden Lion who floated back. "Sure enough, how is the situation with Marie Joyce?" Roger asked again when he saw the murloc's face what he expected. "Captain, it's amazing." The murloc who contacted the news was still in horror. "What the hell?" Jabba couldn't help but asked anxiously. This look was horrified, and there was a feeling that something big had happened. Rox led Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Xia Tian to kill one of 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government, and abolish 4 of them. The Murloc pirate said with a cold sweat on his face as Marine said. "This news is amazing." The 5 old guys were. Jabba was stunned. Those 5 masters belong to the entire world government. Rox actually beat them to death? Those 5 people are said to be Admiral-class combat power. Even if Rox are strong, can they still beat 3? Rayleigh's eyes were also shaking. How can you fight to such an extent? What has changed? 5 elders. Even Roger couldn't help being taken aback. The person in charge of the world government was so wiped out. "I'm afraid, it's that Xia Tian." Roger took a deep breath. Even if Marine's combat power is not there, the power of the world government will not be unable to stop the Rocks, Newgate, and Shiki. At most, they will cause incalculable destruction and loss. 5 elders will not die. There is only one, and that Xia Tian has grown to the point where it can fight 5 elders. That terrifyingly talented enchanting genius, this can explain why 5 elders fought like this. Rayleigh said in shock. Has it grown to this point? Xia Tian. Bullet was also terrified, clenching his fists. The Rocks, Xia Tian. Bullet is now eager to fight with Xia Tian, who has also become a pirate soon. Go back, it's not the time to face Rocks. In the shock of everyone, Roger said in a low voice. Rocks pirate threatens the world more and more. With the character of Rocks, the world government was really overthrown, and there might be confusion. Jackson's return was expected. The departure of Roger and others was seen by Rocks pirates' spies in the sea. Soon it was passed to Rocks, Xia Tian and others. Rocks did not go directly to chase, but returned to Hakinosu. The pirate ship floating in the air is naturally extremely fast. Before the other cotters returned, Rocks, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and Xia Tian had already drank wine in the port. The cotters returned one by one. Akoku, John, Silver Axe, and the other 2 all returned. There were no members of the Roger Pirates group, and no one even resisted. The cotters who had robbed some treasures all returned. Get off the boat. The 4 people who saw the port drinking were staring at each other. Rocks did not greet either, still drinking. Afterwards, Carrie's ship also sailed from another direction. After a while, he drew ashore and disembarked. Akoku, you guys have got Carrie here. Rocks faintly ordered Akoku, Silver Axe, and the other 5 people. Although the 5 of them were puzzled, this was an order from Captain Rocks, and their eyes flashed with inexplicable expressions. Without hesitation, he walked toward Carrie, who was disembarking from the ship. You are coming back first. Carrie greeted as before. He believed that he would not be discovered, so he was very calm. And the next moment, it was found that something was wrong. Not far behind the 5, Rocks, Xia Tian and other 4 were sitting there drinking. And the 5 people who came over looked inexplicably wrong. Kelly Chiang calmed down, and was about to say something, but was instantly controlled by the 5. No reaction time. What are you doing? Carrie was shocked. Is this exposed? Then I wanted to explode Haki. However, he was suppressed by Akoku and others, unable to move. The 5 cotters were surprised and Carrie was careless. Captain Rocks! What is this? Carrie was taken to Rocks and screamed in horror. Xiaotian, Whitebeard Newgate, and Golden Lion Shiki all watched indifferently. Rocks showed a wicked smile and stood up. As soon as the palm of his hand opened, the black mist revolved, and Carrie was sucked by Rocks in his hand and pinched his neck. Akoku, the 5 cotters of John looked at Rocks in shock. Rocks has the ability to fruit. Captain! Carrie looked terrified. He saw the killing intent in Rock's eyes. I thought there was a way to hide it, but I didn't know it was you, Carrie. Rocks said coldly, and the black mist on his hand enveloped Carrie. At this time, Akoku and others reacted. Carrie, that's the inner ghost who had a dark pain with Marine. Usually the most low-key and honest guy, how dare he? Carrie had no idea how he was exposed. Despair in his eyes. Rock's dark power is too strong, making him completely unable to move. Rocks had long doubted Carrie. A guy who has never revealed his hidden ability, the last time the dark fruit ability cooperated with the color of sight has already been discovered. On the Carrie ship, the Rocks people have also found Carrie who is secretly calling the worm. The others were ruled out one by one, and the insiders with Marine's dark past don't have to think too much to know who it is. The black mist enveloped Carrie. Rock's violent haki stroked his body directly. The inner ghost was beheaded. Akoku, John, and Silver Axe were all horrified. Face the power of Captain Rocks again. Xiaotian and other 3 people watched quietly. The next moment, Rocks smiled and said to Akoku and others. Come on, drink and celebrate. Celebrate? Asterisk. Chapter 35. Unidentified Akoku and others sat down with a sigh of relief. The evil spirit of Rocks just now was too scary. Now it's fine to sit down and drink. As for Carrie, no one thinks about it anymore. The doubts of Akoku and others were explained to Akoku, John, Silver Axe and other 5 people under the vivid explanation of Golden Lion Shiki. Including the surrounding crew members, it was shocking and inexplicable. Captain Rocks is crazy. Knowing that there was an inner ghost, he used this to directly kill Marie Joyce. 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government, was directly injured and disabled by Rocks, Shiki, Newgate, and Xiaotian, and collapsed. Xiaotian also injured one of the 5 elders. After listening to the process of Captain Rocks being 1 enemy and 2, Shiki talked about Xiaotian who once again made great achievements. John, Akoku, and others all looked at Xiaotian in shock. Xiaotian now has Admiral-level combat power. This rapid progress is incredible. How on earth did you practice? John couldn't help asking in shock, knowing that it would be impolite to ask a strong man such a question. At this question, even Newgate, Shiki, and Silver Axe pricked their ears. After learning their moves, I feel that I can use them too, and then I become stronger. Xiaotian took a big sip of wine, laughed, and said truthfully. John immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. Thought Xiaotian was joking. Whitebeard Newgate and Shiki also thought that Xiaotian was joking, and laughed. Xiaotian had no choice but to shout and drink with them. This is indeed the truth. With the system on the body, they will all cultivate automatically. Once you learn it, you can use it and become stronger. Only Rocks looked at Xiaotian's expression and was astonished in his heart. Intuition told him that Xiaotian did not lie. If you didn't lie, then that is to say, Xiaotian is no longer a monster-level genius that can describe it. This is simply true, the descendant of God. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin also recognized Xiaotian at this time, and at the banquet, they also took the initiative to find Xiaotian for a drink. Xiaotian was naturally surprised, and immediately understood. This is a recognition of his own strength, and he no longer regards himself as a newcomer, but is seen by his opponents. What's more, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin at this time are not the emperors of the future Kunlun New World, but the 2 young men in Rock's Pirate who have just turned from trainee crew to official. Smiling and drinking with the 2, Kaido did not forget to ask Xiaotian how to become stronger. Captain Xiaotian, do you have any secrets to cooperate with your genius to become stronger? The greedy Kaido drank in a daze, but still looked enthusiastic and consulted with Xiaotian. That's not true. This is indeed related to talent. Your talent is also very powerful. You can develop in the physical direction with all your strength. Maybe you can do it well. Xiaotian laughed and pointed. The future Kaido is known as the strongest creature. The physical aspect is indeed amazing. Kaido sometimes relies too much on fruit ability. Kaido nodded thoughtfully. On the contrary, Charlotte Linlin didn't come up to ask more. She and Kaido are not in the same group. In this way, the banquet was shocked by the deeds of Captain Rocks, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and Xiaotian entering Marie Joy's cheers. Xiaotian, who was the first to give the most credit, became the object of worship of many crew members. Rock's pirate only then truly recognized the strength of Xiaotian as a coder. However, just a few days after Rock's pirate was at the banquet, the ghost of the crew who passed the message to Kong secretly passed the news of Carrie's death to Marine. Kong, who just finished dealing with Marie Joy's affairs these days, received this news before he got hot. With a bang, the table was shot empty by Kong. A hole. Kong's face was hard to look again. Carrie was executed by Rocks. Although I don't know how it was exposed, this kind of coder-level insider paid a high price to make Carrie willing to cooperate. At this time, the coder-level news will be completely lost. Kong felt a headache, and even more so, the news that the Holy Land Marie Joy's was attacked by Rock's pirate spread all over the world. After looking at Xiaotian's latest reward order, Kong took a deep breath. The news has spread. Shocked the world. The fierceness and craziness of Rocks is simply appalling. Rocks led 3 officers and elite pirates to attack Marie Joy's. 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government, personally led troops to fight, but Rocks and 3 coders killed 1 and defeated 4 of them. Returned to the sea in a state of victory. Even some of the details of the battle came out. The 3 coders are Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and a new coder named Xiaotian. The 3 of them played against the 3 old men, and Rocks was one enemy too. Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki have long been known to the world. Fighting 5 elders to fight 5 elders is not uncommon, but it is shocking enough. After all, that is 5 elders. And Rox's fierce reputation is even more prosperous. With one enemy 2 5 elders, kill 1 and wound 1 seriously. What has attracted the attention of the world most is that Xiaotian, a new coder, could still seriously wound 1 person in the battle with 5 elders. Soon after, the name of Xiaotian's genius was also revealed. It is even more legendary. The face of the world government and marine was discredited, and many alliance countries were wailing, worrying about what impact Rock's pirate might have on the world in the future. In this battle, the name of the Sea Lord Rocks is completely contagious and even more invincible. The 3 coders who participated in the battle and defeated 5 elders, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Xiaotian, were also hailed as legendary pirates by the people of the world. Among them, Xiaotian holds a monster sword in his hand, and is called a monster genius who is not even worthy of the world's #1 swordsman, and is directly called the Sword God. At the same time, in addition to the Rock's 3 people's bounty, the world government's bounty sword, and the Xiaotian's 800 million bounty was directly raised to 2.3 billion Bailey's bounty. Its prestige is even louder than Whitebeard Newgate. With newspapers scattered all over the world, the whole world has noticed Xiaotian. 10,000 meters under Sabayati Archipelago. Sword God, Xiaotian. The Fishmen Island, the young Neptune was holding the newspaper that came from it, looking at the photo of Xiaotian, cold sweat broke out on his face. Crazy, it's crazy. On Hydra Island in the Calm Belt. Rocks, Newgate. Shiki, Sword God, Xiaotian. Gloriosa, the Queen of Amazon Lilies. After listening to the report from his subordinates, his eyes were shocked and dignified and looked far away. It is also on the Seven Islands, the water capital of the Grand Line. Tom the Murloc is sitting in front of an unfinished ship. Holding the newspaper in both hands and looking at it, cold sweat broke out on his head, his eyes shocked. 5 elders were defeated by rocks, reward for 2.3 billion, legendary pirate, sword god Xiaotian, *. Chapter 36. The sea area of the Grand Line. The most peaceful East Blue. Facing this news, many people in the kingdom are panicking. What will happen in the future? The highest authority in the world government was defeated by Rock's pirate. The name of Xiaotian has spread throughout various kingdoms, and such a young pirate fought and became a god, and was hailed as the legendary pirate. West Blue, North Blue, South Blue, the same is true. Soon after the news spread. The ancient city of Marie Joyce. The entire hall has a majestic atmosphere. On the highest throne of the void, a figure sat quietly there. Below, there is a blue kimono, a pale blue kimono old man and an old man in a suit and leather shoes. The difference is that they are all sitting in wheelchairs, unable to move. Behind him, there are 5 men in their 30s, 4 in black suits and 1 in white kimono, kneeling on the ground respectfully facing the man above the throne. You, succeeding the name of 5 elders, the 2 of them will directly give way to you. The voice of the people on the throne came, and it was difficult to distinguish between men and women. Indifferent, without any mood swings. Yes, the great Lord Yim. The 5 knelt on the ground and said respectfully. The predecessor, 5 elders in the wheelchair, nodded slightly with bleak eyes. The life force consumed, has been completely abolished, and now it is extremely difficult to nod their heads. The sacrificial offerings in the Valley of Gods, you do it, Rocks and the crew, erase it. Eames' words seemed to be saying trivial things. It seemed that he didn't want to see the 2 old men. Dragging a long dress, he left step by step from the side. Follow the orders of Lord Yim. The 5 men still fell deeply on the ground. Very respectful. It wasn't until Eames left completely that he showed a hint of excitement. The 5 of them succeeded to the supreme power of the world government. That's all. Rocks and a group of people attacked the Holy Land Marie Joyce after the continuous fermentation. Time passed quietly. It's almost a month. Hakinosu Island. Rocks and the Cotters have stayed at the base camp. After the incident, many sea-crazy pirates came to Hakinosu and joined Rock's pirate. Another round of trainee crew expansion. Cotters such as Xiaotian practiced cultivation and had fun. In this month, Xiaotian's strength rose steadily again. After the automatic training of various abilities went through the Marie Joyce battle, there was no lazy. Xiaotian's hut is next to the coast. Except for the Cotters who will come here, there are no other pirate crew members here. Because this is the residence of Xiaotian, a Cotter called the Sword God. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and Silver Axe, Akoko looked at Xiaotian who had been pondering for a long time on the coast, and scratched their heads. Originally came to find Xiaotian to drink and pass the time. As soon as he came over, he saw that Xiaotian was holding the monster sword ghostly on the coast, standing quietly with his eyes closed. He has realized something, don't disturb him yet. Whitebeard Newgate noticed a little, and looked around with interest. What kind of comprehension does this talented and terrifying Xiaotian have? Too pervert, I want to improve again. Shiki, Akoku, and others smacked their tongues secretly. At this time, Xiaotian's momentum is rising. Whitebeard Newgate. Shiki and the other 4 quickly backed away. Xiaotian's haki is breaking out. The sea surface under the coast began to turbulent, and a gust of wind swept away from Xiaotian. 2 styles. Break the virtual. Xiaotian's hand suddenly pulled out the demon sword ghost. A knife intent completely different from before pervaded the intent of the sword. As Xiaotian waved the knife, white mist emerged from the entire knife body. This is the effect of integrating 6 styles and changing the way haki is used. The blade faced the sea and slashed straight down. A giant pale white sword chi was cut out. Cut straight to the sea and the sky. The water in the sea broke, the clouds in the sky broke, and all were broken in half. Congratulations on your creation of the second form. Breaking the void. Integrating the strengths of 100 families to become one's own unique knowledge, the second form dispelling the void cultivation speeds up, and it is currently at the peak of 30%. Your Conqueror's haki made crazy progress when creating moves. The current progress is at the limit stage. Your armament haki was infected by the sword intent when creating your own moves, and the training progress has been accelerated. The current progress is in the limit stage. When you created your 6 styles technique, you realized the intent of breaking the virtual sword, broke the shackles, broke through the limit stage, and evolved into 6 styles. It is currently in the evolutionary stage. A series of abilities were created because of the successful creation of the second style, which accelerated the cultivation of all abilities, and even the 6 styles of body art evolved to the back of the secret. Xiaotian grinned looking at the resulting power and a series of system prompts. I have been studying the 2 styles for the past few days, and finally combined the strengths of haki and various skills to develop a sword technique that is completely different from the 1-style dragon sword. The second style breaks the void. Xiaotian didn't immediately look back at Whitebeard, Newgate and others. Calmly opened the system panel and checked it. Eternal Binder, Xiaotian. Conqueror's haki, 51% at the extreme stage. Armament haki, 48% at the extreme stage. Observation haki, 48% at the extreme stage. 1 type. Dragon Slash, 51% in the limit stage, Kong Yun, /wave, Thunder Axe. Type 2. Breaking the Emptiness, 31% at the peak stage. 6 styles, Evolution stage 2%, Physical Technique. Flash Kick, 64% at the peak stage. Piercing Spear, 63% at the peak stage. Lava Punch, 66% at the peak stage. Iron Fist, 10% in the limit stage. This is approaching a month of progress. Makes Xiaotian stronger than when Marie Joyce came back. Although the progress improvement in the limit stage is now calculated in a few fractions, every increase of 1 point is a huge improvement. After reading the panel, Xiaotian slowly put away the knife. FK. Silver Axe couldn't help exclaiming. The heart was shocked. How long is this? Xiaotian obviously developed his second style just now. Whitebeard, Newgate, Shiki, and others were also surprised to see the vision created by the 2-form break. The sea has not closed yet. This guy is stronger. At this time Rox also appeared and came over. There was a strange color in his eyes. Xiaotian unexpectedly created such a powerful move. This kind of knife intent, break everything. Golden Lion Shiki exclaimed. This power is really powerful. How about it, is it okay? Xiaotian turned his head and nodded, grinning. Shiki didn't know what to say at once. Whitebeard, Newgate and others also looked weird. Is this okay? This is the power of the trick level. After everyone observed the Xiaotian's 2-style live performance, they immediately had no idea of passing the time, which was too shocking. At this time, Rox, who came over, laughed loudly and looked at Xiaotian. Go, it's time to take the sight back for you. Asterisk. Chapter 37. Xiaotian looked at Rox in surprise. These days, I have been obsessed with the second style, and I have forgotten the sight problem mentioned at the Cotter meeting at the beginning. Yes, let's take the sight back to Xiaotian. Akoko and others were very excited, and they were about to act again. Just do whatever you want. Rox never messes things up. Newgate, Shiki, and others left to prepare. All Cotters were also notified quickly and gathered quickly. Akoku, Silver Axe, John, Newgate, Shiki, and 2 cotters. Xiaotian also knew their names. Doc and the Blood Blade. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are under them. The 8 cotters, except Xiaotian, all have their own ships. Quick assembly of personnel. Kurozumi Mukiu, Kurozumi Projectile, Xiaoqi and others are all in the list. All cotters and members all set off. A total of 8 ships sailed out of the port and headed for the site of the Roger pirate group. On the other side, a huge island in the second half of the Grand Line. This is the permanent base camp of the Roger pirates and the most important site of the Roger pirates. The kingdom where he lives is under the shelter of the Roger pirates at sea. The other side of the island. Roger and the group are gathering together, their faces solemn. All the rocks attacked and came to us. Jabba frowned and said solemnly. When the news was received, the 8 rocks pirate ships had already arrived in the nearby waters. No matter what, I still have to fight. Roger was wearing a red captain's clothes, revealing his muscles, and said solemnly and combatively. Gather all the people here and get ready to fight. Without Marine, we still have to fight rocks. Rayleigh lit up the long sword in his hand, and also ignited his fighting spirit. The purpose of joining forces with Marine is to remove the threat of rocks to the world. But this time, it was just for the invasion of Rock's pirate. Rock's pirate is powerful, but Roger and the others are not soft persimmons that can be easily pinched. After all, above the sea, in addition to the overlord rocks, there are only a few existences that can barely stand on the sea, such as Roger and his group. Rayleigh and others reacted quickly and prepared. Called back everyone who was still on the other parts of the island. Some nearby boats also came to support. And Rocks, Xiaotian, and the group sailed all the way, and the site of the Roger pirate group arrived soon. Without the presence of Marine's insider, the first spies found no problems. After sailing for more than half a day, when Rocks and others arrived at the site of the Roger pirate group, a small submarine surfaced not far from the island, with the Peugeot of Seagull Libra on it. The top hatch opened, and a Marine soldier took out a large video phone worm. This is Marine's spy. At this time, at Marineford Naval Headquarters, a huge screen was erected in the conference hall. A large group of people gathered there, their faces extremely solemn. Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Crane, Zephyr and others all sat in front. Behind Kuzan, Sakazuki, Polosolino sat with a group of Rear Admiral. In the best theme, the newly appointed 5 elders squinted and looked at the screen blankly. This time it was too late to encircle Rocks, but Marine's eyeliner discovered that Rock's pirate was aggressively attacking Roger's site nearby. So I wasted a lot of effort to broadcast the battlefield to let everyone watch their strength. Kong explained in a low voice to some unknown Marine officers. When it heard it was Rock's pirate, the people below all looked startled and stared at the picture intently. The atmosphere dare not breathe. The other side. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Rocks and Xiaotian stood on the bow and finally saw the small island in front. The ships of the Roger pirate group are also leaning at the port of that island. After approaching, I saw Roger and his group gathered on the island. Silver, Rayleigh, Copper, Jabba, Douglas, Bullet are all in the line. Behind them, a large group of pirates are waiting. Xiaotian looked at these familiar figures in the pirate world and couldn't help but grinned. It's all the crew of the future One Piece and the pirate group attached to Roger. Rock's pirate's aura is very powerful. Rock's main ship took the lead, followed by 7 ships behind him, and all 7 officials stood at the bow, staring fiercely at Roger and his group. And beside Rocks, Xiaotian stood quietly holding the demon sword Ghost. Rocks! Xiaotian! Roger yelled, holding his treasured knife, widening his eyes. There was a hint of excitement in the voice. The group of people behind was not as happy as Roger just wanted to fight. Jabba and others were sweating on their heads and their complexions were extremely dignified. Even the Rocks and Xiaotian that appeared at the very beginning have a powerful aura, which is simply shocking. For Roger, fighting against the strong is something to be excited about. Gold Roger. Xiao Tian is also looking forward to it. All the members of the Roger Pirates group have special skills. This is yet another battle to strengthen yourself quickly. Rookie Cotter, Xiao Tian, the man called the Sword God. Hearing Xiao Tian's voice, Roger's eyes lightened. He hadn't had a chance to fight Xiao Tian in the first 2 times, so this time he couldn't let it go. Rox held his arms and didn't mean to go down at all. For the Roger Pirates, it may be enough to let the Cotters take action. Xiao Tian glanced at Rox. The captain had no intention of getting off the ship. He just watched the show. Shrugged, jumped, and landed on the shore. The Cotters on the rest of the boat jumped down one after another. Roger. Although you and I are very temperamental, but I will not be merciful. Whitebeard Newgate grumbled and laughed. He and Roger have known each other a long time ago, and are competing friends. Of course, I won't be merciful. Roger responded loudly, but this time, Roger wanted to fight against the sword god Xiao Tian, who is now more famous than Whitebeard Newgate. Both sides have a tacit understanding, and they want to directly start a confrontation between Cotters. Silver Axe twisted his head, pulled out the axe on his back, and faced Jabba, who was also pinning 2 axes. Jabba, you also use an axe. Today, my Silver Axe is playing with you. Oh, it's Silver Axe. Jabba turned his attention to the provocative Silver Axe. I haven't had a chance to compete with Silver Axe several times before. Jabba's momentum skyrocketed. No matter who it is, he has never underestimated him, let alone one of the leaders of Rock's Pirate. Silver Axe laughed, and the axe began to glow. First rush to Jabba. Newgate, let's compete. Rayleigh pulled out the sword flower with the long sword in his hand, and burst into force, rushing to Whitebeard Newgate fiercely. How strong is Newgate's man called a monster? Asterisk. Chapter 38. Pluton Rayleigh, Grum, la la la, you have to hold your knife steady. Newgate Kong Yun Kai flipped over in his hand, and Haki Kong Yun slashed past. The man Pluton is not easy, even a fight with Roger. Boom. The two were angry at each other, and the soil flew up and down. Can you be hailed as the legendary pirate? Bullet rolled up his sleeves, a pair of fists covered Haki, and walked towards Xiao Tian step by step. This Xiao Tian looked straight at the battle of Rayleigh and others. With this kind of performance, can it be called a legend, the god of swords? Bullet is a little jealous. What Xiao Tian can do, thinks he can do it too. To you, I am indeed a legend. Xiao Tian looked at Bullet and nodded seriously. Bullet is a member of the special forces of a certain country. After being defeated by Roger and staying on Roger's ship, he is an ultimate man who pursues strength. And the strength is said to be similar to Rayleigh. Bullet was initially unhappy, seeing the expression of Xiao Tian's copy, his heart was full of anger. Boom! The ground under Bullet's feet was crushed, and the whole person killed Xiao Tian like a cannonball. Superior! Rox waved his hand, and the pirates under him boarded the island one after another, roaring and rushing towards the Roger pirate group. Aren't you going to make a move? Roger stared at Rox, and finally said solemnly. With the same wave, the pirates behind him fought up. The two parties fought together in an instant. The rushing sound keeps on. Do you still want to fight me? Defeat my cotters first. Rox said indifferently. The hand also pointed to Shiki and others. At this time, Bullet rushed to Xiao Tian. I want to see it for a while. Xiao Tian pulled out the ghost with his right hand, Haki entangled, stretched out, and blocked the fist that Bullet attacked. At the moment of the confrontation, the system prompt also sounded in Xiao Tian's mind. You have learned Douglas body art. This body art is better than the 6 forms. It can replace the strengthening of the 6 forms. The current progress is 1% at the peak stage. Bang! The first blow of Bullet and Xiaotian broke out Conqueror's haki. The blade collided with Bullet's fist in the air, and Conqueror's haki's formation of thunderbolt shot out in all directions. The mud flew up and the hurricane rose from between the two. Boom! During the confrontation, Bullet was directly headed out. Xiaotian stood firmly on the spot, with the long knife in his hand retracted. What a powerful haki! Roger's eyes were so solemn. I have heard about how strong Xiaotian is in Marie Joyce. It wasn't until I saw Xiaotian's performance on the spot that I felt it positively. With just one hand and haki, Bullet can be thrown away. How can it be? The thrown Bullet hit a big rock and stopped. The huge stone shattered, and Bullet crawled out of it with bloodline at the corner of his mouth, looking horrified. This Xiaotian's Conqueror's haki is too powerful. Even better than Roger. Bullet is surprised Xiaotian's haki, a feeling of jealousy arises. With a roar, he activated his fruit ability. Fit Fruit. Absorb all inorganic substances into a body armor. Xiaotian took the unsheathed knife and looked at it indifferently, allowing Bullet to perform. Shiki, Akoko and other cotters who didn't make a move all watched with interest. Bullet is also considered a rookie of Roger Pirate Group. I don't know how many moves can be supported under Xiaotian's hands. Even John said to the cotters next to him on the spot. I bet on 3 moves, 1 million Baileys. I bet 2 moves, 2 million Baileys. Shiki grinned and said to John while biting his cigar. As for Bullet's victory over Xiaotian, none of the Rock's pirate people thought about it. The surrounding inorganic matter was quickly absorbed by Bullet to me, condensing into a body armor. And the armor continued to grow bigger, and it didn't stop until it was 20 meters tall. This changing body shape stopped the small battlefield and looked at the battle between Bullet and Xiaotian in surprise. Even Rayleigh and others stopped their hands, curiously watching how Xiaotian would deal with the mighty Bullet at this time. With a bang, Bullet's brown armor changed to black all over. Armament haki covers. Golden Lion Shiki and others were very surprised. Such a huge body was actually covered with armed colors. This Bullet is really amazing, and haki has a lot of volume. Xiaotian still looked at Bullet lightly. This kind of trick is naturally known, but for those who are truly strong to me, being huge does not mean that they will be stronger. It can only be said that the destructive power is a little stronger. Xiaotian. You also try my punch. The huge black armor-wrapped Bullet laughed loudly, fist waving, driving a huge air current, whizzing to Xiaotian boxing. The sense of scene brought by the huge figure is very shocking. Everyone watched intently. Xiaotian showed a smile, the demon sword and ghost lifted up. A crazy burst of sword intent. The whole person has undergone earth-shaking changes. Where the sword intent was pervasive, some of the weak pirates couldn't bear the huge mental pressure at all, and they fainted faintly. Conqueror's haki turned into a sword intent. Conquerors of this level, what a genius this Xiaotian is! Rayleigh let out an exclamation, shocked inexplicably. He himself is a master of haki and swordsmanship, and he naturally understands what kind of realm it is. Roger was also amazed, the growth of this Xiaotian was so fast, he reached this realm in a short time. Jabba and others were also taken aback. Rayleigh once talked about this state in front of them, and expressed how profound it is. Xiaotian really lives up to the name of the sword god at this age. The people at Rock's Pirate had already been surprised by Xiaotian's knives. As soon as this guy drew his sword during the rehearsal, the crazy sword intent filled him. He was used to it. Instead, he looked at the surprise of the Roger pirates and the others with a secret smile. One style. Slash the dragon. Xiaotian didn't plan to solve such a huge Bullet with one blow. Shot is to cut the dragon in one go. The red and black conquerors and armament haki entangled with each other. Dian Guang quickly followed haki's entanglement and appeared. Faced with a powerful punch from Bullet, the blade slashed in the air, falling like a red training horse. The knife light cut out in an instant. The power of Bullet's body, the airflow that was driven by it spread out under the light of the knife. How come? Bullet was shocked, and the world in his eyes seemed to slow down. I clearly saw that my combined giant fist was cut open by the flashing red light. Following the arm, directly across the huge body. Under the impact of Haki, the combined armor of Fruit Power condensed suddenly shattered. The knife light flew to the sky along the track, cutting away the thick clouds. Asterisk. Chapter 39. Although the bullet on the head of the armor was not directly hit, it was also enveloped by the electric light, and then he screamed and was thrown away by the knife. The members of the Roger Pirates group were stunned, and the scenes of the imaginary battles back and forth were completely different. Xia Tian defeated Bullet with a single blow. Is this the slash that is known as the sword god Xia Tian? Even the clouds above the sky have been cut open. Rocks pirate. Most of the pirates who have never seen Xia Tian's power are shocked. Immediately there was a loud cheer. Captain Xia Tian Kamui. And everyone who was broadcast to naval headquarters through the video call worm swallowed even more. The heir of the devil, Douglas Bullet, was so vulnerable that it was cut across the board by Xia Tian. Garp, Sengoku, and others' eyes throbbed even more. The newly appointed 5 elders and others also saw the sword god Xia Tian, who was known as the legendary pirate, for the first time, and opened his eyes wide. At this moment, Jabba was shocked and reacted, and quickly went and almost threw it into the sea, but was picked up by Bullet, who was stunned by the electric black smoke. I was relieved to see that it was just faint. At this time, Rayleigh, who had 2 moves with Whitebeard, squinted his eyes, and his body was like a ghost, holding a long sword to attack Xia Tian. Newgate and the other cotters saw Rayleigh act against Xia Tian alone, and did not stop them, but looked at them with interest. With this temporary suspension, Newgate and others stopped moving. That's okay, so they can cultivate faster. Xia Tian showed a confident smile. Then take a good look at my personal show. Bang! Rayleigh's long sword and the demon sword collided at a distance. Xia Tian collided violently with Rayleigh's conquerors. The hurricane blew the entire battlefield. The pirates raised their arms to block their faces, tilted their heads and looked at Xia Tian and Pluton Rayleigh in the battlefield. Say that Bullet is almost the same as you, but you are still too low-key, Rayleigh. Xia Tian showed an excited smile, staring at Rayleigh, who was holding the sword on the opposite side. In my mind, the system prompts light up one by one. You have learned the Pluton swordsmanship, and you are fighting fiercely against the original creator. The initial acquisition progress has been accelerated. The current master stage is 29%, 30%. Your conqueror's Haki was provoked by the enemy Haki, and became angry, his power increased a little, and his cultivation progress accelerated. The current progress is at the limit stage. Your armament Haki was very excited in the battle, eager to fight more intensely. The training progress has been accelerated, and the current progress is in the limit stage. Xia Tian looked at Rayleigh with more and more joy. These strong men are treasures. I don't know how you and I will fight again. Rayleigh's eyes were extremely solemn, and his heart was shaking. Haki's confrontation can't hold on anymore. In the first few seconds, it was still able to fight, and after a few seconds, Xia Tian's conqueror's Haki obviously still did not explode with this amount, but suddenly the power was much greater. Boom! The center of Conqueror's confrontation finally broke out. Rayleigh fluttered backwards, spinning around in the air a few times before stabilizing his figure. Holding the sword and landing on the ground with an ugly face. Xia Tian, still standing in place and keeping the original posture. At this time, Xia Tian showed an inexplicable smile, and the ghost he held in his right hand was completely biased. The sword intent of the whole body instantly changed. This is Pluton's knife technique. There was a look of surprise in Rock's eyes. During the previous fight, Xia Tian learned Pluton Rayleigh's knife skills? How can it be? Naturally, Rayleigh is most familiar with his own moves, this is the power of his own moves. I couldn't help feeling shocked. Although I knew that Xia Tian's talent was extremely terrifying, and even had the ability to learn at a glance, it was just such a short moment. How did he do that? The same is true for Roger and the group behind him, unbelievable. Back and forth, it was Rayleigh who broke out, slashing past with this kind of sword intent. Xia Tian raises a knife and touches. In this short time, I actually learned it. This is not a guy that can be described as a genius. Roger looked at Xia Tian solemnly, his eyes throbbing. This guy is terrible. Even surpassing Rox is only a matter of time. The codders of Rox couldn't help but sigh after seeing too much. Every time something like this happens, I can't help but sigh. Xia Tian's heaven-defying place. Xia Tian was in his spare time, looking at Rayleigh. The sword and the sword in this world are the same, the sword intent is the sword intent, and the sword intent is also the sword intent. Whatever you have learned, you can't compare to me after you learn. Rayleigh sighed deeply, calmed his thoughts, and began to explode with strength again, and the sword in his hand began to emit blue light. Xia Tian also lifted the demon sword and ghostly, while Haki was circulating, the blade of the sword also appeared in blue light. The two were like ghosts and fought each other in an instant. With a move, Xia Tian copied it. Although it is temporarily in the master stage, it is not as subtle as Rayleigh's use, but relying on the powerful Haki to fight Rayleigh. Your conqueror's Haki has increased his training speed when colliding with other conquerors. Your armament Haki is extremely excited in the fierce battle against me, and his cultivation speed has accelerated. Your observation Haki is highly concentrated in the fierce battle, and your training speed has increased. Your Pluton sword intent is in the encounter with the original creator's sword intent to understand the essence. The speed of cultivation is extremely rapid, breaking through the master stage, and the current peaking stage is 1%, 2%, 3%. During the Vietnam War, Xia Tian's use of Pluton sword intent was more powerful. During the fight, Rayleigh obviously felt that the power used by Xia Tian was getting stronger and stronger. With his best effort, he was still slowly being suppressed. The heart sinks bit by bit. How to fight this? The figures of the two of them flashed quickly, and between the swords and swords, blue blades flew out. There were cracks on the ground that were stepped on by the power of the two people, and there were various knife marks, and the powerful air currents around them were blowing. Marine Ford, watching the battle, was even more stunned. I'm not mistaken, this Xia Tian is using Rayleigh's tricks to play against. Vice Admiral said in surprise, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. You are not mistaken, this is the horror of the sword god Xia Tian, the ability that can be learned at a glance. Zephyr's voice revealed extreme rigor and other improper Marine said. This ability of Xia Tian is real. The newly appointed 5 elders is even more intently, his look finally begins to change. After all, intelligence is intelligence, and only by witnessing it can I understand this horror. This Xia Tian, I am afraid that it will soon grow into a more terrifying threat than Rox. Asterisk. Chapter 40. In the scene. He actually started to suppress Rayleigh with Mr. Rayleigh's moves. Many people in the Roger Pirates saw it, with horror on their faces. That Xia Tian didn't use any other moves. In the fight against Rayleigh, he obviously used it more and more. It's really rare in 1,000 years. No, there has never been such a genius in the world. Roger's eyes were straight and he muttered to himself, Rox is so lucky. I can meet this kind of talent. The Rox pirate group also understands that Xia Tian is learning Rayleigh in battle and is constantly getting stronger. Captain Rox, is Xia Tian's talent too pervert? If Yu Tenten fights with Xia Tian, learning and fighting continue to grow stronger, will he be directly invincible soon? John's mind was active, and he turned back thoughtfully and said to Rox on the ship. That was the number 2 character of the Roger pirate group. He was the top player in the platoon at sea, and was actually suppressed by Xia Tian while learning to copy. That's impossible. Xia Tian's body is estimated to have a certain upper limit, otherwise, in Marie Joyce, it will be enough for him to fight all the time. Rox looked at Xia Tian and Rayleigh, who were fighting. How can it be so strong forever? There are still physical adaptations and upper limits. But even so, I am afraid that it will only take a short time to surpass everyone. 3 years? 5 years? Rox at this time was thinking wildly. But Rayleigh on the battlefield is getting harder and harder. Obviously I can't hold on anymore. Xia Tian's attack, the power is getting bigger and bigger. Mr. Rayleigh. The members of the Roger Pirates couldn't help but cried out uncomfortably. Deputy Captain Rayleigh is about to lose. There was sweat on Roger's head standing in the middle. Do you want to fight? The learning ability of this Xia Tian is too terrible. If it can't be suppressed with one blow, then there will be no chance next. It's really hard to choose. I am the one who wants to become One Piece. How can I start to fear the talents of my opponents? After Roger's fierce ideological struggle, his mind suddenly became clear. So what if you learn it? The move is always a move, not your own power. At this time, Xia Tian and Rayleigh met again. At this time, the progress of each item has slowed down, and Xia Tian never kept his hands anymore. The power exploded, and Rayleigh was thrown away directly in the confrontation. Rayleigh's upside-down figure was picked up abruptly by a big hand. Brother, rest, and rest, I'll come. Roger held on to Rayleigh, then drew out the long knife, staring slightly at Xia Tian. With a step on the ground, Conqueror's haki bursts out frantically. The soil is flying, and the wind is surging. Xia Tian. I'll fight you. Roger looked at Xia Tian with his eyes full of warfare. The whole body is majestic. Xia Tian's eyes lit up, thinking that Roger would be afraid of the talent that he would know at a glance, and chose not to fight him. Gold Roger. I wanted to fight you a long time ago. The earthquake trembled. Xia Tian Conqueror's haki also rose to the sky, not weaker than Roger. The collision of Conqueror's haki enveloped the entire island. Even some fierce pirates, with a slightly weaker mental quality, collapsed to the ground. The deterrence of Xia Tian and Roger's face-to-face encounter is too terrifying. The two of them stared at each other, bursting out Conqueror's haki constantly. Heaven, sky. A pirate noticed the horrible scene of all the clouds surging in the sky, separated by two people. Rayleigh, who had just lost the battle, also had a shocked expression. Being able to fight Roger to this level shows that Xia Tian hasn't done his best just now. Jabba, Bullet, who had just woke up, and the others swallowed. This incredible character, how long it took, 3 months, has grown from a rookie to a top power who can fight Roger haki. A group of people in Rock's Pirate, the Cotters all showed strange colors. Newgate and Shiki both smiled, as if they were used to it. Xia Tian's haki is better than Marie Joyce. This kind of progress is a miracle for others, and Xia Tian is at a normal level. Others were taken aback. The captain of Xia Tian is very strong, but he listened to the Cotters and the crew present. I can see it intuitively when I really see and feel the collision that makes the sky split apart. Except for Captain Rox, no one's Conquerors is stronger than Captain Xia Tian. Through the big angle of view, the people of Marine can see clearly the vision caused by the confrontation between Xia Tian and Roger Conqueror's haki. I still underestimated him. The faces of Kong, Garp, and others are extremely ugly. How long is the Battle of Marie Joyce? This Xia Tian is strong again. The confrontation between the two haki ended immediately. What a passion! Roger twisted his neck, his eyes dignified and full of warfare. After watching the rocks on the battlefield indifferently, Roger narrowed his eyes. Let's fight with Xia Tian first. At this time, the red sword energy went directly to Roger. The sword intent of Zhanlong is still shining. Good job. The red two-colored haki in Roger's hand was entangled on the knife, slashing sideways on the knife. The flash of lightning eroded Roger's hand with the intent of oppressive knife. Between the surging muscles, greater power directly slashed Xia Tian's dragon blade chi to fly to the sea on the side. Bang! The red knife gas directly cut open a large area of the sea, and a uzumaki was formed in the burst. Roger chuckled. The power on the Xia Tian knife light is really powerful, but it was also chopped off by oneself. Roger. Xia Tian's hands are trembling slightly, excited. It is worthy of the future One Piece, this kind of strength, and the moment the knife was moved, the system prompted Xia Tian to be extremely pleasantly surprised. Your conqueror's haki has entered a state of comprehension in the hands of the children of luck in this world, and the training has begun to advance by leaps and bounds. The current progress is 60%, 61%. It turned out to be increasing little by little. At this time, Roger had already rushed to Xia Tian's front. Don't be distracted, the sword god Xia Tian. The long knife in the hand goes from bottom to top, hacking towards Xia Tian. God avoid. The blade came with a red and black haki. The powerful and unparalleled power first came to Xia Tian. Xia Tian's eyes are bright, complete divine avoidance. You have learned a sword flow. Divine avoidance. It is learned by the pioneers with all the effort. The current progress is 1% at the peak stage. The system prompts you to arrive. The knife of Xia Tian Gitu also greeted the past with a pale white 2-type imaginary knife intent. Xia Tian's slash from top to bottom. Roger's vertical split from bottom to top. A huge roar sounded. In the place, with human eyes, I only saw the knife between the two people in the air. The next moment, a hurricane like a typhoon blew from the place where the two confronted each other, and some people who fell to the ground fainted were blown up and down. The mud and gravel under the feet of the two of them overturned, the ground sank, the sea was surging, and the ship shook violently. Bang! Wherever they faced each other, the two fierce haki finally broke out. Under the sword aura, the land behind Xia Tian was cut into a deep ravine by Roger's divine avoidance. Behind Roger, was also broken by Xia Tian's 2-style knife intent, a deep knife mark, as far as the island. Asterisk. Chapter 41. At the end of the fight, both of them retreated heavily. Happy. Roger laughed and tore off his tattered clothes, revealing his strong upper body. Completely ignore the numbness that Xia Tian chopped on his hand. Xia Tian also laughed, and his right arm also felt numb by the impact of the sword energy. It was a pleasant surprise to fight Roger. The people present were completely shocked, their eyes dull. Is this a scene of destruction that two humans can cause? Anyone can be evenly matched with Captain Roger. This Xia Tian has grown to this level. Jabba's eyes were horrified, this Xia Tian is just a monster. Roger is the only big pirate on the sea who can compete with rocks. This Xia Tian has already reached this point. Rayleigh looked at Xia Tian incredulously, and he was evenly matched with Roger. This sword god Xia Tian, I am afraid that it will become a more powerful threat than rocks in the future. The Rocks pirate group was also taken aback. After this game, he still underestimated the real strength of Xia Tian. Even Rocks did not expect that Xia Tian could be evenly matched with Roger. Because Roger, Garp, and others are already at the Rocks level, and they are completely above the Admiral level. Boom! Before everyone was surprised, the two handed over again. The amazing scene reappeared. The two faced each other again, and Xia Tian used Roger's knife skills to avoid it. What a genius among geniuses! Roger exclaimed as he moved the knife. The haki and the sword energy that Xia Tian swayed between the swords are completely his own god avoidance. Even with the psychological preparation, it is still shocked inexplicably. Then you have to pick it up, Roger. Conqueror's haki crazy progressing. Xia Tian laughed loudly, and cut it off. Two red and black knives fought against each other and exploded immediately. The entire island is shaking, and the cracks are getting bigger and bigger. Back a little. Jabba waved his hand in horror and everyone backed away. The aftermath of the battle between the two has spread farther. This part of the island is going to be destroyed. The officers of Newgate and Shiki retreated to the side of the ship with their men. The crew watched the fierce battle between Xiaotian and Roger enthusiastically. This is Rock's pirate, known as the three legendary pirates, the sword god Xiaotian. Xiaotian held the ghost through, and between the waves, it was all Roger's moves. Roger became more and more frightened as he fought. Although he is now evenly matched, he can obviously feel that the power of Xiaotian's use of God's avoidance is getting stronger and stronger. Xiaotian's progress at Conqueror's Haki slowed down at this time. The rapid progress brought about by fighting Roger was exhausted. Roger glanced at Rox at this time. The battle was enjoyable. Unexpectedly, the strength of Xiaotian could reach this level. There is also a group of codders watching the show, and the base camp may not be able to stand it anymore. The two separated in a violent confrontation. Xiaotian, whose speed has returned to normal, is about to use the second formula. Roger made a decision, jumped back and walked away. There is no need to fight to the death in this battle, and it's not win. Roger waved his hand immediately. Brothers, withdraw. The members of the Roger pirate group heard Roger's retreat instructions and began to retreat to the island. Rayleigh, Bullet, Jabba, and others retreated quickly with unwillingness and discomfort. Everyone understands the situation and Roger's meaning. After the battle, there are still officials who haven't taken a shot, and Rox are watching. In this short battle, Bullet and Rayleigh have already consumed too much. On the contrary, Xiaotian has a feeling that the more the war becomes stronger. Although Xiaotian didn't want to continue to play tricks slowly, but also wanted to try where his limits were. As a result, Roger withdrew without any muddles. Don't go. Roger. Xiaotian held the ghost in his hand, and was about to chase the Roger pirate group who was retreating. I can break through a little bit. Xiaotian, forget it. Whitebeard Newgate walked over with a smile, and stopped Xiaotian. This Xiaotian is surprised and eager, and is also a person who is keen on fighting. You may be able to keep some people behind if you catch up, but you don't want your territory? No matter how big an island is, you can't stand this level of battle. Golden Lion laughed ha ha ha. Pointing to this part of the island, it is tattered, with knife marks and cracks everywhere, gravel. Faintly will be washed away by the turbulent ocean current. Only then did Xiaotian react. This is to grab the site, and eliminating Roger at this time is not so great for Rock's pirate. You may be able to stay after catching up, but the island doesn't exist anymore. Rox smiled and walked down. His satisfaction with Xiaotian has reached a new height. It even meant to be a successor in the future. If the Roger pirates want to run, let them run. You have grabbed the territory, and you still grabbed it yourself. Rox laughed, and continued to turn his head to Akoko and others and said, Since Xiaotian has beaten down his own territory, you should go and clean up, by the way. No problem. Akoko and others all smiled and nodded, this is also a good job. The first group of people who appeared in front of these kingdoms, in order to please the kingdom, will give a lot of money. Bring everything you eat and drink, brothers, have a good celebration. Golden Lion Shiki took a hand and said loudly. No, Shiki, you go too, your ability can bring more things over. Whitebeard Newgate glanced at Shiki diagonally, meaning it was unclear. You can bring it all back with a single finger. Hey, Newgate. You. Shiki just wanted to say why should I be directed. Rox spoke. Well, bring it back, we are going to have a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights. Rox finished speaking to Shiki, and then shouted to everyone. Golden Lion Shiki nodded helplessly. Xiaotian thought for a while and followed. This guy is lawless, lest they let them engage in massacres there. The people at Rock's Pirate cheered when they heard the party. And all of this was projected by the marine submarine lurking secretly not far away. There was silence in the meeting room of Marineford Naval Headquarters. Many Marine officers were sweating coldly on their heads. Xia Tian, known as the legendary pirate, does not belong to Roger's strength at all. Now, there is no way to stop it. Kong, Garp, Sengoku, and others are even more gloomy to ultimate. How long has Xia Tian joined Rock's pirate, and now his strength has reached the level of Roger? If this continues, it will not take long to become an existence beyond Rock's. Now, it's not the time we can shoot at will. Five elders' eyes were extremely solemn, looking at the tattered corner of the island on the screen. Asterisk. Chapter 42. The Marine meeting room was filled with a heavy atmosphere. Marine and world government face not only the loss of face. It's Rock's pirates' threat to the world government and the Holy Land Marie joys. An already earth-shattering Rock's Gibet led 8 cotters. The cotters originally contained monster-like pirates like Newgate and Shiki. Now there is another rookie cotter who has the strength of Whitebeard Newgate for a short time. And it has always been Rock's pirate who fights and kills each other. Because of the appearance of the newcomer Xia Tian, gradually there are less fights. One thing that the 5 elders are sure of in their minds is the appearance of Xia Tian. Rock's will be even more unscrupulous. With the addition of a legendary strength, the balance of forces on the sea will be completely broken. Let's watch the changes, keep an eye on Rock's pirate, and wait a month for everything. The 5 elders stood up with ugly expressions, and looked at Kong and said, "With Lord Yim here, these are just wind and waves, and the world is still under Lord Yim's hands. To be promoted to 5 elders, you must do the first thing Mr. Yim explained, the Valley of Gods." Kong naturally understood the so-called 1 month later, and nodded with a sigh. The 5 elders left one after another. Just when everyone dispersed, Kong brought Garp and others to his office again. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr and Crane sat on the sofa one after another. Garp also makes the tea self-sufficiently. Garp, you still have the mood to make tea. Kong was already in a bad mood, and seeing Garp's senseless look, he patted the table straight. "Mr. Kong, if you can't adjust, just take a break with a cup of tea." Garp saw Kong with a dark face, so he could only smile and hand over a glass, and said, "I understand what you mean by asking us to come over. Those 5 can't be thought of for the time being, but we Marine can't think about it. Rox has another legendary combat power. We must plan ahead." Garp seemed undisciplined, but how could he not understand? Kong took the tea and took a sip. "Everyone here knows what happened more than a month later. Valley of Gods." Zephyr and others nodded, indicating that they all understand. This is a sacrifice that celestial dragons attaches great importance to. Yes, things in the Valley of Gods are not top secret. Someone will even know about it in many places. Kong solemnly said that both the world government and the upper and middle levels of Marine know about it. Although the news will not spread all over the world. But there will definitely be intelligence dealers, or spies in the underground world who have broken into the world government. The celestial dragons are all pieces of information with great value. Then, Rox will know too. Ms. he said sharply. Yes. With Rock's cruelty to celestial dragons, I'm afraid I won't let this opportunity to gather so many celestial dragons. Kong took a deep breath and said, "The Valley of Gods, will it be the battlefield?" Sengoku's eyes were extremely cautious. Celestial dragons and rocks, this is totally going to turn the sky again. The new 5 elders of the world government, you must have felt a little bit very strong. At this time, Garp talked about the 5 new guys. With the same legendary combat power, Garp, who was even stronger than Roger, sensed the differences among the 5. Just like the 5 elders. People in this position can't be weak. Sengoku nodded and said. He also sensed it, very strong. No matter what, we do everything we can. Kong looked at Sengoku and said. Roger, you can contact. Sengoku couldn't help being a little surprised. Kong Admiral originally disliked working with pirates, but now he says so. Kong sighed, his frowning brows never relaxed. Since Rock's pirate appeared like Xiatian, the pressure has become more and more intense. If something really happens in the Valley of Gods, then I am afraid that it will be too late to do anything. Kong has deep concerns about this. Let's get in touch. When these things are arranged, we will report to Wu Lao Na. Ms. He glanced at Kong and said. Sengoku nodded and picked up the phone worm. On the Jackson, including Roger, the whole group were frustrated. At this time, the phone bug in Roger's room rang. A crew member took the phone worm to Roger. I'm Sengoku. Sengoku? You Marine knows everything here, right? We rebroadcast the live battle, that Xiatian is already on PAR with you. Sengoku said heavily. This time, I won't just say this. Of course not. More than a month later, the Valley of Gods. Where is the Valley of the Gods? Roger was a little confused, as if he had heard of this place name, but it was not on the low map. I will let someone send you the coordinates. This time, we must solve it completely. Sengoku's tone was full of determination. After talking so much, neither of them mentioned why they went to the Valley of Gods in a month. Roger understood that Sengoku was talking about rocks. Sengoku also understood that Roger understood what he meant. This is the third cooperation between the two. Captain, what do you mean? Bullet asked Roger puzzledly. The two are talking about the Valley of Gods. It's an opportunity. A chance to destroy rocks. Roger looked at the back of the boat, grinning. Self-cultivation, exercise, 1 month later, we must become stronger. Yes. Captain. Although the period of 1 month is short, when it comes to the chance of eliminating rocks, everyone is obviously more motivated and not as frustrated as before. Sengoku, who had contacted Marine, looked at you. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, you bring Kuzan 3 people and other marine geniuses. You will be trained for a month. As much as you can be stronger. I will arrange your tasks for the time being. Kong gritted his teeth and made the same decision as Roger. Becoming stronger, how much stronger, all to adapt to the future of the Valley of the Gods. Whether Rock's pirate will come or not, be prepared. At this time, Rock's pirate took the site and took the chefs and architects from the palace to the edge of the island. The king of this island knew that it was Rock's pirate, and his face turned pale with fright. He knew that he was going to hold a 3-day and 3-night banquet, and he was served by the chef on the spot, and the ingredients and wines would be delivered one by one. As for the beauties, they were rejected by Xiatian in one go. These thousands of ferocious pirates are there, and there are not many women in all. If you arrange for a few young and beautiful chicks who are helpless, I'm afraid they won't be able to go back alive. So Xiatian under Shiki's groaning eyes, the banquet began. Chapter 43. The banquet began. The builders of the kingdom simply built a lot of simple windshields, the tables and the ground were neatly organized, and then a variety of fine wines and food were arranged, and a group of people started the carnival. 8 cotters and rocks gathered around a table. Newgate's good wine is even more connected with Xiatian to fight wine. The cotters and rocks also drank all kinds of alcohol, completely not what they used to be. During this period, many subordinates came over. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Xiaoqi and others all showed up and toasted with the cotters. During the period, the most talked about was the strong performance and strength of Xiatian. Kaido and others even consulted Xiatian and Rocks. What Rocks commends is that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have made great progress, even as monsters. Although compared with Xiatian, it is still eclipsed. Not long after the banquet began, everyone had a lively atmosphere. Rocks stood up and said with a smile on his face. Xiatian's strength has improved, and it has made great contributions many times, whether it is beheading celestial dragons, severely wounding 5 elders, or this time against the Roger pirates. It is just that the rewards for each site are too small. When Rox said this, everyone looked at each other one after another. What did Captain Rox mean to reward Xia Tian? Xia Tian, who was still drinking wine, was also taken aback and choked. Still not speaking, Rox wine made people take a palm-sized wooden box and put it in front of Xia Tian. Xia Tian blinked and looked at Rox. Rox smiled and nodded, indicating that this is a reward for you. At this time, the eyes of Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and others were all attracted. The crew around were even more curious. What would Captain Rox reward? Xia Tian opened the box, and put a peach-like fruit with a small palm in it. The lines that revolve round and round on the top have a peculiar charm. This is devil fruit. Xia Tian could not help but also surprised. This thing is of high value, and can even change a person's life. However, the people around saw the peach-like fruit but their complexion changed drastically, their eyes were jealous. This is the fruit of Logia, Captain Rox, you are too generous. John looked at this fruit obsessively, the strongest Logia in devil fruit. Captain Rox, take out all his treasures, Logia, Feng fruit. The well-informed Akoko once saw the devil fruit illustrated book. After reading it for a while, he recognized that this thing is Logia's Feng fruit. A powerful fruit that can transform human elements into wind. Xia Tian was shocked in his heart. Rox, actually optimistic that he has reached this point. It's a pity that I don't need devil fruit, even if it is from Logia, I don't have much interest. This thing has an irreparable flaw. The kindness was sent. Xia Tian smiled and thanked Rox quickly, and then closed it in the envy and surprise of everyone. At this time, the system prompt sounded. It senses that the owner has obtained the Logia devil fruit, which is swallowed by the system, and the observation Haki qualitative leap and evolution can be obtained. Xia Tian was pleasantly surprised. Originally thought that she could only wait to give her away if she didn't eat, but she didn't expect that the system still had the ability to devour devil fruit to improve her ability. But now it's not suitable for swallowing. It's not good to pretend to eat it in front of everyone. What if you have to perform it yourself? Seeing Xia Tian put it away, Rox laughed. To reward such an important fruit, the meaning of transmission is also very obvious, and the genius like Xia Tian must be very clear. Next, the Cotters and Kaido and other elite crew members sighed again and again. The strength of Captain Xia Tian is already so strong, coupled with Logia's devil fruit ability, it will be even better. Xia Tian can only smile and nod, calmly facing everyone's praise. Eating it now can really make you a higher level, maybe it's enough to match Rox. But if you don't consume devil fruit, you can match Rox in a short time. It's just a little difference in time. This kind of obvious side effect thing, let's forget it. Naturally, the carnival is getting more and more vigorous. Rox said that for 3 days and 3 nights, it really drove for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. Every crew member drank a lot of wine. Thousands of people drank it here, all of which made the king on the island cautious. The consumption of wine and water even sent people to the nearby islands to purchase a lot. After drinking too much alcohol, something is destined to happen. For example, between the crew members who were at odds, they started to fight and fight. 1 or 2 fought, and soon there was a lot of noisy fighting. Rox is still the same as before, the attitude of survival of the fittest, regardless of letting them fight. All the Cotters also frowned. The fight is not good now, but these crew members are their own subordinates, and the beginning is also because of the discord between the Cotters. Now you don't take the initiative to control your subordinates, and I don't take the initiative to control your subordinates, and I still drink alcohol. Xia Tian also frowned tightly. These hundreds of people fought, although they didn't use guns or weapons, they were also very noisy. Do whatever you want. Rox suddenly said to Xia Tian casually. As soon as this sentence came out, even Whitebeard Newgate looked at Rox in surprise. not to mention the surprise of other cotters. This is the meaning of giving power to Xiaotian. Do whatever you want. Xiaotian didn't think so much. After coming to Rock's Pirate for a few months, most of them were thinking about strengthening themselves. They really didn't think about the power of this pirate group. Xiaotian stood up, his eyes condensed slightly, Conqueror's haki seemed to buzz in everyone's ears. More than 100 pirates who fought each other upset, flipped Byakugan and fell straight down. It just fainted them, it was too noisy, drinking and drinking. Xiaotian said to everyone with a smile, and sat down to persuade him to drink. The drunk Kaido who drank on the third day even challenged Xiaotian and turned into a giant dragon crooked, and was slapped by Xiaotian directly on the coast and passed out. This incident also became a joke for Rock's Pirate. The 3-day carnival came to an end soon. Just when the island kingdom thought that Rock's Pirate would return, leaving only people to guard the site, Rox suddenly decided not to leave for the time being, and still let the king prepare to eat and drink. Tenten had a banquet party and had fun. Everyone didn't think much about it, and it was much more interesting here than Hakinosu. This island is not small, like a small piece of land. There is such a prosperous kingdom. And on the 4th day of the carnival, Xiaotian hadn't come yet and secretly swallowed the fruit. Rox suddenly summoned Xiaotian and other 8 cotters secretly, and revealed the reason. He bought a piece of information in the underground world. About a month later, celestial dragons will go there for a kind of sacrifice in the Valley of Gods. Chapter 44. When everyone heard that celestial dragons had been killed, they cheered up. Valley of Gods. Newgate, Shiki, and others have never heard of this place. I seem to have seen this place name somewhere. The well-informed Akoko touched his chin and said. It seems to be reminiscing where I saw it. I already know the location of the Valley of Gods. According to the news, it should be true. Those underground guys have always talked about credibility, and there will be a lot of celestial dragons there. Rox said with a grin. Once as celestial dragons, I have naturally heard of the Valley of Gods. Combined with the news, it is worth preparing for a trip. At this time, Xiaotian was shocked. Isn't this the place where Rox died? In the Valley of Gods, Rox attacked celestial dragons and was destroyed by Marine and Roger pirates. Garp has also been called the Marine hero since then. Captain Rox, I'll tell you that this news is inaccurate, or else I'd better take a look at the situation first. Xiaotian thought for a long time and persuaded her tactfully. Newgate, Shiki, Akoko, John, and others were all surprised. Xiaotian hardly made any comments at the meeting, and was actually persuading Rox at this time. Rox shook his head. He didn't want to lose any chance to kill celestial dragons. After all, there are not many opportunities to score Marie Joyce. The Marshal of Marine and the other 2 Admiral are also coming back. The Valley of Gods is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Rox said lightly at this time. The Roger pirates lost its territory and its unpredictable whereabouts at sea, as well as the combat power of Marine and the world government. Xiaotian still wanted to persuade, but didn't know how to persuade. No matter, my own appearance has changed the trajectory, and the Valley of the Gods will be a battle. So gather everyone, do some preparation. At this moment Rox smiled and said. The news is accurate to a certain extent. This is also the information that the 2 of us secretly bought with a lot of money. At the same time, Marine is monitoring our every move on the sea not far away, so we secretly summon you. Marine dare to watch us. John's eyes were fierce, thinking about whether to go out and kill him in a while. Leave them first, so that they think we are not doing anything. At the same time, only a few of us know about this matter, and everyone else keeps it secret. Rox ordered seriously. If Marine knew they were preparing, maybe there would be something else. It would be uncomfortable if celestial dragons did not go anymore. Yes, Captain Rox. Xiaotian doesn't have to do anything, you are responsible for becoming stronger. Rox laughed at this moment and said. Newgate and others nodded in agreement. It is enough for Xiaotian to become stronger. Xiaotian grinned and nodded. But in my mind are all the problems of the original historical trajectory. Later Rox arranged some things. This cadre meeting ended. Xiaotian returned to the site of the banquet place, where several houses were built, one of which was Xiaotian's. The house was built in a hurry, but it was fully furnished, and even the beds were luxurious. It can be seen that the king is very nervous about Rox pirate, for fear of offending it a little bit. If Rox hadn't said that he would stay here, I'm afraid the king would give up the city. The name of the Sea Lord Rox pirate can be seen as Madara. Xiaotian observation haki is shrouded, like a hood. As soon as someone investigates it, it will be discovered. Then he took out the Logia devil fruit on his body. I looked at it curiously for a while, but didn't see anything. Can only be swallowed by the system. Xiaotian held the fruit body, a peculiar power of the system enveloped the fruit from Xiaotian's hand. The peach-shaped fruit with the original pattern has slowly turned into a real peach. Xiaotian felt a magical power that made his mind unusually clear about the surrounding things. The system prompt rang soon after. Congratulations on your swallowing Logia devil fruit. This fruit strengthens observation haki, realizes the evolution process, breaks through the limit stage, enters a special stage, and obtains the special function of observation haki, predict the future. It is currently in the sublimation stage 0.1%. It turned out to be such a special evolution. The sublimation stage seems to be a little higher than the next stage of the limit. It is a special stage that only exists after evolution. And also gained a special ability, observation haki's foreseeing the future. This is not the same as the observation haki of Charlotte Katakuri in the future. It's not much worse than eating the fruit directly. Xiaotian said to himself in surprise. Haki is as powerful as armament haki. Whether it is dodge or perception, it has a very powerful effect. Especially with this foreseeing the future. Xiaotian concentratingly activated observation haki. In an instant, the vision of looking at the door changed. The world in his eyes changed to a faint red, and the voice in his ears changed. What you see is the future. Hearing it is also the future. In the red world, Xiaotian's door was knocked suddenly, and Kaido's voice came over. Captain Xiaotian. In just 10 seconds, Xiaotian retreated from that state. There is actually only a moment in reality. And what you consume is your own haki. No more and no less. Xiaotian doesn't care about this, the system is there, and automatic training will make consumption quickly reply. This is because of the progress increases, and the self-explanation continues to be strong, and the time should increase accordingly. Xiaotian thought, while looking at the door to calculate the time. 5 minutes later, Kaido knocked on the door and shouted. Captain Xiaotian. The rhythm of the knock on the door is exactly the same as the voice of speaking. Kaido, what's the matter? Xiaotian didn't open the door, just said lazily. I want to apologize to Captain Xiaotian for what happened that night. I shouldn't drink to provoke the captain. There are also some training issues I want to ask. Kaido's voice is getting lower and lower. The drunk turned into a giant dragon to challenge Xiaotian, but Xiaotian slapped him in a slap. There is still a red handprint on his face. Don't mind, I am resting now, and I will call you when I have time. Xiaotian said lazily, now she is in no mood to point you. Kaido didn't dare to say more, after all, he hadn't done a good job first, so he could only say goodbye. Xiaotian really lay down to rest afterwards. And the following days. The banquet on the island is still going on. The crew wants to eat and drink. Everything seemed very normal, and the cadres only left and returned individually. Marine was worried every day, and breathed a sigh of relief every day. After reporting back again and again, Naval Headquarters also felt a little relieved. Signal to continue monitoring. Time flies, *. Chapter 45. The time approaching the Valley of Gods is getting closer and closer. On an island in the first half of the Grand Line, the dark red pirate ship slowly docked on the shore. A group of pirates on the boat looked at the woods on the island. Not long. The four people walked out slowly from the island. Either they were naked or their clothes were in tattered, looking embarrassed, but they walked out full of energy. The momentum of the four people just came out was powerfully oppressed, and then slowly converged. When the people on the boat saw them, they greeted them happily. Captain Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet. Everyone, haha. Roger and others waved their hands happily. Only Bullet lifted his hands sternly. Captain, time is almost up, let's get on the boat and set off, said one of the Murlocs among the pirates. Well, you have worked hard, it's been almost a month, is it okay? Roger smiled and boarded the boat with Rayleigh and others. Then asked. There is nothing wrong during this period of time, it's just that our sight was robbed and passed out and underestimated, the pirates said uncomfortably. When it heard it was the Roger pirates, the people outside looked weird. Soon they dare not. Isn't Rock's pirate moving? Roger laughed, then said strictly. No, there was a message coming from Marine, Rock stayed where we were, Tenton was eating and drinking, nothing happened. The pirates replied, just remembering. If there is no movement, it seems that the undercurrent is surging. After getting on the boat, Rayleigh was wiping his long sword with a cloth, and narrowed his eyes when he heard this sentence. Don't think too much, let's set sail. Roger shouted to everyone, then waved his hand and looked at the sea in the distance. At this moment, his aura is faintly stronger. Here Roger pirates dormant for a month, set out in the Valley of Gods. On the other side, Marine Ford. On the training ground next to the fortress, Sakazuki, Kuzan, and Polosalino are following Zephyr in the basic training of Marine 6 styles. Again and again. Ms. Zephyr, we are Logia-capable people. Do we need to exercise like this? Isn't the ability to develop fruit more significantly improved? Polosalino said, a little dissatisfied. Teacher Zephyr is too persistent in physical power. This month, this improvement seems insignificant. These powers will allow you to fully manifest when you are facing the enemy, and even with this kind of exercise, you can continue to develop your abilities. Zephyr glanced at Polosalino lightly, and said patiently. I think the practice method taught by Teacher Zephyr is good. These days, I feel that my ability and physical strength are much stronger. Seeing that Polosalino was still arguing, Kuzan said first. Then he said. It's almost a month. Mr. Garp doesn't know if he's on the road. If it's Mr. Garp, he must have become stronger. Gar worked hard at East Blue, so he should be back soon. Zephyr squinted his eyes and looked towards the beach. Time flies so fast. This time, I don't know what will happen again. East Blue. On an uninhabited island with a steep terrain. There were originally 3 huge towering mountains here. One day a month ago, a man in a grey vest came here. Without a word, I started cultivation. He hit the mountain with one punch and one punch. Regardless of day and night, regardless of rain or shine. Find food when you are hungry, and go to bed when you are sleepy. Until more than 1 month later, only one of the 3 mountains remained there. On this day, a warship sailed over slowly. A rear admiral was standing on the bow and saw the man gesturing to the mountain how to punch his fist. Mr. Garp, the headquarters is calling. Rear admiral shouted loudly from the bow. Garp looked back, saw the marine warship, grinned and waved. Then he tore off the tattered grey vest on his body, revealing the sturdy body of an inverted triangle. When the time is up, I won't treat you tenderly. Garp squinted and looked at the bare mountain in front of him. The right fist didn't seem to smell like haki, but the surrounding air was stirred with a single wave, causing a gust of wind. Warships not far away were all shaken. The sea surged. Boom! That big mountain was blown up by a huge cannonball. Instantly smashed and razed to the ground. Gone. At this time, Garp didn't know when he had already stepped onto the warship. Rear Admiral and other Marines looked at the island that was already flat. The time for a trip to the Valley of Gods is almost here. Marine. Assembling. And Rock's pirate is here. On this vast island. Xia Tian was outside the room. A team member ran over and knocked on the door. Captain Xia Tian, Captain Rock summoned the cotters. Xia Tian opened his eyes. An array of red light flashed between the pupils of the eyes. The Valley of Gods battle is about to start. This month, apart from being lazy with individual moves, all abilities of the body have been steadily advancing. Standing up, Xia Tian touched her hair, and then picked up the monster sword ghostly. Before opening the door, I opened the system panel again in my mind and took a look. Eternal Binder, Xia Tian. Conqueror's Haki, 10.1% at the peak. Armament Haki, 9.5% at the peak. Observation Haki, 9% in the sublimation stage. 1 type. Slashing the Dragon, 89% in the extreme stage. Type 2. Breaking the Void, 56% in the limit stage. 3 types. Open Sky, 0.2% in the sublimation stage. 1 Sword Flow. Divine Avoidance, 57% in the limit stage. Pluton Sword Intent, 91% of the peak stage. Tekken, 18% in the extreme stage. 6 Styles, 60% in the extreme stage. Douglas Body Art, 40% in the extreme stage. Conquerors and Armed Color finally broke through at these times. From the extreme state to the peak stage. It's just that the progress of cultivation started to slow down. Xia Tian understands that the extreme stage is already so difficult, let alone the peak stage. However, seeing and hearing in the sublimation stage is slower. There is also a sublimation stage. Xia Tian has realized a way of fusion a few days ago, fusing the essence of all skills. Under inspiration, I tried a sword technique. When Xia Tian condenses and displays it, the system will prompt to create a new move, and when the creation is successful, it will automatically return to the sublimation state. Then a feeling of being able to truly open the sky surged into Xia Tian's heart, as if it could destroy everything, and could create a world-like feeling. Xia Tian stopped, did not really display it. But one thing for sure is, this trick is very strong. It has surpassed all the power of sword skills recognized by Xia Tian. And this trick can still be recognized by the system as the sublimation stage. Extreme Sublimation. Asterisk. Chapter 46. This Pluton sword intent also inherits Rayleigh's temper. Xia Tian sighed, there is always such an individual guy always looking for various reasons to be lazy. Shaking his head, Xia Tian didn't think too much. Open the door and go to the place where rocks convened. Along the way, the pirates still eat and drink on the island. Either they are exercising and talking together. Xia Tian didn't eat anything, and walked to a cave in the island. Newgate, Akoku, Silver Axe, John, and others are all there, but Golden Lion Shiki has not yet arrived. In the darkness, Rox walked out from the cave. The spies received the news that the naval headquarters has been assembled and will leave from Marie Joyce tomorrow. Rox said straightforwardly. This news, Marine didn't even keep it secret, even the spies knew about it. Akoka frowned. Pathfinders of the pirate group? No, with the wisdom of that woman, I'm afraid that we knew the news a long time ago. Rox said gloomily. Among Marines, Crane's wisdom and Garp's combat power made Rox the most jealous. Needless to say, Crane has fought many times. As for Garp, he will be stronger every time. He has been able to compete with Rox earlier. It is very similar to Xia Tian's talent, but he doesn't have the kind of talent to learn. We let them relax their vigilance in this way, I am afraid we will also suspect that we will not go. John also spoke. This may not be impossible. Even if we don't go, they will be prepared. Our posture is just a little less troublesome. Rox chuckled. After looking at Xiaotian, with the observation of Rox's observation haki, he can faintly perceive the huge power hidden in Xiaotian's body. Xiaotian has become a lot stronger these days. Newgate also looked at Xiaotian and couldn't help sighing. The same practice for a month, I am afraid it is not 5 times that of Xiaotian. The stronger Xiaotian is, the better it is for us. Rox looked at Xiaotian approvingly. At this speed, it probably won't take long for Xiaotian to completely surpass herself. Rox is not afraid of Xiaotian, but in this case, it is not suspicious to employ people, and suspects do not need it. What's more, if Xiaotian's performance was that the enemy Rox pirate would have died long ago. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Marine asked them to set off first. You secretly select the elite crew, and Shiki gets a boat back and we set off. Rox finally said seriously. This coder meeting ended briefly. Golden Lion Shiki went out, and even some coders didn't find out, but he didn't ask Rox to let him go. Newgate and other coders appeared on the coast soon. The marine submarine that was viewed from a distance was still watching, and never left. Seeing that the 8 coders were drinking, they quickly reported it. And Akoku, John, and others were drinking and chatting. In fact, they are all picking players. Forget about my subordinates. Xiaotian stretched out lazily and said. I am embarrassed to take it out. At that time, I just picked the rest of them randomly. When the battle started, there was no combat power at all. I am afraid that I will faint under conquerors. Then, Newgate, Akoku and others nodded and laughed. All understand Xiaotian's casual perfunctory at that time. One afternoon passed. The 8 people here all selected the elite pirates who set off together. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are also powerful and talented. Although they are not enough to compete with the participating coders, they have been appointed leaders to lead these elite pirates in battle. The coders and Captain Rox need to fight against the strong of Marine. At this time, the Marine surveillance submarine in the distance had just reported to Marineford, and was shot in the submarine by a gun that suddenly raised its muzzle. In the other direction, there are also 3 hidden submarines, and a warship is still not moving in the sea area farther away, quietly looking at the island where rocks are located in the distance. After the routine report in the evening, everything was killed on the ship, silently and without reaction time. In the air, the Golden Lion Shiki, all dressed in yellow and biting a cigar, laughed grimly. Get the ship ready, and kill all the spies who were watching when you come back, well, nothing is left out. Talking to himself, Golden Lion flew to the island. One night passed quickly. Today is the day to set off in the Valley of Gods. The sky is a bit grey, and there are clouds covering the sky everywhere. Marine got together early in the morning. Admiral Kong, led by Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, all 11 naval headquarters fight Vice Admiral. 3 super newcomers, Sakazuki, Kyuzan, and Polo Salino were also present. 12 warships are ready to dock in the port. The soldiers assembled in the square carried their hands on their backs, their eyes firm. These are Marine elites. Marine once again used his full force. Following Kong's order, everyone quickly boarded the warship and headed to the bubble pod port under the Red Line. When the warship arrives in the Red Line port, a luxurious ship of celestial dragons has already docked. A group of people in black have been on guard around. The eyes of Kong and others revealed that they were dignified and waiting on the ship with a group of Marines. This day, I have been preparing for a month. After a short while, a golden bubble pod slowly fell from above. The leader is the new 5 elders who watched the broadcast of Rox Pirate and Roger's fight last time in Marineford. These 5 feel so strong. The Marines swallowed their throats when they were not there and became nervous. These are the 5 most powerful people in the world government. Kong and others have long felt the strength of the new 5 elders, and their expressions are still rigorous. All ready, Among the 5, a man in a suit with straight hair said. Yes, nothing has been discovered for the time being. Kong nodded, just finished. Behind 5 elders, 80 celestial dragons wearing celestial dragons' bloated clothes and bubble hoods walked out. Celestial dragons, with their nostrils facing the sky, have no eyes on their faces, and some of them still have snots on their faces. Step by step came over. Isn't this the trash marine? Can you ask them to protect it? That is, this class of marine is really not good. My cousin was killed under their protection, a bunch of humble trash. It doesn't look as good as our slaves. As soon as celestial dragons saw marine, they immediately began to sneer. The marines looked extremely ugly, their heads lowered in silence, and their fist-clamped hands trembled slightly. These celestial dragons turned out to be a waste. Asterisk. Chapter 47. Everyone at Marine looked green, their eyes shaking with patience. It was indeed the pirate who killed celestial dragons in front of Marine. But these words that didn't take them as humans really made the Marine soldiers angry. But no way. These people with bubble hoods are world nobles. Celestial dragons. Kong and the others also had their eyes trembled, and now, celestial dragons is still saying every sentence. But Marine's job is to protect these celestial dragons who claim to be descendants of gods. Garp bit on the boat, his fiery temper finally didn't hold back, unhappy. So upset. Marine desperately protects these rubbish. In the end, they will be ridiculed desperately by these people. Garp rolled up his sleeves and was about to jump off the boat and leave. Garp. Sengoku and Zephyr were shocked. Garp stopped altogether. We are Marine. Kong's face was as pale as that, and he lowered his head and said to Garp. Garp took 2 deep breaths and walked into the cabin without a word. The 3 Sakazuki also looked ugly behind. Feeling unhappy, eyes gloomy. All of this, Marine can only endure. Admiral is like this, Vice Admiral is like this. A reign that lasted nearly 800 years. Celestial dragons have the highest status. This kind of thinking has penetrated into the heart of Marine and the heart of the Alliance. And 10 ugly celestial dragons are still chattering. It seems that the mockery is very happy. To shut up. 5 elders finally spoke, staring at the 10 celestial dragons, all indifferent. Don't mind if you say a few words, because it is indeed that Marine is not well protected. But it kept going, and it became very loud. 5 elders spoke, and the 10 celestial dragons finally stopped talking. These 5 are also celestial dragons. And it's the celestial dragons that holds Marie Joy power. They spoke and had to be obedient. With a grunt, the 10 celestial dragons turned around and took the slaves who were still in the bubble cabin, or sat in the slaves, and began to walk on the boat. There are more than 30 slaves alone, plus people from the Black CP organization. Mighty. 5 elders continued to lead the walk. Let's go. Marie Joyce. Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, 12 Vice Admiral, 3 natural super newcomers and nearly 8,000 Marine elite fighters. 5 elders, 10 celestial dragons, more than 30 various slaves, and thousands of CP men in black. 12 warships, a luxurious ship 1 lap larger than a warship slowly left the port and headed for the Valley of Gods. Under the escort of the warship, the journey was calm and calm. It was close to a day of fast sailing. Finally, Marine and 5 elders saw the island in front of them. Celestial dragons have a deep roots. Valley of Gods. There is a huge mountain on the island, and the middle part of the mountain is split, which seems to have an indescribable feeling. 13 ships approached slowly. The CP's people quickly disembarked and walked forward, carrying boxes one by one. Everyone at Marine also disembarked immediately and lined up. After Garp, Sengoku, and others got off the boat, they still looked bad and didn't even look at celestial dragons. Finally reached. 10 celestial dragons walked off the ship with a group of slaves. It was boring to stay on the boat all day. After getting off the boat, these celestial dragons began to move forward while looking around. Once 5 elders, Kong, and others arrived, the powerful observation haki covered the island. There is no one on the whole island. 10 celestial dragons took the lead to move forward, so they didn't care. Rock's pirate, nothing happened. Did you really give up this opportunity? Kong felt deeply puzzled. Judging from Rock's actions over the years, as long as there is a chance to attack celestial dragons, he has never given up. It's possible for them not to come. At least we can safely complete the sacrifice and then go back. 5 elders stood in front of the marine crowd and said, watching 10 celestial dragons with slaves waiting there for the people in black to complete the sacrifice arrangement. You guys look around, just in case. 5 elders knew that Rock's pirate was terrible, so naturally they wouldn't care about it. This was the first task given by Lord Yim after they took office. Yes. Kong nodded. The Vice Admiral under his command commanded the Marine soldiers to line up and get on guard. Everything seems to be going well. The arrangement of the sacrificial rites was also very fast. After it was done, the man in black respectfully asked the 10 celestial dragons for instructions. The 10 celestial dragons nodded when they saw that the sacrificial platform had been set up. Expressed very satisfied. He, the sacrifice of the god of creation is about to begin now. Bring all the slaves here. Celestial dragons laughed loudly, with a sickly look on their faces. The man in black walked over without expression, and pulled up more than 30 slaves in chain and handcuffs. The numb-looking slaves did not respond, and were compliantly pulled by the black man to stand on the sacrificial platform. Celestial dragons looked at the slaves on the stage with weird smiles. Isn't it a sacrifice? What are they going to do? Everyone at Marine looked at the altar at the foot of the mountain, their eyes widened. This group of slaves pulled up and stood stupidly. What do they want to do? Everyone had a faint premonition in their hearts. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Kyuzan and Sakazuki behind them all changed their eyes. These celestial dragons are smiling, it's weird. Let them all kneel down. Celestial dragons instructed the men in black to disperse the slaves and kneel down. The man in black respectfully laid the golden carpet there, and then stepped back slowly. There are various patterns in the middle of the carpet. At first glance, it looks similar to the pattern of devil fruit. The middle is a circular pattern. Everyone at the scene looked at it with magical eyes. The sacrifice ceremony of celestial dragons is very peculiar. That carpet should be something similar to a totem, right? At this time, Roger and his team boarded the Valley of Gods on the other side, bypassed the mountain, and watched dignifiedly not far away. It seems that the ceremony of celestial dragons is very strange. 10 celestial dragons took off the bubble cover on their heads and walked up, standing on the carpet, kneeling in a group of each other. A handful of golden needles were taken out of celestial dragons. Some young celestial dragons have unhappy faces on their faces. Although before they came, Marie Joy Old Man taught them to pierce their ring finger and drip a drop of blood. But now, it can only drip blood. The first celestial dragons began to pierce the ring finger, dripping blood on the circular pattern in the middle, and then handed it to the next person from left to right. And so on, until all 10 people have dripped. Until the pattern in the middle had blood, everyone at Marine and Roger in the dark understood that all the weirdness came from the pattern on the carpet. Next, celestial dragons performed some physical rituals, and then walked down, panting. Asterisk. Chapter 48. I knew I would not come. Some celestial dragons obviously regret it. At that time, I thought it was fun, so I accepted it. Next is the time to appreciate. Celestial dragons laughed gloomily and looked at more than 100 slaves. At this time, the man in black put dry wood on the sacrificial platform and piled up. More than 100 slaves were also sprinkled with various things, which seemed to be things brought by celestial dragons for sacrifice. Sacrifice, people, firewood. Kuzan said in a low voice. This is the sacrifice of celestial dragons, the sacrifice of living people. Sakazuki's face was even more sullen, silent. Hiss. Marine's ordinary soldiers did not know the specific situation and took a breath. Horrified. This is to burn the sacrifice with living people. Most of the more than 100 slaves standing on the stage had no eyesight, completely becoming walking corpses. Not long after becoming a slave, his eyes began to look horrified, and he wanted to escape but was beaten directly by the man in black to the point that he lost his mobility and fell on the sacrificial platform. Humble inferior people. It is an honor for you to be a sacrificial offering to the god of creation. Celestial dragons saw that there were slaves who dared to struggle, cursing, and began to instruct the man in black to do it. And took out the tinder and threw it over. And all this, 5 elders watched indifferent. There was a bang. The dry wood started to burn. The struggling slaves looked desperately. The numb slaves have a feeling of liberation. Wu Lao, can this be a process? Garp, Sengoku, and Kong couldn't bear it, their hearts seemed to be pinched. Can't help but plead to 5 elders. The words were not over yet, 5 elders closed his eyes blankly and shook his head. This is what Lord Yim ordered, how could it stop changing because of Garp and others pleading? Kong and the others have pale faces, even more uncomfortable than when they were insulted by celestial dragons. And the fire on the sacrificial platform is getting bigger and bigger. Many of Marine's soldiers couldn't bear to turn their heads. They can't stop. Unexpected. Boom. A red and black haki in the sky was violently suppressed. Just like the essence, directly extinguished the flame of the sacrificial platform. The people in black around were also directly shocked and fainted. The Marines were subconsciously surprised, and they were a little bit lucky in their hearts. Who is this conquerors? Xiaotian, you make it difficult for us to do this. In the sky, the complaints of Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate came. At this time, the Marines found out that a small island was floating in the air, slowly descending. Xiaotian's complexion was angered, and his eyes stared at the sacrificial platform below. The killing intent on celestial dragons pervades. Conquerors just now happened to him. Having witnessed the cruel and inhuman behavior of celestial dragons with his own eyes, Xiaotian as a traverser couldn't help it at all. Xiaotian, is Rock's pirate? Kong, Garp, Zephyr, and others were shocked. Rocks, here comes. And just above their heads. 5 elders looked at the small island in the sky at this moment, and their expressions were extremely shocked. No one thought that Rock's pirate would appear in this way. Suddenly a small island appeared, covering the sky and the sun. Frightened celestial dragons, the rest of the men in black ran over to guard their surroundings. When the island dropped a lot, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin jumped down with a long loaf and a group of elite pirates. Dance! All the elite pirates of Rock's pirate. Rocks, Xiaotian, Newgate, Golden Lion, Akoku, Silver Axe, John, and other 8 cotters all stepped on a stone. Looking condescendingly at Marine and 5 elders. New 5 elders? Still free, Garp. Rocks crazily crossed his chest with his arms, and Haki greeted them with an incomparable face. Rocks. Kong, Garp, and others looked extremely solemn, sweating on their heads. Rock's pirate came to them without a trace. The Marines and men in black were even more shocking. A small island is floating in the air, and Rock's pirate is playing on it. Garp, Sengoku, and others looked at Rocks and Xiaotian with dignity. Xiaotian, who was on par with Roger a month ago, is now even more majestic. How strong is this guy? You retired today, what shall we do? You have never been here. 5 elders didn't have a pretty face, but they still tried to persuade Rocks. They retreat, and the sacrifice can continue. The newly appointed 5 elders, are you too naive? Rocks began to grin, his eyes turned to the side of the mountain behind. Come out together when you come. Roger. Behind the mountain, Roger and Rayleigh came out with the same serious expressions. Rox saw through them hiding here. There is no point in hiding. At this time, the shocked celestial dragons yelled loudly, and even pointed at Rox and yelled, "You humble and inferior people! Marine, grab them all and burn them alive to sacrifice!" Celestial dragons' mentally retarded and stupid clamor made Marine and 5 elders look bad. "Rox, it's time to stop now." Roger sighed deeply and said to the condescending rocks in the sky, and his eyes turned to Xiatian, whose expression was still obviously angry. At this time, Roger felt a little guilty in his heart and didn't want to deal with the rocks group because of these cruel celestial dragons. "No matter how strong you are, you have no chance of winning against us and Marine. If you retreat today, I don't have to take a shot." Roger, with a low face, persuaded Rox. Rox laughed wildly when he heard the words, as if he had heard a joke. At this time Celestial Dragons was frightened by the aura of Rox pirate. "Marine, Marine! You trash! Protect us!" The performance of Celestial Dragons made Kong and others look ashen. "These fools Celestial Dragons! Can't you let them shut up?" Garp couldn't bear to speak to the 5 elders. A pair of iron fists squeezed tightly. "Marine, dare you let us shut up?" Celestial Dragons stared at Garp, looking annoyed. "I was about to scold it. Shut up all to me." The ugly-faced 5 elders turned their heads and shouted directly at Celestial Dragons. "These guys are still so stupid." Newgate, Shiki, and other cotters looked at Celestial Dragons like a clown, laughing. This scene is too mocking for Marine and world government. This kind of rubbish is what you protect? Today, they all have to die here. I said. Rox snorted and leaned forward slightly. In Haki's eyes, an ancient beast-like aura exploded directly. Conqueror's Haki swept over in an instant. The eyes of the 5 elders changed, and they also watched Rox Conqueror's Haki erupt. Boom! The 2 auras immediately confronted each other. Asterisk. Chapter 49. At the same time, not far from the Valley of the Gods Island, there were several groups of people watching the battle that started on the island. After receiving the news that celestial dragons are coming here, everyone came to the Valley of Gods in the back. All parties understand that Rox Pirate will not easily let go of this opportunity to attack celestial dragons. And coming here, sure enough, everyone's thoughts are confirmed, Rox Pirate is really here. This will be a legendary battle between Xiatian and other legendary forces led by Rox, 5 Elders, and Marine. Red Earl, Monkey D. Dragon, who just established the Revolutionary Army, and others are among them. His eyes revealed a solemn look at the battlefield not far away. On the battlefield at this time, Conqueror's Haki, like an ancient beast of rocks, poured out, suppressing the enemies in the audience. The 5 elders did not show any weakness, but also confronted Conqueror's Haki. Boom! The powerful air current was stirred by Haki, and the rocks on the ground were rolled up by the impact, and the entire battlefield was covered by conquerors. 80 celestial dragons and the black-clothed men trembled directly, and collapsed backwards in a dazed manner. The pirates and marines are mostly people who fainted directly with Byakugan, and many of them are still insisting. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Marine's 12 Vice Admiral all resisted Conqueror's Haki, which was swept by the wind, shocked. Haven't come yet and adapt to the suppression on the field has changed again. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Akoku, and others have solid eyes, and the majestic deterrence Conquerors burst out. Conquerors, who used his own, participated in suppressing 5 elders. The Conqueror's Haki on the rocks side skyrocketed in an instant, as if the entire ocean was oppressed by 5 elders and Marine. Garp, Sengoku, and Kong look drastically changed. Conqueror's Haki's confrontation of this level has never appeared in history. Without thinking about it, I immediately released Conqueror's Haki to join in and fight with 5 elders. The entire island has a faint red and blue confrontation with Conqueror's Haki, and the red is obviously more powerful. Even if Garp and others are involved, Rock's Pirates Conquerors is still more powerful. From this moment on, the world changes color. The entire island was trembling, the rocks on the mountain were loose, cracks broke out in the mountain, and the trees were swept and bent out of the island. The clouds in the sky were all stirred into a huge uzumaki. And all this has not stopped. Rock's Conquerors is too powerful, and the alliance with the officials completely suppressed 5 elders and Marine. There was sweat on Roger, Rayleigh, and others' faces, and they couldn't watch anymore. Roger, Rayleigh, and Bullet took a step forward, and the whole body was magnificent, releasing Conquerors and joining the blue side to confront Rocks and others. The two parties started Conquerors' confrontation. The small peaks next to the big mountain shattered directly, and some smaller trees were uprooted directly. A tornado formed between the two people, and swept up some pirates and marines. The elite fighters who had insisted on not fainting were directly injured. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted, and his body was pushed out of the island by the fiercely confronted Haki. Only Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were present, and 8 Vice Admiral clung to the ground. What a magnificent Conquerors' Haki confrontation! The deterrence of the two sides has already materialized, and Haki is rushing like a soldier. Even some weak Conquerors' Haki can't participate, and even their own explosions are suppressed to death. After Roger and his team joined, the Rocks side was finally evenly matched, and even had a slight advantage. The Red Earl watching the game not far from the island, Monkey D. Dragon and other parties were shocked, cold sweat. Such a grand scene, it is worthwhile for them to come so far. Too scary, too powerful. The entire Valley of the Gods is under the cover of Conquerors' Haki, and the faint red and faint blue are fighting against each other. Tornadoes, trees, and mountains were uprooted and shattered under Haki's suppression. The sea is turbulent, and even the distance they watch the battle is churning. On the battlefield, Xia Tian, who was holding a demon sword, stood on the stone in the air, grinning. People like Marine might have forgotten, I haven't shot yet. A red light flashed in Xia Tian's eyes, and the hidden Conqueror's Haki finally surged out. Under the provocation of so many Conquerors, it is already in a state of rage. Impossible! Kong, Garp gritted his teeth to release Haki and couldn't help but cried out with horror in his eyes. Conquerors of Xia Tian is even stronger than Rocks. 5 elders is even more shocked, and it is not good to say directly. The addition of Xia Tian broke the balance instantly. Almost overwhelmingly, Conqueror's Haki on the Rocks side shattered the pale blue Haki area on the Marine side. Boom! The Conqueror's Haki of Garp, Kong, Roger, 5 elders, and others collapsed in an instant, and the general power swept them head-on. Click! Roger and 5 elders, Garp's side, directly staggered back. Bullet, Jabba, Kuzan, and others are rolling directly to the ground. The ground cracked, and the whole land seemed to be pushed over again. The Red Earl, Long, and the others who were watching the battle from a distance were completely stunned on the violently shaking ships. This confrontation was won by an overwhelming advantage after the joining of the sword god Xia Tian. This is the true legendary combat power. Monkey D. Dragon's eyes throbbed, looking at the pale red Conqueror's Valley of Gods in the distance, exclaiming in amazement. The strength of all parties, Rock's pirate is worthy of the name of the Overlord of the Sea. You must know that the top 5 in the world government and most of Marines strong are fighting. The sword god Xia Tian's Conquerors is the strongest in the world. As one of the strong men on the sea, Earl Hong saw clearly and was amazed. Just now, even if someone joins Conquerors to break the balance, it won't win by an overwhelming advantage. All this is because of the terrifying and unparalleled Conqueror's Haki of the sword god Xia Tian. Directly let Rock's pirates' deterrent force suppress Marine and Roger everyone like the end of the world. The sky is about to step on. People from other forces looked at Conqueror's Haki in the Valley of Gods gradually dissipating, and said in shock. The sight in front of you is too terrifying. The thick clouds in the sky of the entire island are twisted and pressed downwards, and it looks like it is about to collapse. The mountain on the right side of the bifurcated and straight twin peaks on the island has been fragmented and disappeared. And on the battlefield at this time, Rox stood on the floating rock, still holding his arms, grinning. The eyes of Xiaotian, Newgate, Shiki, and other cotters beside him revealed violent meaning. Akoku, John, and others are all looking at the embarrassed five elders, Marine and Roger gang, who were shocked by Haki. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Conqueror's Haki confrontation ends. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin stood up, shaking their heads, their eyes still stunned. Only at this moment did they truly see how powerful the pirate group they belonged to. The two Kaido stood up and scanned the battlefield. The pirate fighters behind the two were fainted for a long time, and many of them were impacted into the mountains and into the sea without covering up. The Marine, who was on the opposite side, only had 8 Vice Admiral climbed up. Marine soldiers, like pirates, were impacted everywhere, on the sea, by the rocks, and by the mountains. The men in black and 80 celestial dragons of the CP unit, hundreds of slaves were stunned by the scattered sacrificial platform, and a huge mountain fragment was beside them. Xiaotian. Kong's complexion was pale, his eyes throbbing at Xiaotian. This guy's conquerors joined, and they were directly defeated. Garp and others also walked up again. It's all right, and the impact of Conqueror's Haki won't hurt their top powerhouses. However, the defeat of the momentum made their morale low, and they were even more embarrassed when they repelled. Rox looked at Garp at this time, and Roger and others laughed arrogantly. Then gave an order. Kill celestial dragons, whoever blocks today will be killed. Rox's expression became gloomy, and his face was full of murderous intent. Akoku, John, and other 5 cotters took the lead with a coldness, and rushed towards the fainted bunch of celestial dragons. Zephyr and Sengoku, as well as 8 Vice Admiral, stopped immediately. Zephyr, Sengoku, Akoku, Silver Axe, and John saw that the 2 leading men intercepted them, and their expressions became a little dignified. I won't let you pass. Sengoku's complexion was solemn, golden light burst from his body shape began to change, and the golden Buddha form was opened. These are the cotters of Rox Pirate, and they are extremely powerful. Then give it a try. Silver Axe's face flashed hostilely, and the axe was covered with thunder light, rendering the axe silvery white. Protect these rubbish, you are boring enough. John holds a western sword in one hand and a special gun in the other. He didn't understand why Sengoku, Zephyr, such a strong man, insisted on protecting the cruel and stupid celestial dragons. Akoku and others are also covered by Haki, aggressively. Zephyr wrapped his wrist in Haki and took the lead in killing it. The battle between the two parties begins. The 8 Vice Admiral never had enough strength to face the cotter-level combat force. Not long after they met, they began to be injured by John and the other cotters in 2-8 fights. Sengoku played against Silver Axe and Akoku in the form of a golden figure, and still steadily gained the upper hand. With both palms pushed out, it was a violent shock wave. The 2 of Silver Axe were a bit difficult to fight, and between the slashes, the thunder light scattered and resisted Sengoku's shock wave. Zephyr fought against the last cotter, both of whom were physique masters and fought fiercely. Akoku and others secretly surprised that Zephyr and Sengoku are much stronger than before. Almost hit them under pressure. There seems to be more energy left. At this time, Jabba, Bullet, and others also rushed in and helped Marine's Vice Admiral to fight against John. Many people besieged 5 cotters. The situation of the 5 Johns immediately took a turn for the worse. Shiki squinted, and it was time to make a move. Before he moved, Whitebeard Newgate made a big jump, holding Kong Yunki in his hand and rushing directly at Sengoku from top to bottom. Newgate. Facing Whitebeard, Sengoku's eyes were extremely cautious, and after a turn of his body, he knocked Silver Axe back, his palms condensed golden light, and he pushed towards Whitebeard Newgate's jumped figure. Gulala la. Whitebeard Newgate stared, the cloud cut in his hand with a white halo collided with Sengoku's shock wave in the air. Click. Boom. The shock wave collided with the shock fruit ability. The ground around the two of them sank directly, and everyone around jumped away. Sengoku. Silver Axe looked ugly, and Sengoku kept his hands waiting for the stronger players to play against each other. The feeling of unhappiness in the heart flashed, and it was good to hand it to Newgate, and then turn to Jabba and the others to kill. The pressure on John and the others was reduced instantly. At this time, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin also rushed to the place where the Cotters were fighting. They want to be like Marie Joyce, go over and kill celestial dragons. Bang! A lava fist stopped the two of them. It won't give you a chance. Sakazuki, Kyuzan, and Polisalino stood blankly across from Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. It's really troublesome. Kaido laughed loudly, and his face became ugly. These three people are the three newcomers of Marine Logia's ability. Kaido is arrogant on the surface, but careless in his heart. Amidst the flickering purple thunder and lightning, transform into a blue dragon form. The huge figure hovered in the air. Charlotte Linlin also had fierce eyes, a pale pink mist appeared on her body, one hand was the flames of the sun and the other thundercloud was held in her hand, and rushed up. The Kyuzan trio looked at the strange fighting form of the blue dragon in the sky and Charlotte Linlin, with extremely solemn eyes. This is a contest between the pirates and the new Marines, so they cannot lose as Marines. Immediately full of abilities, greeted us. As for the other Xiatian in the same period, that is no longer a newcomer. There was a fierce battle on the battlefield. Shiki glanced at Garp, who was still in place. Sora and 5 elders activated their abilities, and flew to the stunned celestial dragons with lightning speed. This is a good opportunity, and Garp and the others will stop immediately if they rush to it normally. Take advantage of the moment their attention is attracted by Whitebeard Newgate. Just as the Golden Lion Shiki crossed the air where Whitebeard Newgate and Sengoku were fighting, a blue knife slashed over. Rayleigh, you will also stop me from killing celestial dragons. Shiki quickly stepped away and sighed. I thought Roger might take the shot, but I didn't expect it was someone with Rayleigh's personality to take the shot. Shiki, this is the current position. Rayleigh's tone had an inexplicable meaning. This battle was actually not what he wanted. But this is also the best chance to eliminate Rock's pirate. Then fight. Shiki didn't say more immediately, holding 2 knives in his hands, and fighting Rayleigh together. On the rocks in the sky. Rox held his arms and looked at 5 elders, Garp, Roger, and Kong below. Newgate fights with them. And you can draw your hand soon, Xiatian, which side do you pick? Rox turned his head and looked at Xiatian. The attitude at this time is completely equal to Xiatian's dialogue. I'll kill whoever comes, you can rush over, Captain. Xiatian smiled and naturally understood the meaning of Rox. If you rush to kill celestial dragons, you will definitely be stopped by those who haven't done anything yet. The ghost in his hand lifted up and slowly came out of his body. Asterisk.